G'day, boys. I hope that you're doing well. Just give me 1 minute. I just got to post that we are live. But I hope that you are doing well. Yeah, there is a lot happening. So, look, I thought I would just go live and just see, I guess, if anything does happen. You know, a lot of the time, back to the old meme of nothing ever happens. But we will just wait and see. We'll give it a bit of time. And well, we may as well be live and nothing happen. Then things start happening and we're not live. Let me do this. Sorry, I haven't been live for a long time, so I'm just getting everything set up. Is everything okay? I guess, can you hear me? Can you see? Whatever else. And I just want to bring up, so a lot of what we're going to be looking at today is likely going to be from the one who tracks a lot of this the best is AMK mapping. So I suggest that you go and give him a follow. So just let me have a quick look and see if this works. So if I go to my second scene, okay, you should be able to see that. So this is currently some of the strikes that we are seeing take place over Tehran and Iran, or Tehran in Iran at the moment. So I'll keep up to date with it. I'll go live. I'll put on my headphones so we can have a look and a listen. And there has been a number of Israeli airstrikes only in the past 10 or 15 minutes occurring over Iran. And we spoke about this yesterday. We spoke about, you know, that there appears to be some level of preparation against strikes in Iran against, well, from commanders of the Revolutionary Guards through to nuclear facilities potentially as well. Let me fix this camera quickly. Okay. That's better. So, yeah, thank you very much for just for lols. Oh, God, I can't read this at the moment. Thank you for your donation. I really appreciate this. So we'll go over what has happened so far. Just give me a minute to get everything sorted out. And then we will keep up to date if anything else happens. I don't know. Like, do you guys think that we're going to see any more happen from here? We've seen several strikes at different areas. I'll show you in 1 second, but I'm unsure if we're going to see much more. Just 1 minute. Right, now I'll actually be able to hear. So let me have a look and then I'll go scene to scene on my OBS and I will let you guys know what we are seeing. And I'll be keeping an eye. If you see me looking down a lot too, I'll be on my phone scrolling too. So a lot of this we're going to look at, again, to give him a plug, will be then AMK mapping. So we can see, if we go across onto scene 2 here, we can see an apartment building in Tehran engulfed in flames. And what I have seen, the Israelis have said is that this was targeted strikes against Iranian Revolutionary Guard Corps commanders. That's what I've seen so far. Nika, thank you for the donation. Crazy people doing crazy stuff. Yes, it will potentially get very crazy. Alan M says, your view of the conflict changed since your first trip to Israel. Yeah, absolutely. I think that this has gone far, far too far. When I was first in Israel following the October 7th massacre, the horrible attacks that happened there, I thought it would be a limited operation wrapped up somewhat by Christmas, but then we have seen absolutely stepping across the line, in my opinion. If we want to objectively enforce laws of armed conflict across the world, or you can't have holding food and water back and having non-casualty counts or non-combatant losses as high as this. So in my opinion, this has gone on far too long, and someone with some bloody, oomph, I don't want to say the word, but someone needs to say, look, this needs to wrap up. This has gone too far. And if we're expecting to have justice on someone like Vladimir Putin, well, we have to be willing to apply then justice across the board even if we don't like maybe applying it to some other places too. Javier Jimenez, thank you for your donation, mate. I appreciate that. Lukewarm, thank you for the $5 coffee donation as well. I appreciate that, mate. Remember, if you want to support me, the best way is by actually the PayPal link that's pinned in the top comment. But thank you guys. Regardless, I really, really appreciate it. So we can see AMK, and like I say, AMK, he does a fantastic job of Russian, Ukrainian strikes and like keeping up to date with the radars. And does look like there are some unconfirmed reports of projectiles over Iraq. And I just want to go to Middle East Spectator as well. Trump has convened an emergency meeting at the Situation Room at the White House. And what was the one I wanted to see before? America has said, so the United States, from Reuters, has said that they have had no involvement in the Israeli attack. So again, we will see. And I went over yesterday. I went over at the end of my video, 40 minutes in, that Israel, for a lot of these nuclear facilities, does not have the capacity to really have mass damage on them, like without massive, massive repeated strikes. Now, I'm not saying that they can't have a lot of damage, but the bunker-busting munitions that would need to be used are sort of exclusively for like your B-2 sort of level of bombers. And you can see, if we go back to this one here, you can see some of the targets that has been taken place in Tehran. This is said to be commanders of the IRGC. Of course, we cannot confirm that. Natho Swindon says, doubt. Got so many important people since the attack leaked ahead of time, but still sends a message. We know where you live and we can strike it. Thank you, Nathan. Yeah, well, this is the thing. A lot of attacks like this are a lot of saber rattling. I Play Games says, do you think Iran will declare war over this? I don't know. I really don't know. I was explaining this actually at a dinner last night. I had dinner with some people, that the biggest threat in this, by far the biggest threat, is that the intelligence is wrong and that Iran does have some level of weapon of mass destruction. That for the last 3 decades, it has always seemed like Iran is on the eve of creating a nuclear weapon. And it's been again and again and again that threat, and it has never really came to fruition. The biggest danger in this is that the intelligence is incorrect and that they do have. And people say, oh, but the intelligence, Mossad is the best. Well, that completely missed all of the October 7th attacks, completely missed all of that somewhat. So again, we don't know. Alan M says, disagree. I'm one of the Douglas Murray camp. Thank you for the donation, Alan. I really, really appreciate that. See, the thing is, I think I fundamentally agree with a lot of what Douglas says, but he just doesn't have any empathy or sympathy for the people in this. And same with Sam Harris. I think it was maybe Tim Dillon who said it's funny to have a application around meditation, but then be wanting massive amounts of bombing somewhere in the world too, and completely being able to justify that. And what I say is, if you don't have sympathy here, you can agree one way or the other, but you need to at least still have sympathy for people caught up in this. And we also need to apply the standard against ourselves. And if we're not willing to apply the standard internally, how can we ever expect it to be applied externally too? Lyrically Gifted says, do you think this is really well planned operation, or just a way to derail any productive negotiations to get the USA into the war? That's a very, very good question, Lyrically Gifted, because the US, as I reported yesterday, the US said in 2 days or 3 days, we have more discussions with Tehran around their nuclear facilities. And these discussions are being helped by the Kremlin as well. The Kremlin has stuck up their hand and go, yep, we will help with that. And from what my reading was and what was publicly released, is the US has said we don't want these strikes to upend any sort of negotiations. I'll talk about why in a second. But it could be that no, Israel go ahead to upend any of this. And one of the biggest problems with trying to strike your way out of this is that it doesn't seem possible to do. I quickly went over this yesterday, that if it was a nuclear, if the nuclear knowledge, the nuclear scientific community, and all of this was being imported externally, so reliant on a third party for this knowledge, then yes, if you strike the facilities, then you'll have a catastrophic impact on this. What the difference is here is Iran over the previous decades has been developing their nuclear scientific community. And that is the problem, is you can strike the facilities, but that knowledge base still is going to sit there. So you sort of need to negotiate and litigate your way out of this more, if that makes sense. Let's continue down. Sorry, the chat is a little bit wild at the moment. Let me go back. Let me see if we have any further update on this. And thank you from the PayPal. Oh my God, PayPal from James McPherson from New Zealand. Thank you, brother, as well as Cohen Kembry as well. Your videos are the best. Cheers. Thank you very, very much. Sorry, I was just looking at another message. So let me have a quick look and then I'll show you. So the reason I go back to my face before then talking to you guys is just in case something pops up that I can't show on YouTube. And people are getting stuck into Alan about the I'm not an expert thing from Douglas, which I actually think is the most ridiculous thing Douglas has said, is that you have to go there and I'm not an expert and all this. And the biggest thing I'd say to Douglas, who's someone I respect, is Douglas, at the end of the day, you have a bachelor's degree in English and you're calling other people not experts on war. Like, mate, that's not it. And as well as visiting countries. Now, I'm a big supporter of visiting states. Like, I've gone to Ukraine, I've gone to Israel, I've been to Syria, I've been to Afghanistan, blah, blah, blah. But the problem is, in warfare, you'll only be able to visit one state. That if you go to Ukraine, you can't go to Russia. And if you went to Russia, you could not go to Ukraine. And if you went to Israel, you can't go to Gaza. And if you went to Gaza, you can't go to Israel. Now, and the problem is, you are only ever shown one side of this. And what like Douglas is taken press tours around, have been showed specific thing and hung out with guys and had lunch with them and this and that, and it can skew your vision. And absolutely, I've seen that take place. Alan, oh my God, sorry. This is the first time I've been speaking all day and I haven't warmed my voice up at all. Alan M says, I have deep sympathy. My dad was a meth addict. When the police broke down our door and killed some of his family, I didn't blame him. It took me years to find forgiveness, but that was the fault of my dad. Yes, Alan, I absolutely agree. But this is the thing, Alan, is if then they bombed your neighbour's house too, you would say, hey, that's gone. It's been a little bit ridiculous. Okay, and this has, I think, stepped over a lot of lines that we should have self-enforced. Marcelo Fabrizio, that is an awesome, that's like a Formula One driver's name. It seems Israel doesn't give a shit about the negotiations. If Iran gives up or they are going in, well, yeah, Israel do not want Iran to have nuclear weapons, because what it does straight away is it straight away levels the playing field in the Middle East. And at that point, Israel is not the only nuclear hegemon, and that levels things instantly straight away. Edmund Doto says the ketos have got you looking at least 10% sexier. Thank you, Edmund. Reedy says, is there a path to de-escalation from here? Do you think the conflict has a one-way trajectory? Look, Reed, as I explained when I was talking about Pakistan and India, it's very, very easy to get to that point. It's very, very easy to walk up to the edge. It's easier than to jump off the ledge and go all in. It's very hard to back away from this. So it is hard to back off. And as I think I stated yesterday, and I have stated over the previous years, I think a war with Iran is inevitable. It's when, it's not if. I just think it is inevitable. It is going to happen, whether it is today, whether it is 6 months, whether it's years, whether it's a decade. But I think it is likely inevitable. Tyler Pitre says, Willie, thanks, Willie. What are the Iranian options militarily? I just read that Israel is planning a multi-day operation. I can't imagine Iran will just take this lying down. Yeah, Iran does have a lot of options militarily. They've got a lot of drones. They, of course, have a lot of proxies working in areas, and of course, as we've seen, a lot of missiles. And the biggest concern here, Tyler, is that Sorry, must be like someone jackhammering at the front of my house. The biggest concern here is that they have some sort of missile system, a weapon of destruction that we don't know that they have or don't have. But there are a lot of options in this. New Bob Doyle says, thank you for all you do. A bit of a tone shift if appropriate. I'm going to start nursing job soon. What qualities do you personally value from a nurse? Great question, mate. I just like people that are personable and can relate and have empathy, but are still stern. Like, I think you need enough, sometimes you're just having a bit of a whinge in hospital and you need to be, pretty straight down the line, but also relate to the patients and that they are going through, something that is a lot at the time. And thank you for becoming a nurse. Nurses are unbelievably important, and be a good bridge between the doctor and his knowledge and to patient, because that can be confusing. Alan says, do you see this as police action or military action against Gaza? What do you think the difference is? I see it's military action. You're rolling tanks through on a state that is not yours, if that makes sense. So Israeli Channel 12, the goal of Israeli operation is to eliminate the Iranian nuclear threat. So we've seen strikes here against some looking residential buildings, and you never know what is actually being targeted here. This could be targeting as well nuclear scientists. Harry Peter Cook, thank you, mate, for the donation as well. I really appreciate that. So people asking, is this really happening? Well, we don't really know. We thought we'd just go live and just double check. Heavy says live Willy is the best Willy. Thank you, Heavy. We can agree on that. AMK apparently just reported. Just give me 1 second. Is there a way on OBS to go between scenes on a hotkey? I wish there probably is. What is he saying? Right. Unconfirmed reports of explosion at US Ain al-Assad airbase in Iraq. Remember yesterday that we did see America pulling a lot of people out of embassies and other areas in countries like Iraq. We have repeated explosions in Baghdad. IDF spokesman. The IDF launched a preemptive strike to damage the Iranian nuclear program. Ballistic missile launches from Iran to Israel. So this is AMK reporting in this right here, that apparently an extreme warning was issued by the Israeli Home Front Command that ballistic missile launches are on the way. Let me have a look across pages. Iran has declared a nationwide state of emergency. Let me keep looking. Explosions in Baghdad. Sorry, I've just got a message. Lando says, I love Willy. Thank you, Lando, brother. I appreciate that. Thank you for all the donations, guys. It is really, really helpful. And Richo says, what is your favourite starter in Pokemon? Richard, I really thank you for the donation, but brother, I know absolutely nothing about Pokemon. So what's your favourite starter, I guess? Sorry, I'm just juggling my phone here on a number of pages as well, trying to get an idea of what is occurring. Unconfirmed reports of Israeli airstrikes on an Iranian nuclear facility west of Tehran. Okay, so apparently we've seen strikes at the moment. We have been seeing strikes into Tehran itself, and now it's looking like Israel is potentially now striking actually nuclear facilities. Eric Srigley says, about time. Thank you for the donation. Let me have just a quick look on some official Israeli pages. IDF, in an official statement, says that it launched a precise preemptive strike in Iran with the goal of damaging Iran's nuclear program and in response to the Iranian regime's ongoing aggression against Israel. Dozens of Israeli Air Force aircraft recently completed the opening blow, so just the opening blow. This is from official Israeli accounts here too, which included dozens of military targets, including nuclear-related sites in various areas. The public is requested to follow the instructions of the IDF Home Front Command, which will be updated as necessary. Act calmly, blah, 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 blah. The ongoing operation in Gaza is continuing. Marcelo, the best name in the chat, says not trying to get into conspiracy stuff, but it's crazy how the US allows Israel to proceed with actions that put their troops in harm's way. Of course, Israel is part of the American interest in the me. But this is beyond me. And this is one of the reasons why this is so unpopular, Marcelo, is because people are going, hang on, this at the end of the day likely will bring our boys into the fold once again. But you may see as well, maybe America will say, maybe not this time. I don't think we'd see that, but you never ever know. So Western Iran, an explosion has been heard at Kermanshah. Israeli airstrikes west of Tehran. Right, let's keep going. So I'm juggling like 20 different pages at the moment, both on my phone and on, what's it called? Oh my God, Twitter, X. Right. Okay, MiG-29 fighter jets have taken off from Tehran airbase. Iranian ballistic missiles have been launched from silos in the west. Okay, so according to Middle East Spectator, there are ballistic missiles going from Iran to Israel at the moment. Spencer says, found your channel a couple of months ago. Really appreciate your objective analysis. Thank you, Spencer, mate. I'm glad that you are here. Thank you for stopping along. Come for the ride with all of us to see the craziness of the world start unfolding. And if you haven't seen it yet, some of the first footage that we've had out is that this was really the first strikes we saw from the northeast of Tehran. The power of steam says, I love the unbiased information, Willie. Legend. Thank you, unbiased steam. Mate, I really do appreciate that as well. So this was some of the first that we saw. I just want to see if I can find... I wish some of these don't have... some of the Telegram chats don't then have a X page, which would be good. So Iranian ballistic missiles are airborne. They're in the sky at the moment. Right. What's the best way to show you this? Can I save this and download them on Google Drive? Or maybe AMK will share them. So there is footage on Middle East Spectator currently of Iranian ballistic missiles in the air. I will put them across to my Google Drive so I can show it on here. Just showing support, Willie. Keep up the good work. Thank you, John L, mate. I appreciate that. Let me just download this and I'll transfer it across, unless I can find it on X. I'll probably be able to find it on here pretty quick, but Middle East Spectator is very quick with some of this. Oops, sorry, I could hear my phone going. And DD4V says, may God bless you. Thank you, brother. And Philip Maret says, lots of coffee, mate. Thank you for the donation. Yes, mate, lots of coffee. I appreciate that. I actually should have made a bloody coffee before I came live. Maybe I'll duck away in a sec and actually make myself a brew. Alan, who is by a mile our top donator today, has said the key difference between military and police actions is how much force they use and quickly they're allowed to kill when things aren't clear. The threshold drops fast when a war is just 20 miles from your biggest city. And this is in relation to Alan's previous question of, is what is happening in Gaza a police or military action? But if you look at how much force they're using, it's absolutely a military operation there. And Ike White says nothing ever happens. Something finally did. Do you think this is just squaring off like India-Pakistan, or do you think this is true war? Look, I don't know. At some point, this is going to be true war because these two nations hate each other, and I believe it is inevitable that there will be, but maybe not this time. Maybe it will be this time. Sorry, what we have is there are fires in Baghdad. And the IDF spokesman has said this is war with no choice to protect our lives. So IDF spokesman has said that this is war with no choice to protect our lives. So We're seeing all the current justifications for wider war. But as we spoke about, the US, they are trying to have negotiations with Iran for their nuclear facilities at the moment. And this absolutely just appends all of this. So let's look at what then the IDF has, I can't see, Trichome DG has become a level 2. Thank you. Is the Israeli, I got that one, Israeli Defense Force, the IDF launched Preemptive Precise Combined Offensive to strike Iran's nuclear program. Dozens of Israeli Air Force jets completed the first stage that included strikes, so the first stage on dozens of military targets and nuclear threats. Iran is closer than ever to obtaining a nuclear weapon. Weapons of mass destruction in the hands of the Iranian regime are an extensive threat to the state of Israel and the wider world. The state of Israel has no choice but to fulfill the obligation to act in defense of its citizens and will continue to do so everywhere. It is required to do so, as we have done in the past. So look, these are the first strikes, striking nuclear facilities. Very obviously, this is, from official pages, and striking areas where people linked, like in residential areas where apparently there's people linked to that. So we may be seeing, lads, the absolute beginnings of this. And remember, the US has said we have nothing to do with this at the moment, and the US either tomorrow or the next day, they are having meetings, meant to be having meetings with Iran over their nuclear facilities and development. Marcelo says Russia has been nuanced towards Israel, and given they are still economical partners, how do you imagine a Russian reaction given Israel striking one of their main allies? Our last chat it's late here. So thank you for the super chat so far, mate. I really appreciate that. Look, I don't know. It's going to be very interesting to see how Russia react to this. And we've spoken about this at length, about the ability to support, the ability to escalate in here, but also keeping up some level of communications there too. But we will see. But there could be... The thing is, the one thing this may do is bring the US and Russia closer and go, hey, look, we need to work together on stopping this because you actually have leverage on Iran. We only have leverage through military actions. Middle East Spectators reporting that all Israeli officials have gone to bunkers. We're unsure at this point. Right, so Swords of Steel, which is like a Israeli page, they are saying strikes have alleged of the Karaj and Natanz nuclear facilities of the Iranian regime. So where I'm seeing at the moment that there are apparently strikes on some of the Iranian nuclear facilities. Studio Rainer says, is the start of World War III? Mate, it could well be. I don't believe that it is, but it could well be. Right, Israeli fighter jets have entered southern Lebanese airspace. Second wave of strikes on Tehran has now ended. Oh, I forgot. I was going to show you those ballistic missiles. So we'll see those enter airspace soon. The Abe Kane says, I think Trump will resist escalation, but I could be wrong. Yeah, we don't know. The last thing it seems like Trump wants is further escalation. But again, it's very, very hard. Trump is a very, very hard person to read, especially when it comes to Israel. He's difficult enough with Russia, Ukraine. Callie Fortune says, good seeing you live, Willie. It's going to be a crazy week for the world. Maybe this explains Trump diverting missiles from Ukraine to the Middle East earlier this week. I wonder if Trump talked to Putin about this. Yeah, well, we did see that. We did see 20,000 missiles that were meant to be going to Ukraine then get diverted, as Callie says, diverted to the Middle East. So, yeah, it could have a lot, of course, to do with knowing there was going to be further escalation here. Again, we never truly know what happens behind the scenes and the information that is given in closed room secret talks. So let me... how do I make this smaller? Give me a sec. Oh, shit. So apparently what we're seeing here is that these are Iranian ballistic missiles going towards Iranian ballistic missiles going towards Israel. Apparently that is what we are seeing in this footage here. And there's multiple videos very similar to this as well. So I guess wait out on any of that, but we'll keep up to date with it, and we'll see from there. So if you guys see anything, please feel free to drop it in the chat here, and I'll do my best to keep up with it as well. And I'll try and cycle through some footage and show you guys what we can see happening. Syria's closed their airspace. Other explosions in Iran. We have Israeli fighter jets off. It'll be interesting to see what then any European officials say about this. Studio says Netanyahu knows when the war ends that he's screwed. So implies Zelensky, Iran can collapse global economy. Those motives are on par with that cause World War I as stupidity. Look, I don't know about collapse global economy, but they can have a huge effect. And if you look at oil prices right now, I guarantee these will be fucking dramatic. But yeah, leaders after wars, it's a very, very difficult spot to be in. Thank you, Studio, for the donation. Now, can you guys hear this?
For years, the Iranian regime has called for the destruction of the...
Can you guys hear that? Just want to make sure it's actually working or not. Okay, so this is from IDF spokesman BG Effie Defrin on the preemptive Israeli strike. So they're saying it's preemptive, what means we are doing it before Iran can develop this. But again, as I've said, we have heard that it's been on the eve of development for decades.
For years, the Iranian regime has called for the destruction of the State of Israel, planning and advancing concrete military plans to do so. Over the past few months, intelligence has shown that Iran is closer than ever to obtaining a nuclear weapon. This morning, the IDF began preemptive and precise strikes targeting the Iranian nuclear program in order to prevent the Iranian regime's ability to build a nuclear bomb in the immediate time frame. We have no choice. We are operating against an imminent and existential threat.
So we have no choice. We're operating against an imminent and existential threat.
We cannot allow the Iranian regime to obtain a nuclear weapon that would be a danger to Israel and the entire world. This operation is for our right to exist here, for our future and for our children's future. The State of Israel has the right and the obligation to operate in order to protect its people and will continue to do so. The IDF conducted significant preparations for this operation. We are well prepared both in defense and offense to defend ourselves. The IDF will continue to defend the State of Israel.
So, yeah, saying that we are just in doing this, we have offense and defensive action, and we're preempting before this can be made. But also, we know that the US was having talks. Can someone look up, because I'm not going to look it up right now, was it tomorrow or the next day the US was meant to be having further talks with Iran? Explosions heard at several Iranian nuclear facilities, so multiple areas are getting hit. Wait out on more footage of this. I'll keep my ear to the ground and see if I can see anything at the moment. And if you guys tell me if you see anything, let me know. So at the moment we don't have that much footage. But what do you guys think so far of this? Do you think that Israel is just in doing this? Do you think it's stepping across a line? What do you think? Because like I said yesterday, that I don't want Iran to have nuclear weapons, but this is still an independent and sovereign nation's capability that is being targeted. it's hard to know which is real and which is not real footage. DeVito Frito says, thanks for this. Watching Ukraine videos every morning. I wish I'd give more. Hope Trump doesn't get us into the sandbox again. This cost will make Operation Iraq Freedom look cheap. Thank you, mate, for the donation. Yes, this would be a very, very bloody battle if then the US gets involved. And it goes back to that meme of, too young to fight in the Middle East, too old to fight in the Middle East, just right amount of age to fight in the Middle East, which seems like there's always something there. Now, apparently, but this isn't a page I use very often, so, hold a sec, but apparently these are Iranian missiles in Tel Aviv, but I could be incorrect on that as well. Let me know if this is older footage or not. It's hard to verify any of this at this point in time. It'll be interesting to see the world's reaction to this too, because there still are a lot of partners out there. And then this is just going to get wild with the way people will react to this, absolutely. Right. Richard says, I think Israel sabotaging Trump's negotiations and hoping to provoke Iran into a conflict that forces the USA to get in and then have to finish it. Richard, that seems to be the way a lot of people are thinking, is that Trump was meant to have negotiations with Iran tomorrow, and that the people are going, Israel does not want that they want to have like a military end to Iran's nuclear capacity. So you have to preemptively launch this before something is signed off. But the thing is, in my opinion, is if the US doesn't back this up here, it's going to get pretty wild pretty quickly. All right, let me have a look before I can show you any footage here. So there's sirens in Israel. Okay, the Israeli military operation against Iran's nuclear program and long-range missile capabilities to last for several days. This is from the Times of Israel. The IDF is preparing for heavy fire from Iran in response to airstrikes tonight. At the end of the operation, there will be no nuclear threat. So the IDF has said at the end of this operation, there'll be no nuclear threat. We're in a window of strategic opportunities. We have reached the point of no return, and there is no choice but to act now. The IDF says it's coordinating its actions with the US. So the Times of Israel is saying that this is coordinated with the US and that there is now the point of no return. So yeah, it seems to be a little bit of mixed information whether the US is in support of or not of this. If you asked me, I think they may have known more. But again, we will see and wait and see for oil prices to skyrocket as well. Let me see if I can. So let's just have a squiz at this for a second. So this is the Brent crude price here. So yeah, no surprises to see this at all. This is, this is Brent crude that I'm showing you, but if you looked at Urals crude, this would be helping out Russia as well. You just can't get as good numbers on Urals crude. It's not as public as Brent. Mr. Rayner says, we're entirely dependent on Iranian restraint. Iran's power isn't nuclear, it's economic. The complete shutdown of the Persian Gulf would cause a global depression at best. Yeah, the oil giants that sit in here, OPEC, all of this could cause huge issues worldwide. And fiscal economies, well, they will continue marching on. Let me have a look. Okay, so Middle East Spectator has corrected what they have said earlier. And remember, because I'm doing it live, we're going to get a lot wrong, okay? And feel free to correct me in the chat because I'm only one set of eyes. We can have 3,000 sets of eyes looking, okay? Correction, no ballistic missiles have been launched from Iran yet. These are most likely air defense missiles, okay? So the footage that I showed you before, Middle Eastern pages are saying that no, these aren't ballistics, that these are AD missiles. FS Stang says US response will depend on Iran's response. If they target a US asset, well, we'll have no choice. If Trump told the IDF not to strike, they wouldn't have. True, but they may be relying on that too to then start something. Thank you, FPS Stang, as well, mate. Index says, what do you think is the chances could see a serious nuclear and radiological disasters from these strikes? Also, love the videos, man. Keep up the good work. Index, thank you, mate, very, very much. Look, I don't actually know. It would tend to think that because these nuclear facilities are so deep underground, that a lot of these may be fairly contained, but you don't know, because we did see, who was it, who said like the whole, if there's massive strikes on nuclear facilities, like the Persian Gulf could be all contaminated. That's something that I saw yesterday, but I can't exactly verify that at the moment. I can't remember who was saying that, but it was someone like official. Karen Walker, thank you on the PayPal. Remember, the PayPal is the best way, but I appreciate absolutely everyone. Appreciate almost all 3,000 of you being here with me today as well. Okay, first video. Okay, it's first video of the Natanz nuclear facility on fire. Give me 1 second. I'll bring this up. So this is the first confirmed video that we have. Oh, shit. Where is it? Just wait 1 second. I'll find it. So there's been a lot of footage, of course, getting recycled as per usual. It's on AMK's Telegram. I'm guessing it'll be on his Twitter in a second. I'll show you as soon as we have videos of the Natanz nuclear facility after strikes. So these are strikes on nuclear facilities. Give me just a second and I'll bring this up. Scott Haig, thank you for becoming a member of the Willy Club. Okay, let me download this and then I'll show you. Maybe it'll be on X. If the US release a statement, let me know in the chat and then I'll go over that as well. So one outcome from this will be that Twitter and Telegram are about to be flooded with fucking propaganda and people going off for the next coming days. So this is the Natanz nuclear facility here that we see then burning. So again, these are strikes on another nation's nuclear facilities. This is a very, very big deal. If we look at the response doctrine from nuclear powers, this is a very, very big deal. This is escalating very quickly. It'll be interesting to see what Iran do. Will they maybe have limited because they want to negotiate with the US? Again, at this point in time, we don't actually know. So, very, very significant. All right. Let me have a look. So, Chief of the Home Front Command, the Israeli military, says every citizen must know what the best protected space is in their vicinity. When a warning is issued, one must enter protected spaces and remain till the official announcement says it will leave. So they also say movement and travel should be minimised. We face intense and complex days. So Israel is putting out warnings saying you need to know the best facility for you to go to, the best protected facility, and that over the next several days, we're going to face intense and complex days. So wait out on that. And Beer Break, thank you for becoming a level 1 member, brother. Thank you. And one thing we do know worldwide air defense is very, very limited at the moment. Ukraine is using a shitload of different air defense. Israel has been using a lot of air defense. Of course, America need to keep a massive amount of air defense on hand for themselves and for Taiwan. And that I saw an article only today, this morning that I was reading, basically saying that we will see potentially a lot of these missiles start getting through if it is mass attacks, because it will just run out. Shio Rayner says, does China have any military agreements with Iran? I don't know. I'm guessing someone will be able to tell you in the chat and I have heard a lot of people, saying that this could actually be a very good opportunity if China wanted to have military action. Sorry, it's bloody really cold. My nose is leaking. If they wanted to actually have military action on Taiwan, now may be the time. As everything else is going on, air defense is short, their forces are stretched thin, maybe that would be a better, maybe now would be one of the best times to do so. Right. Nantaz enrichment site. So nuclear enrichment site at Nantaz, which I just showed you, is confirmed to be hit from Middle Eastern, from Iranian pages. Okay, so the site has been hit. So nuclear facilities have been struck. That's unbelievable. This is footage from Tehran about what they claim is a targeted assassination. Who it is against, we don't know. They say leaders of the the IRGC, but we don't know. It could be against nuclear scientists also. I can't believe that Nantaz nuclear enrichment has been hit. That's wild. What I'm actually going to do is I'm going to just have a quick look and see what the stock market's reaction is, because it will likely, in bad news speculation, absolutely plummet. Yeah, it's down overall. I'm looking at like the ASX. Let me look at like a broad market index fund of the Australian stock market. It hasn't been down that much, but still, we will see stock market reaction to this, especially once NASDAQ does open. What is AMK mapping saying at the moment? Israeli launched missiles from fighter jets have seen over Baghdad. So, yeah, it's all happening. Right, I'm going to set a new goal for super chats because you guys got to it very, very quickly. So feel free. Right, and also remember the chat goes very, very quickly. So if I miss something, I apologize. And I need to nuclear facility getting hit is fucking wild, man. Do you guys think that Iran will respond? Do you think they should respond or wait to have discussions with the US? Do you think that Israel's trying to drag the US into something? That is the questions that I'll ask you at the moment. US futures down 1.7%. Thank you. So a Sunday has said, Willie, based on balance of power, which includes population, resource, wealth, allies, location, war with Iran seems quite futile, especially given how hated Israeli are in the West. Why do you think the war is inevitable? I think the war is inevitable because Israel want to maintain their dominance in this area of the world. And yeah, based on, and I think they may see that if we don't do it now, it's just going to get worse and worse into the future. We may be able to, as we have, Trump in power, we may be able to drag more of this in because it's not going to get better. It's not going to get easier into the future. But war with Iran is hugely expensive in resources, including man, machine, everything else. EMH says, I firmly believe Israel wants to involve the United States in a military solution and would like another expensive regime change nation building project. Thanks for all you do. Thank you, EMH. And it does seem that way. It does seem the US looks like, at least, trying to have some level of negotiation with Iran and, working even with Putin to do this. But it seems like the day before those negotiations were meant to take place, that Israel has launched then kinetic attacks on Iranian nuclear facilities. The thing is if America doesn't take the bait, and this should be a major Israeli concern, is what if the US says, like, no, we don't want it like this. We're not going to support further war because it's so unpopular. I saw something yesterday that was asking people all around the world about their support of, do they support Israel in what's happening at the moment in Gaza, and like the overwhelming majority of the world, like the absolute majority of the world, was heavily no. And this is the thing: is there seems to be the support for Israel is in like a sliver of the conservative right government. It seems like far right is anti-Israel, everything left is anti-Israel, and there's like this one sliver that is, and it's like that's really ending up a fairly small minority at this point, and this is dangerous. Is this going to be World War III from Grape Ape? Brother, I do not know. The footage that you are seeing here is Israeli fighter jets apparently over Iraq, as far as I'm aware. Yes, this is over Baghdad, the footage that you are seeing at this point in time. Studio says, look at Iran's history of retaliation. They always give it a few weeks before they respond. I think this is entirely based on Netanyahu's desperation to maintain power, even within Israel. Yep, Studio Rena, look, it is. We have seen retaliation come sometime following. But yeah, there is further justification of actions being taken places as well, and keeping in with the US. President Trump is expected to make a statement shortly, so Trump will be making a statement on what we are seeing in the near future. So keep an eye for that. More explosions reported in Tehran. We'll wait for the Trump statement. Netanyahu.
גרוני אומנם ניחר, מופלאה. התוכנית שלי היום הוכח.
I'll see if Netanyahu has this in English. So Israel believes, this isn't confirmed, Israel believed that that the chief of staff of Iran's armed forces, Mohammad Bagheri, has been eliminated. That is at least claimed by Israel at the moment.
Israel.
So, yeah, I can't find what Netanyahu has said at this point in time. Hillbilly 1905, thank you for becoming a member. And Putin pays me to post, says, so what is this, another American war in the Middle East? Putin pays me to post, yeah, it does seem like that will be the outcome of this. Honestly, it does seem like this will be another US war in the Middle East. Because in my opinion, Israel cannot launch ground attacks successfully into Iran with where they're caught up in other areas at the moment. They're relying, in my opinion, if they want further ground actions here. Because remember, strategic airstrikes, conventional strategic airstrikes, have very limited effect compared to ground operations. It has never won a war. I say conventional, that if you really want to clean this up, you need ground operations, and I do not believe Israel has the capacity to have ground operations against Iran, especially given what we're seeing in other axes and sectors currently. Where would be the best place, do you believe, to watch Trump's announcement? Where would Trump go live? Which pages typically have it? More explosions in central Iran, Isfahan. So let me bring up, I'll supply you guys a map so you can get an idea of what we are seeing struck and not struck. Someone says it could be a decapitation strike. It doesn't really work that well, though, against regimes. Callie Fortune says, imagine next week Israel could be safer and the Iranian people truly free, or we could be in World War III. The die has been cast, and all we can wait and see the result. Best place to see Trump is RSBN. Okay, I'll have a look for RSBN to watch what Trump says. And potentially this will be successful in that, but also there's, anything like this comes with the massive consequence of absolutely getting out of hand instantly. Because as I said, the biggest threat in this, by a mile, the biggest threat is that the intelligence information is incorrect and that Iran does have one of these systems. That's the biggest concern. And that if they've got one of these systems and you've struck the nuclear facilities, well, as per like every other country's doctrine, a retaliation strike is could be absolutely in the works. So let me bring this up here. How do I change screens? Right. So firstly, let's do this. 2A Willie. It's been a long time. Good to see you again, Willie. Hope all's well with this. You the man. Thank you, 2A Willie, mate. Thank you. Great to see you back as well. It has been a while. A new Bob Dole is an unpopular view, but because of how humans interact with governments, I've come to see governments themselves as a modern equivalent of pagan deities. Yet much human dispute seems fueled by strict religious belief. Absolutely, there's strict religious belief in this. People like to say that it doesn't have anything religious to do in this war, and that's just absolutely ridiculous. And it is crazy to see the interactions with governments. And I believe there's been such a huge shift after the spicy flu. Everything shifted 180 degrees. A new war in the Middle East, great time to be a 20-year-old in America. Yeah, well, mate, it could get wild. Demarcus 007 says, if this war kicks off with the US ground troop, how would this look compared to recent conflicts in the Middle East? A lot more capability, Demarcus. A way more capability and way more costly. Compared to more conventional weapons, harder systems, more command, and drones. Drones have just completely changed warfare. Look at when you have you look at the power disparity between Russia and Ukraine. Look how the drones could hold that off. Iran has a lot of drone technology, and FPVs and everything are very, very cheap. Ground operations would be incredibly costly. And we're talking about as well nuclear facilities. We're not talking about dirty facilities as well that could be part of this. Now, what you're looking at here is the nuclear sites. Now, we know there's been strikes at Natanz nuclear enrichment facility, okay? Potential strikes at Tehran. Oh, no, not potential, absolutely strikes at Tehran against apparently leaders, and reports of strikes at Isfahan as well. So these two here have been getting hit. Okay, let me try and keep up to date with more of what is going on. Yeah, Israeli launches are being carried out from Iraqi airspace. More explosions at Isfahan, which is where I showed you just before. Iran military on Twitter, on their official Twitter, has said, remember that we didn't initiate it. Reports of Israeli airstrikes on Iranian radar bases. Remember, as I always say, to exploit these attacks, it also needs to be simultaneous and successive. So we will see probably more and more of this, and you could see a mixture with further operations also. But as far as a lot of these facilities, yes, to strike the entry and exit points is possible, but some of these facilities are 100 metres below the ground with hard rock and concrete and all of this shit on top of them. And as we have spoken about, the actual ability to dig down with bunker buster munitions, the amount of operations, air operations that would have to take place that are putting planes at risk of air defence is huge. And Israel does not have some of those massive ordnance bombs like the B-2s can drop. Double bunker buster at the same position, it would be way more than double on a lot of these. Way more than double. When is Trump's speech? I don't know when Trump's speech is. Let me know as soon as you see it. and then I will go live with that and talk about it. Greetings from New Zealand. What do you think Iran's response will be? I think Iran will launch a shitload of ballistic missiles. I think that's exactly what they'll do. And the smart move would be not to hit then American areas in like Iraq. But again, we don't know. Or it would be to not respond and work with the US in the meetings in the coming days. And work with the US and paint Israel as the bad guy. Studio Rana says there has political opposition been stated anything in Israel. If Iran retaliates against Israel, would only benefit Netanyahu. Iran knows this. Yeah. So Studio Rana, and that's sort of in response to Terence, is that it will maybe only benefit Netanyahu. We will see. Right. So Middle East Spectator, who's one of the biggest pages that follow a lot of this, has said, we're at war. Israel is striking nuclear sites, military officials, missile bases, air defences and radar sites. This is war. Yeah, so I'm just trying to look at more. And you're striking military officials, nuclear facilities. This is very, very large escalation in what is occurring here. Right. You do need to be reminded there's a lot of older footage floating around also. Search and rescue operations are underway across Tehran due to the strikes on claimed military officials, but also in residential areas. So remember, this is where they are getting struck, like at home. Rapid response. Right. Let me change this scene. Rapid response 47, which is official rapid response account of Trump's 47th White House, says statement of Secretary Marco Rubio. Tonight, Israel took unilateral action against Iran. We are not involved in strikes against Iran, and our top priority is protecting American forces in the region. Israel advised us that they believe this action was necessary for its self-defense. Trump and the administration have taken all necessary steps to protect our forces and remain in close contact with our regional partners. Let me be clear. Iran should not target US interests or personnel. So the US is trying to say we had nothing to do with this. Israel said it's in for their self-defense, as we saw before from Israeli officials saying there was imminent threat of nuclear attack here. Again, that imminent threat apparently has been around for multiple decades, and the US is saying Iran should not target these interests. But as we have spoken about, there seems to be a lot of want for some of these interests to be targeted to give a reason to move in. Where did someone say I should... If you see Trump go live, please let me know.
Architecture and...
This isn't live. Oh, no. Started live now? No, that's not live. Sorry, I'm trying to find... Oh, Jesus, that's going to be loud. Apologies. Studio Rayner says, best bet would be to take it Netanyahu. I have a friend who lives in Israel and the routines of retreating to bunkers is used to suppress opposition. Russia's mistake was legitimising Zelensky. And there has been more legitimising of Zelensky somewhat during the negotiations, but that is one of the reasons we believe that Putin wouldn't want to meet with Zelensky, is it would then be taken as that now the Kremlin sees as legitimate after years of saying that he is illegitimate. Let me have more of a look. So further footage of strikes against Iranian nuclear facilities. This is Nantan's. EJ Floyd, thank you for coming. The top level of Stop It's Too Big. Appreciate that, brother. Godzilla says, you just can't break from the news, can you? No, we can't, because things just keep happening again and again and again. Now, I just need to message one of my dear friends very quickly who I'm meant to be seeing for lunch and say, I don't think I'll be able to come. Okay, substantial secondary detonations in western Iran. Let me have a look at this. Sorry, I just had to let one of my mates know that things have gone to shit and there's good odds I am not coming to lunch. Samuel Ellis, thank you for the PayPal donation. Remember, PayPal donations are the best way. He said, been watching every day for about a year now. You taught me a lot and helped me think much more critically on things, as weird as it sounds. Helped me get through some tough times. Thank you, brother. I really, really appreciate that, Sammy. I hope that you are doing really, really well yourself, mate. So this is secondary detonations near Padanshah in western Iran. Let me turn this up here. This may be loud. If so, apologies. Oh, what have I done? Sorry, clicked on the wrong thing. So after Israeli airstrikes at this area, we have substantial secondary ammunition then cooking off, that it seems like here. Or potentially that may be something electric as well, but a substation. Yeah, that's what I thought. Yeah, it may be an electrical substation. Sorry, I've got a lot of friends on Signal being like, do you know blah, 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 blah. Shit. How the fuck do I share this? Copy link. Sorry, I'm just doing some private stuff at the moment with some other guys who want some information on this. This is out of control, though. Like, this is a massive thing going on. Like, to strike nuclear facilities and then hold breath for then, response. But as someone said before, that, likely the response may take some time, but Israel, they are saying, to, seek the hardest shelter you can, that there's going to be several days of then attacks too. So Israeli fighter jets are over Damascus in Syria. Tennant says, what do you believe Trump's response will be to this shit show? I can't imagine he's going to be happy with Bibi Netanyahu at all. Terrence, I agree. I don't think Trump is going to be happy with this. I don't know, because it's hard. What Trump says and then what he does can sometimes be different, but he's been working towards having less war, ending wars, and having some sort of negotiation with, with Iran. And this is absolutely just thrown a spanner in the works. That may be also the reason why Israel has done this. DeMarcus says, World War III before GTA 6. If World War III stops us from getting GTA, I'm going to war myself. Right, does anyone know, sorry, I asked this before and then I forgot, the best place of where and when Trump goes live to see what he says, because that is going to be very, very major. Another impact of this too, and I know you and I have spoken about this previously, is the amount now of air defense that is now having to go towards Israel There's only so much. There is a finite amount of air defense that this will be going. Israel is a much closer ally than Ukraine, and this will have huge effect on Ukraine's ability to intercept missiles. Oh my God, Earl Hansen. Thank you. I appreciate the coverage. Thank you, Earl, on the PayPal, mate. I really, really do appreciate this. Now, this is the first footage showing these airstrikes in Tehran. Remember, we'd only seen the aftermath previously of this. So these are Israeli airstrikes on the capital. Aaron Falcon. Doesn't this trigger Russia's defense pact? Look, Aaron, I don't know. I'm not well read enough on Iran and Russian defense pact. I don't know. But strikes on nuclear facilities are a huge escalation in this. Marcelo says, we regret to inform that John Bolton passed away today after gleefully volunteering to be tied to the first bomb dropped on Tehran. Yeah. Oh, God. Yeah, there's some hardcores in this. Politics Reality TV says, try to speculate on what will happen post-immediate Iranian response, even if it's for entertainment purposes only. Look, I don't know. Following Iranian response, which will be potentially very, very large, I think the US, Vance, Trump, they want less war, and they will tighten the collar on whoever they need to stop war. I know that there's a want for war against Iran, and still my belief that it's inevitable, even maybe not this administration, maybe in another, but we don't know. It's hard to know. That's why this is, I guess, interesting. Is it's impossible to know what is actually going to take place, because it could go. The actual left and right of arc of response is huge. As we speculated earlier, the smartest thing to do would probably be no immediate response until you speak to the US and be like, hey, what is this? But it's going to be very, very difficult. And this, of course, impacts wars in Europe as well. So Israeli media, they are saying that it was coordinated with the US, and the US is saying that it wasn't coordinated with them. So I don't know. Some media is also saying that the US helped Iran into the belief that no attack was imminent as well. Some are saying that a bit of a trick here to, the negotiations and talks, whatever. No, nothing's coming until, we talk. And that has actually had a bit of a trick there too. The hippie, I can't read your name. Damn. I'm just going to go to the hippie. Coffee's on me, big dog. We pig. Thank you, hippie, mate. I really appreciate that. And yeah, the pig battalion. Flop Whopper says, Willie, don't you think direct conflict between Israel and Iran will be beneficial for Ukraine? Of course, this chance is low, but hypothetically, no. I don't think it'd be beneficial for Ukraine at all. The limited air defense that Ukraine has are hugely, hugely impactful for Russian bombers and drones. I know everyone loves to call them Shahed drones, but the drone, which is an Iranian drone, is not being made in Iran and bought over. Russia has bought the licensing and producing those and updating those drones, so it's not going to have effect on that domestic capacity either. Of course, it will affect it, but I think it would affect. It'll have a negative effect on Ukraine more as US and international attention goes away from that war. Remember, eyes on and attention to that war is one of the most important pieces for Ukraine. Eric Floyd, just love the content. Hope all's going well. Thank you, Eric, on the PayPal, mate. I really do appreciate this. Explosions heard. Iranian State TV confirms. Okay, so from AMK. So just wait, let me see if I can actually bring this up. So as you can read it, you see where I'm getting it from. So Mr. AMK here, okay. Iranian state TV confirms assassination of the Iranian Revolutionary Guard commander, Commander General Hassan Salami, General Gholam Rashid, nuclear physicist Dr. Mohammad Tehranchi, and former nuclear chief Faridun Abbazi. So this is what we said earlier, is it doesn't just mean that these strikes are against military figures such as these generals and here. It can also be against then scientists developing these too. So as you can see, this doctor here, nuclear physicist, nuclear chief, you can see strikes against that too, trying to reduce the knowledge base there. So huge, huge. That's very big news. Yeah, it'd be funny to see what allies actually take place in this, like where they respond, where the US sit, where Russia sit, China. Again, I saw some people yesterday in my chat going, basically saying, I tell you, if China was ever to make a move while there's distraction, now could be the time. If it was to be done militarily, which I'm not convinced that China want to have military operations against these areas. Right, okay, lunch with my mate is cancelled. We'll do it maybe later on. Right, put a lid on it. Okay, White House calls for a lid. So what do you mean by White House calls for a lid? No more press for the day? Is that what it is? Let me ask. What does it mean when the White House puts an LID, a lid, on information? Okay, what does it mean when the White House puts a lid onto the press? When, this is from 14 years ago, when the press secretary signals White House press, there is no more news from the White House, will be announcing, it's called a lid. A full lid means no more for the rest of the day. In other words, the reporters can go home. Okay, so it looks like we're not going to get anything from the White House. I don't know how to read into that, guys. I think, personally, I think Trump could be fucking seething at what has happened here and wait for, again, you've struck nuclear facilities with enriched uranium. This is a fucking big deal. And I believe this is why America wanted to do this through the negotiation path. And Israel cannot afford, with countries like Australia now turning their back on Israel, they cannot afford to have further friction between them and the US. And this is gambling. It is a big gamble, because what if Trump turns around and goes, we're not happy with that? Studio says, I see a civil war in Israel as more concerning and likely than Iran retaliating. With that external threat, there's decent chance of a coup in Israel. In the end, the people of a state is the state. And they're very, very correct there, Mr. Rayner, that the people of the state are the state. You'll hear me say that a lot about massive wars of attrition destroying the state itself. But people in Israel, there's been growing unhappiness towards what is occurring, because, of course, there's young people dying. The cost is massive, and rattling sabers of potential nuclear attacks as well. So a lot of people, like if this was Australia doing this, I'd be like, hang on, Jesus, it's hard to sell. It's a very, very hard sell for this also. Oh, am I still live? I just accidentally clicked the wrong thing. Oh yeah, no, I'm good. I accidentally clicked out of something. And let me open this back up, and then I'll do a little bit more information gathering. Mr. Reaper, thank you for the donation, mate. No message, but I hope that you are doing very, very well, Mr. Reaper. Did I miss one here? Carl Webster. Willie, perhaps our Foreign Ministry, Penny Wong, will support Iran to show her true colours. Yep, and that's what I was meaning about from oh shit, what was that? What was your name, sorry? Damn. About Penny Wong, Australia's turned their back here. Be watching truth.com for rants. Yeah. Truth Social or whatever. Oh, yeah, the Truth. Yeah, sorry, the truth.com when I pronounced that incorrectly. Yeah, we'll see. But apparently there's a lid on, so no more information coming out of the White House. But it'll be, that's what is mostly very interesting for me is the White House, they're not having any official statement here. What you would think, okay, to me at least, if Trump knew, if the White House knew this was coming, that they would have like a statement and everything ready to go when they're like saying all the journalists, media can go home, they're trying to work out like, Jesus. Swede DJT, thank you for becoming a member of the club. And I'm going to show you here what this is Iranian fighter jets patrolling the skies of Tehran. So you've got some Maverick and Goose level F-14s probably in the air. Andrew 7933 has said Israeli missiles launched from US bases in Iraq. Iraq has condemned Israel use of the airspace and filed a formal complaint to the UN. At the end of the day, yeah, you are using another sovereign independent state's airspace to fire missiles into another state. And this is where there's so much hypocrisy around sovereign and independence that, you know, if you're going to talk about sovereign independent states from a liberal standpoint, you also need to see too sovereign independence of states that don't agree with your world order and vision as well. Apparently, price of gold is pumping. That wouldn't surprise me one bit. It'll still underperform the S&P over the next 10 years. Wesley Easton says, cheers for your time and coverage. Thank you, Wesley, mate. I really appreciate that. Right. I haven't checked this page for a while. Just let me check and see if there's anything. Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu and Defense Minister Israel Katz on Monday signed a directive ordering the IDF to prepare for its action in Iran, a defense official has said. So I don't know. So we do know there's been some very, very high members of Iran killed, both in nuclear science and military command as well. Iraqi security forces are on high alert. Look, if Iraq, I know they won't, but if they started shooting down planes in their airspace, it's their airspace. Right. Yep, another war in the Middle East, huh? Who could have guessed this coming? God. Okay, Iranian jets still in the air. It does look like some of the waves of attacks have stopped for now, but wait out on that because it's incredibly difficult to know. Mr. Raynar says, never ascribe to malice that which can adequately be explained by incompetence. Some guy in Europe who thought he could conquer Russia. It's a very good quote and still incredibly relevant. T. Zeus says, would Iran not just light up an oil field and send the globe into meltdown? T. Zeus, this is the problem. Yeah, this is the problem when dealing with fiscal countries like this and who have oil fields is Iran, they can throw a bloody Molotov cocktail into an oil field and we're in real trouble. And someone asked me before, someone asked me about does it benefit Ukraine, Russia? If oil prices skyrocket, which is very, very likely that oil prices will skyrocket, what is Russia's economy based on? Oil. And you're not going to get that down to Zelensky's wanted $30 a barrel. It's going to skyrocket. And Brent crude is skyrocketing. Urals crude is very, very difficult to look at, but I'll try and get some numbers on Urals. I know a guy who can break down some of that. He looks at other markets and can work out from that Urals. Don't ask me. So, yeah, Alan M. Thank you for the donation, actually. Alan has the largest donation of the day. Thank you, mate. I really appreciate that. Remember, guys, donations, I really, really appreciate it. Super Chat's fantastic. PayPal is better because, of course, YouTube take a percentage of all of these. But Alan says, the weak Jew you remember is gone. The covenant you read in your book broken. Never again. I'd rather fall to your bullet than cower to your right. This nation is ours, no matter the cost. We are a death cult just like you. I'm not sure where this is from, Alan, but thank you for sending this across, as well as RF, says ivermectin and fembazolimo. Yeah, that's for my health. Thank you, mate. I really appreciate that. Also, and EJ Floyd says it was coordinated with the US because it happened right after stock market closed. Stocks are bouncing back now. So again, we will see what keeps occurring. The stocks there will be big sell-offs. Richard on PayPal sent me $20 and goes, Uber Eats lunch sorted. Thank you, mate. Thank you. No, I'm not eating out anywhere because I'm eating keto, like really, really strict keto. So I don't really eat out much. Or if I do, I have to buy a $40 steak, which is super annoying. So I eat before I go and then just have like a water, which is or a decaf coffee. Western Iran, unconfirmed explosions. Right, sorry, let me keep looking. The one I'd love to hear a podcast on about this is actually Jeffrey Sachs to speak about the economic impact of a lot of this. Forwarded from Donald J. Trump. So I think this is Trump's official thing. But I just got sent this and said, this is the best you're going to get from Trump. Trump has said, we remain committed to a diplomatic resolution to the Iran nuclear issue. My entire administration has been directed to negotiate with Iran. They could be a great country, but they first must completely give up hopes of obtaining a nuclear weapon. Thank you for your attention on this matter. I'll just ask, is this official? So Trump says we are committed to diplomatic resolution, but Iran must give up their aspirations of a system. So I don't know. Wait on that. Let me see if I can get Truth Social up somewhere and have a look. Fucking Truth Social sucks, doesn't it? There's pages that there's pages on Twitter that like just repost everything. Commentary from Truth Social. Let's have a squiz. Last one was about Gavin Newsom. Trump is very happy about the China deal. RF. Well, thank you, brother. RF says, for a nice, big, juicy, medium rare steak, ivermectin and fenbendazole and a beer. Exactly. It's got to you counteract the growth of the tumor cells with that. Thank you, RF, mate. I really, really do appreciate the donations, guys. You've been unbelievable today. So thank you very, very much. So I can't see the Trump's Truth Social post yet, but just wait out on that. More strikes in Tabriz, in the East Azerbaijan province, Iran. So wait out on that. I'll bring up the map in a second. But the thing is, yeah, and who's this makes a point here. Sorry, my microphone's in the way of like the first chats. Arch nemesis, Iran will now get nukes. This is the thing. By doing this, you've given so much incentive for Iran to say, this is the reason we need nuclear weapons. It incentivizes that massively. I'm not saying incentivication and justification are very, very different things, but you can see why if you were one of these commanders, you say, this is the exact reason, Mr. Trump, that we need a weapon to defend ourselves. Again, as I say, I don't want Iran to have nukes, but I can see why the regime there are looking for this. Jackie Stone says, Iran's greatest power to call the executive of oil giants and tell them to deal with Israel. All I know is if Rockefeller's alive, he would have dealt with Israel to secure a monopoly on safe, secure oil. Thank you, Jack Stone. And this is the thing, is Iran, the other oil giants, they can have huge, huge impact on world economies almost instantly. So if you haven't filled up your car with petrol yet, maybe go and do that. So how do I skip back to this? This is Israeli airstrikes against Tabriz, East Azerbaijan province in Iran. So there are multiple strikes. Again, The strikes that we have seen is nowhere near the size of strikes we would need to see to have further, impact on the depth of some of these nuclear facilities. Hiccups. On the depth of some of these nuclear facilities, it would need to be again and again and again and again. But wait, we may see more. Again, Israel has said this is going to come over several days. Tracer, welcome to level 3, Mega Willy. Thank you, Tracer. Right, let me find this. Iranian air defense sites in Tabriz are being targeted. So what you're seeing here, so the one that's on your screen is said to be, from Middle East Spectator, is said to be an air defense site. We don't believe that, it actually could be wrong, but I don't believe that Iran has Russian S-400s. I know there was a lot of talk about it, but I have never seen it actually confirmed. So Swords of Steel says, remember, this will not be all success for Israel. There will be an Iranian retaliation, and it will be serious. There could be serious incidents connected to that. Be emotionally, physically, and ready for possible prolonged stay in safe spaces and prolonged power, water, gas, cell service, and internet outages. So that's what Israeli page is saying, is there's going to be strong response here. You have to be emotionally and physically ready for prolonged war with power, water, etc. And this is where a lot have been talking about in my chat about people in Israel sort of pushing back against the government, going, what is this that's going on? This has already been going on from a limited operation that was meant to be done by Christmas 23, is now going into a potential wider war with a near nuclear power with very, very major allies. Okay, Iranian military officials confirmed, martyred the IRGC Chief of Staff General Hossein Salami, IRGC General Ghulam al-Rashid, and 2 nuclear scientists. So that is apparently confirmed of these high-ranking members taken out. Mr. Reaper says, the world needs America and Russia to be friends. How much better would the world be if Russia and America worked together? We had a fantastic opportunity for Russia and America to work together at the fall of the Soviet Union, and it all went to shit with Bush, Yeltsin, and too many fingers in different pies, and still trying to work on ruining economies, etc. But that was one of my predictions. One of my predictions has been that we will see America and Russia actually grow closer because of the rising threat of China. You're reading that Iran is preparing to declare war. Wait out on that. You know, there is potential that. Alan M says, Russia is nothing, China and the US is still a major power player around the world. China and the US and Russia are a lot closer traditionally than China and the US are. China is a huge growing power with real ability to be a regional hegemon too. Korea said just joined and info on what was hit. Yes, we've had enrichment facilities hit. As far as a battle damage assessment yet, mate, it's way too early for that. Jackie Stone says, how much would it cost to replace Israel's government? I'm seriously confused why the issue wasn't solved decades ago. Acts of war bad for business regardless of who starts it. And remember, while war can be very, very good business or very, very bad business, very bad business what's going on, except for a very, very select few. But I don't know, Jackie, mate. Difficult question. JR says, long-term video lurker. Love your reporting on Ukraine. First live stream, enjoy it. Great stuff. All the best. Thank you, JR, mate. Thanks, mate. I really do appreciate that. I do try my best. I do get a lot wrong. but we are all growing together. Alan says, never bet an East Asian. Subislav, thank you for the donation as well, brother. I appreciate that. Right, it seems like some things have slowed down a little bit. We will see. So let's have a look. Yeah, so there's air defense targets being hit, nuclear facilities being hit, nuclear scientists taken out. And this is one of the things we have spoken about, that you can hit all the nuclear facilities you want, but the knowledge remains with a lot of the nuclear scientists and their information. So there will be a lot of strikes to try and take out that too and decapitate that. But I just don't know if you can, I just don't know how possible that is without ground war, given the ineffectiveness a lot of the time of strategic strikes. DTHFG 1781, thank you, brother. I appreciate that. 3,300 live is a great engagement, really has great analysis. Thank you, guys. Yeah, 3,000 people here. Imagine if I was speaking to an audience, like imagine if we had a theatre with 3,000 people in it, you'd be quite shocked. So thank you very, very much. Here we go. Visuals from alleged target eliminate. Okay, I can't show you this video, but we see in the video, we can see where a whole building has been brought down in the middle of Tehran. So a whole building's brought down and firefighters and everything there as well. So apparently one of those elimination decapitation strikes in Tehran against those senior members who we do know to have been targeted, confirmed now. Vinny the D says, off topic, but why is Western Europe, mainly England and France, have been against Germany and Russia gaining power since the 1850s, when both countries started industrialisation and state unity? The thing with that Vinny D is it's not exactly which country it was, whether it's Germany or Russia. What they wanted to prevent is they don't want a country to be a single European hegemon. They'd rather, especially England. England has a huge history of balancing power. So whether it was France who grew or Russia that grew or Germany that grew or whatever, is they would side with the smaller power to try and balance the power to prevent a country becoming then a overall European hegemon. You see this especially with Germany. So it's power politics, basically. On April, so AMK mapping reports, on April 12th, Politico reported Trump gave Iran 60 days to demonstrate, oh my God, let me start again. On April the 12th, Politico reported that Trump gave Iran 60 days to demonstrate progress in nuclear negotiations or face potential military consequences. Today is 61 days. And AMK says, for those who somehow believe that the US isn't involved in any way. So take that as you will, but you have 60 days to work in good faith. Today is the 61st day, and the US trying to say that we don't have involvement in this. Heavy says, have a few mil of scotch for me and 0 carbs. I've had no alcohol in 4 months, but I may have a little nip in a couple of weeks when I head off overseas. Jeff White says, keep up the good work. It's hard to find unbiased reporting on the world's conflicts. Thank you, Jeffy, mate. I appreciate that, bro. Do you think that the US knew about this or not? Answer that in the chat. Iranian media. So it's being reported that Iranian media will officially declare war. So we'll see, but at least they're saying that Iran will declare war. So Israeli pages are saying, as of recent weeks, it's been assessed by Israel that the Iranian regime have 2,000 ballistic missiles that could be launched towards Israel. So That's the thing. You've got 2,000 ballistic missiles. That's what I keep talking about, of the overwhelming of air defense. There's not 2,000 Patriot missiles. They're not even close. And the US will start pushing that stuff away from other areas into Israel. And that first area that doesn't get it is Ukraine. And what we could see is the success of Russian aerial attacks improve significantly. Critical Al-Doom, thank you for gifting 20 memberships to people. I'm sure that they will very, very much enjoy this. And Isotope, I hope you're doing well, brother. Yes, the US knew about this. And I think so too. I struggle to believe that the US didn't think about this. Vinny the D says, yourself and History Legends should do a show together on Sean Ryan. I think it'd be great if you guys could show some maps as well. Mate, Alex is probably large enough to get on Sean Ryan, not myself, but I do enjoy talking with History Legends every time, and where we have some similar opinions, where we have differing opinions, absolutely. And Subislav says, Russia and Ukraine, as well as Israel and the Arabs, potentially have an opportunity to start American football teams so they can get the gay energy out. God. But maybe things is just getting worse and worse. Yeah, everyone here tends to think that the US knew. I'm on that side of it too. I can't believe that the US wouldn't know about this. Mark Giudetti says, you do great work, really. Thank you, brother. I appreciate that. The time for diplomatic talks is over. Yeah. So the day after, Trump said we have to work something out. There's strikes. Shock horror. So Israeli media is reporting that in half an hour, the Iranian supreme leader, Ali Khamenei, will declare war on Israel. So apparently in half an hour, war will be declared on Israel. Again, we will see. Posmo says there's nothing that can take out a ballistic missile that travels 1,000 miles an hour. Too much velocity. Can't even take out a Iskander, which goes 250 miles. This is the thing with the speed of a lot of ballistics. It is very, very difficult to hit them. We have seen very rarely Iskanders can be taken out, but still not that often. And yes, a lot of these may not be that accurate, but 2,000, you get 10% getting through. It's big, big problems. Is Palantir Tech working overtime tonight? Yes. Wait for all of the military industrial complexes companies. We should have put money in, goddamn, we should have put money in Lockheed Martin, boys. We knew this was coming. If we'd put money in Lockheed at the beginning of 2022, we wouldn't be on YouTube asking for donations, would we? Damn. Maybe the next donations I'll put into Lockheed Martin. Son of Leviathan. Welcome back, mate. I remember you being in here a while back. Iran's choice of retaliation entirely depends on what will secure its legitimacy among people. BB has a public scandal which weakens their regime change rhetoric. It's the art of war. So this is a scandal. It can weaken that too, and Iran will want to exploit any opportunities here too. But again, we don't know. Do you sometimes use live UA map? No, because they were months behind in some areas of the front line due to political reasons. Velocity equals range. Yes. Alan M, our top donator, has said Michael Moniham and Douglas Murray watched the interview. I will have a look at that later on. So remember, any donations from here on, we're putting straight into Palantir and Lockheed Martin shares, so then I can then retire, and I'll just do this for fun instead of a job. Right, Israeli Army radio citing a military source says the first strike, being the first Iranian strike, will include hundreds of ballistic missiles towards Israel. Watching you since your coverage in Israel. Love your info and all the craziness going on in the world. You're the best. Thank you, Gary, mate. I really appreciate that. And Gary, you are the first 10 USD towards our multi-million-dollar investment strategy of just thinking there's going to be war in the Middle East, and we just put money into companies that will benefit from that. War is a racket. If you haven't read the book War is a Racket, Maybe don't, because it will ruin your outlook on governments, but it is good. This seems prophetic. Many Orthodox saints have prophesied that this and Turkey closing the straits will be the start of World War III. So, again, we will see a further impact on closing waterways as well. I hope everyone here is staying safe. Like, we've probably got people from countries here that are about to head into a massive war. I hope that you guys are looking after yourself. That's the problem. You've got about 15 people around the world of these guys in charge causing all of these fucking issues. It's not those on the triggers. It's those that sit in public. Multiple explosions at the Tabriz nuclear facility of Iran. So the Tabriz nuclear facility has been targeted as well, and there are explosions there. That does not mean that it is a nuclear explosion. Settle down. You know, there's all sorts of things just from chemicals, whatever can explode, and a conventional missile or whatever hitting a nuclear facility, even a nuclear weapon itself, is not going to explode it. It doesn't work like that. But you can see where a lot of these facilities sit in Iran on this map here. Let's see if there's any new updates on here. So hundreds of missiles apparently going to be in the first retaliatory strike. I don't know when we're going to see that. Some people have correctly pointed out that it may actually be a number of days until we see this. So Iranian state TV, they have said there's no sign of nuclear contamination at the Natanz enrichment site. So Iranian state TV says there's no nuclear contamination at these sites. Again, given the amount of reinforcing on a lot of these sites, it would be unlikely to get down into the areas where this is held, more so than just entry and exit points and surface level bits and pieces. But the subsurface stuff is very, very difficult to get to. And the strikes that I've seen so far doesn't seem large enough to really start punching through that. What's that meme where it's like, you think the world's bad now, it's going to get worse? Hello, Matthew. I'm Matt from Choice Auto Insurance. I was wondering if you want to talk about renewing your policy with us. Call anytime. Wondering if you want to talk about your car's extended warranty. So, God, I wish we'd have like a actual Trump statement. Because that's what we want to know. That's the big part in this, is America's involvement or not. What do you think? How long do you think we will the Iron Dome hold up? Not against ballistics. You need something like Patriot or THAAD. But even that, I just don't think there's enough missiles if they go full on in this. Iranian regime contemplating declaration of war. It'd be funny to see what the other Arab states do. Can someone put how the US futures are looking? Right, Mr. Rayner, he says, assuming the US new is vague, the US state is massive. Incompetence tends to be the answer. Democracy is a really dumb concept, considering the masses tend to favour the incompetent. It can be one of the problems that it becomes a popularity contest, but I think the US probably knew. Eden's Mind says, I just woke up. Good morning. Can you give a real update on what happened in public? I'm guessing that DBA is battle damage assessment. So basically what has occurred is Israel's come out and they have said we face an imminent nuclear threat they're basically on the eve of making nuclear weapons, and we are justified in carrying out strikes against Iranian nuclear facilities and members of the Iranian scientific community who work in nuclear research as well as command. We've had multiple strikes on multiple nuclear facilities. It doesn't seem like we've had any, at least from accounts, says there's been no contamination yet, but we don't know, as well as strikes against air defense areas, and it is looking like Iran may declare war soon. Heavy, thank you for and thank you for your donation too, mate. Heavy says, this is the worst day of my life. Homer, this is the worst day of your life so far. So it is getting pretty wild. Do remember that Israel approximately has around 90 nuclear weapons. Okay, so from Middle East Spectator, remember there's a lot of bias in this, but again, this is what we do is we just try and get accounts from both sides and see what is lining up to get an idea, okay? The underground structure at Natanz nuclear enrichment facility at Fordow nuclear enrichment have not been damaged according to initial damage assessment. And look, it's hard to know. Sorry, I was getting my phone charger. I might better plug it in. It's hard to know if these have been damaged or not until we get then satellite imagery, and even then. But from the amount of strikes we've seen, given the depth on this, go to the end of the video yesterday and let's talk about bunker busting munitions. It doesn't look like that we would see penetration and penetration into those facilities, but it's a big warning, and we may see it if you keep going, especially if B-2 bombers start dropping massive ordnance on these areas. All right, so yeah, markets are down. Matt says penetration. Yeah, the massive penetrating. What did I say in the video yesterday? It was like the massive penetration bomb or something, like that's what I have been called, which is a complete lie. That's propaganda. Okay, New York Times says Israel attacks 6 Iranian bases. Right, so from Israeli official journalists, if that'll make sense, basically just military journalists, said amid Israeli strikes on Iran, the IDF is bolstering troops and raising its level of alert alongside Israel's borders in the West Bank. In the West Bank, all Palestinian towns are under lockdown until further notice. So in the West Bank, Israel has locked down all Palestinian towns. In the north, IDF says it's mobilizing troops to be ready to defend if attacked. New meaning to she's about to go ballistic. Yeah, bro, absolutely. GBU-57, the massive ordnance penetrator. Exactly. And it is Friday the 13th. God, I forgot about that. Damn. Remember, legends, any donations, whether through the PayPal or the Super Chat, they're going straight towards our Lockheed share account. So I can retire. Right. Speaking to the IDF's top brass, where upon taking office, they defined thwarting Iran's nuclear ambitions as a top priority. So yeah, Israel again saying that Iran was so determined to destroy Israel with nuclear weapons that if we miss the opportunity to strike their nuclear facilities, we won't get it back. Israel's ambassador to the United Nations, Danny Danon, on CNN says the decision to strike Iran was entirely independent, with an upside-down face. It does seem like there is some level of movement between America and Israel. With everything else is shared, why would this not be? I just don't see that Israel would do this without some level of US sign-off, because it is a huge gamble. If the US go, we don't support that, and then you have 2,000 missiles coming your way, wow. I feel safe in New Zealand knowing that Willie is between me and the Middle East. Yeah, you should. All right, so Middle East Spectator again says the underground structure at the nuclear facilities have not been damaged. Again, we don't know. But if they haven't been damaged, does that mean Israel say, well, again, we have to keep going? Wayne Alley says stock to zero donation. Thank you, brother. Thank you, Wayne Alley. Yeah, Trump's coming in and going, we're going to end all wars. Hasn't aged well at all. These people stuck in ancient trauma are trying to destroy us all. Could not agree more. Remember, it was promised 3,000 years ago. Yeah, all IDF has a blockade on all Palestinian cities in the West Bank. Palm and Pine Aussies. What's up, Aussie? G'day, mate. I hope that you are doing very well. How are you going? Again, thank you for the donation to the Lockheed account. Right, let me have a quick scroll on X and see what is and what isn't going down. People are just posting like blatant misinformation. The funny thing is it's always the same accounts doing it. It's ridiculous. I cannot believe people maintain an audience on this channel. Like I cannot believe on this channel, on this platform. I cannot believe that people on this platform who have massive audiences just lie again and again and again, and their audience doesn't just say this is bullshit. I just don't see how people maintain an audience. Jack Stone, thank you for the donation again, mate. He says, if the media never reported on Ukraine, a lot of Ukrainian Russian lives would be saved. You can support a side of a conflict if you volunteer and serve, and for the said side. Mutually assured destruction can end all wars. And I'm surprised with how hardcore people are that more people don't actually go and sign up to fight, because there's no excuse. Now 3 years in, people I didn't have military experience. Plenty of people are over there without military experience, and plenty of time to go and get military experience as well. An Israeli official has told Fox News that we are just getting started. So we have about 10 minutes until we expect that Iran may declare war. I bet tonight when I go to sleep, all of this will then start. Yeah, it just shocks me. People just still, like, I think I said in the video yesterday, this whole, like, Russia demolished, nothing left, like, and then 400,000 views. And you're like, how do people still... How are people not critical of this? Like, that you're like, well, how then is the line continuing moving in the direction we see it? And it goes against even what the NATO chief, who's like your god, says. Killer says, love your vids. I watch at my job dishwashing. Killer, I hope that you're having a fantastic day, brother. Thank you very much. Are you dishwashing right now, mate? Just trying to see if there's any more information that we haven't yet seen. So, of course, that's that substation cooking off. And from Verson Elton Geneville, thank you very much on the PayPal, mate. Appreciate that. Gustav Kuriga says, Willie, I am. You and I are probably the opposite sides of the political spectrum. But I respect you for objectively reporting things based on what is actually happening. Keep it up. Gustav, thank you very much, mate. And the thing is, we may actually, like, in my opinion, the political spectrum, I'm a huge believer in a bit of the horseshoe theory of politics, and that a lot of people are actually much closer than you think. And I hate this idea that the political spectrum is, I hate that it's like a ruler, that it's like this, and that you have the center and then you have right and left, and that all of you has to be one way or the other, that you can't have both very conservative or progressive opinions on things, that it's like, if you believe in this, then you also have to believe in all of that. And I think that's a huge issue, that it's like, well, if you want more social services, you also then have to agree that we should give puberty blockers to children. And it's like, no, you can believe in we have increase in social services and not do that. But also on the other side, that it can be, well, look, I want there to be less public spending, and we go back to more traditional behaviours, while still seeing that there is a lot of importance in moving forwards in certain areas too. So that's the thing that annoys me more so than anything, is that you have to be one or the other. That's become, whilst that everything is now non-binary, but politics has become completely binary, and the people are pushing this. And that ends up with the separation in politics that we now see. And Subislav says the truth has paid opposition and lies. Thank you for the donation, mate. And then we have 96 Demon. Thank you for becoming a member. As well as Chad Palmer. Thank you, brother. Thank you, Chad. So, okay, the news is flowing through a lot slower than it was. That's why I don't want to watch this video. So, yeah, Iranian chief being killed. It's a big thing. How long have we been? Can someone tell me how long we've been live for? Just trying to work out my day. I'd still like to just do a normal video tonight. Will you go to Israel? Nah, it's too late to go, and you can't see anything or do anything anyway. Israel would never wanted to give me any sort of accreditation, and the best that they'd ever offer me was the Douglas Murray special of hang around with a bus tour around to see certain what you are shown. Additional explosions at the Natanz nuclear facility. Studio Rainer, I think you've had the most amount of donations today. If you apply the viewership of incompetent YouTubers to the entire government, then most of intel might be complete nonsense. You should travel to Iran and see the damages. Yeah, I don't think they're going to let me into Iran either. That's where I can get kneecapped, is being former military. That there's just a lot of places where you can't go. Using coming, as someone says, Iran to officially declare war. That is what we're expecting to come really in the next 10 or 15 minutes, is an actual declaration of war from Iran. So Middle East Spectator, they are saying that Israel is still bombing the Natanz nuclear site, trying to penetrate the structure, but they haven't. They're saying they're still bombing that. Will Big Bushy Beard Willie ever come back? It may come back heavy. The big beard was awesome back in the day, but we will see. So we can see that this is the Natanz nuclear facility that you're looking at here. And this is what pages are saying, that Israel is still bombing to try and break through the facility. And that's what we spoke about, that there's going to have to be multiple strikes before you can break through the depth of those facilities. Yep, new Israeli airstrikes on that enrichment facility. So this was the building brought down to target those Iranian leaders. So Middle East Spectator, they are saying, which is a question many are asking, is something seems to have happened to air defences. They may have been hacked. Not nearly seeing enough engagement with the Israeli missiles. So Middle East Spectator, they are saying that something has happened to Iranian air defences, and that's why there's very few actual engagements. I don't know. I don't know if that is possible, but it wouldn't be too surprising. Someone says no one cares about net zero. Yeah, exactly. How's this for a greenhouse gas? Greta could have stopped all of this. Give us a soldier's five regarding the situation. Okay. Basically, Israel has bombed Iranian nuclear facilities and has said that it was, there was an imminent threat of Iranian military getting nuclear weapons and therefore a nuclear strike on Israel. And then Israel has justified by saying, yep, we are going to strike a number of nuclear enrichment areas, as well as some generals in the Iranian military, as well as some nuclear scientists as well. I guess that's a very, very brief overview. Dirty Dan said, thanks for what you do. Oh, you're well from Thailand. Mate, I hope that you are doing well in Thailand. Can't stand the clickbait. Saying either side is about to collapse. Not sure how they have an audience. Dan, mate, I don't know how a lot of people have an audience. Now, I understand clickbait is part of YouTube. You just cannot succeed without clickbait. But I don't see how these people can push this again and again and again on that the side has been completely gone, and then how do they sell that the map is still moving? Like, yeah, it doesn't make sense. Heavy says, what air defense doing? Yeah, it does seem like air defense has been somewhat hacked. The CIA has said that. Spokesman for the Iranian General Staff has said Iran considers both Israel and the United States equally responsible. Someone says this would never have happened if Trump was president. Oh, wait. Very true. Willie from New Zealand. I've been watching your videos for a while now. Bloody love them. Be interesting what happens with this late event, mate. It'll be unbelievably interesting what occurs. It's hang out for the huge retaliation. Like, I presume huge retaliation, but we will see. So we are expecting within the next few minutes see Iran declare war. I don't know how likely that really is, but it does seem logical that would be a response to this. Just wait 1 second. I can see a chat come through. Shio said, what are the sources for all of this? For Netanyahu, it doesn't really matter if it's true as long as it benefits him. If he ended the Iran risk, he'd remain in power regardless of if it's true. The Iran risk is going to stay there unless there's ground operations, in my opinion. Strategic strikes can be very effective, but it's still not going to absolutely get rid of everything. It can't happen like that. What do you think is going to happen? That would be my question. At least I'll put it out to you guys and say, like, what do you believe is going to be the reply to this? Do you think that we're going to see hundreds of Iranian missiles entering Israeli airspace? I think that's most likely. How did Israel conduct current operations in Iran? Well, that is the problem. That is the problem, is they got to move through complete other states first. Let me see if there's anything new. Yeah, so let me switch this. Iranian Armed Forces spokesman, as Israel attacks were aided by the US, they will pay a heavy price and should expect severe response from Iran. Thank you, Andrew, mate, on the PayPal. Thank you very, very much. I really appreciate that. Cheers. That's my Lockheed retirement fund. Right, so let me have a quick scroll, see, because I'm really waiting on to see if there's then the declaration of war, unconfirmed allegations, airstrikes in provinces. So it does seem like some of the airstrikes are still continuing against Iran. Wall Street Journal says Trump allegedly told Israel not to carry out strikes. Again, take that as you will, take that at face value. Okay, Israel Channel 14 citing Israeli officials. We have a long, broad offensive plan for the days ahead. Complex days lie ahead. The Iranians will respond. The public is disciplined. There'll be few casualties. We are at war. So saying that we have offensive plans in the coming days from Israel. So expect to see a lot more. And in the next coming days too, we will then get an idea of the US and where the US is standing in this as well. I struggle to believe the US didn't know. But the one thing that does sort of say to me that the US may not have known is that they have put a lid on anything from the White House. They don't have any, like they don't have what was I going to say? That they don't have like a pre-prepared response to this. So maybe the US didn't. You know, you never know. Right. Okay. So we have Middle East Spectator has given the assassinations that have taken place. So we have, of course, the general and the chief of staff that have been taken out, which we knew. The nuclear scientists, we have 3 nuclear scientists who have been taken out by strikes. Oh shit. What have I done? Sorry, I've clicked on something I didn't mean to. We have strikes on a dozen areas or more, and multiple nuclear facilities. So Natanz nuclear facility, Pachin nuclear facility, military bases in Tehran and the Qom province, heavy water facility in Iraq. So you can see on Middle East Spectator a number of areas that have been struck. Nenad Bursak, thank you, mate, on the PayPal. That's unbelievable. Thank you very, very much. I really appreciate the PayPal donation Mate, that's unbelievable. Cheers. That really does help me. And remember, like the thing I read the other day, let me actually look up what it was. That being a propagandist is often more rewarding than being an analyst. Analysis doesn't support the preferred narrative, rarely gets positive feedback, followers, or financial backing, unlike simple optimistic messaging that offer comfort. That being said, I'll stick to analysis. And that's the thing, is a lot of, we spoke about in this, how people serve an audience, and a lot of what their messaging does, a lot of what their propaganda is on Twitter or Telegram or YouTube, is giving an optimistic message of comfort, of this is what it is. That's why they don't like to talk about attritional nature of warfare, because that is very uncomfortable. So guys like me, guys like himself and a lot of others, you know, it's not glorious at all, and we never get the amount of support or recognition of just pure comfort messaging propaganda. So thank you for all the support. That's why I really appreciate it. Life, love Vancouver. Knowing doesn't mean allowing the same Ukraine attack as Russia. Knowing doesn't mean allowing the same Ukrainian attack Russia. Thank you for the donation, mate. I'm struggling to know what that is, but knowing doesn't allow the same Ukrainian attack Russia. Okay, I'm confused. But thank you, brother, for the donation. I really appreciate that. Right, let's have a swizz. See what is getting updated. Yeah, so Iran, they are fully on board. That they are saying that the US knew. And now it's being reported that air defense is now active in Tehran. So we know there was something happen with the air defense in Iran. We no idea, but now we're saying it's been activated. Okay, there's new strikes coming in right now. Okay, new strikes against Iran currently. Breaking, new Israeli airstrikes Tehran. Right, wait out on seeing from that. Look at reporting from Drop Site. Really good information, breaking points, Ryan Grimm. Okay, Edmund, Eden's Mind. I'll have a look at that, brother. Thank you. So, yeah, everyone's reporting. Israeli, Iranian, Middle East, and they're all reporting that there are new strikes ongoing now, but that air defense now is actually active. Jake says, hope you're feeling well, bud. Remember, those scientists weren't strategically significant anyway. Yeah, very, very important. But at the end of the day, it's only 3. There'll be a whole bunch. Old School Monarch says, what do you consider true this early on? People still dispute the specifics of the world wars. It's never been harder to know the truth. And that's the weird thing, Old School Monarch, and this is something that has become so obvious, is that look at the disinformation and misinformation that is widely believed in a world where we have smartphones and internet and we can see it. The concern is, you're like, well, what bullshit lies have we been sold when it was one newspaper from a journalist on your side of the war, and that is the official narrative. That is taken as history. Even now, you look at like the history, if you were to write history now, there's completely different histories completely believed by people's biases, and it would have been so much easier then than now. So what do we really know as true, that we hold as true, you know? So someone says, in response to the question I got before about knowing doesn't mean allowing the same Ukraine as attack NATO, that even if the US knew about the attack on Iran, it doesn't mean that they authorized it. Just even if they knew about a Ukrainian attack on Russia, it doesn't mean that they authorized it. Yes, okay, that makes sense. That yes, America may have known, but that doesn't mean that America authorized that attack. Explosions in Tehran currently ongoing. Israel is bombing entry shafts to missile bases in Tabriz to prevent any retaliation. Okay, so I'll show you this footage in a second. Okay, so yeah, missile bases are being struck so that Iran can't respond. I'll show the imagery in a second. Just wait. Spectator. I think this is posted on here too. It's not keeping up to date on X. God damn it. But Middle East Spectator, they have footage of these missile bases that have been struck as well, the entry, so Iran can't get missiles out. Eden's Mind says, also those evil bastards won't be happy until the world burns, so long as their holy land is okay. Thank you for the donation. Okay, air defences are working in Tehran currently. But I'm watching a video to see if we can see it actually working. Yeah, it does seem that air defense, not only is it going to use up a lot of air defense very quickly, it does seem a lot of it was very, very ineffective at the beginning. Yeah, new attacks everywhere, trying to prevent response. So this is air defense active over Tehran. So yeah, wait out on more strikes. It appears that another wave of attacks is going on, and as we've said, for attacks to exploit like this, it needs to be simultaneous and successive. So it needs to be after and after to further exploit that. You can't just have a one-off peak and trough attack. And what Israel needs to do is to attempt to stop Iran being able to retaliate en masse too. Jack Lyons, thank you for the fantastic donation, brother. I really appreciate that. I think it's probably the second biggest of the day. He says, increasing social services is impossible. The monetary system is broken, can't finance existing debt. How can we afford more? Minimum wage was $1 in America when it started in the 60s, back when it was backed by silver. Now it's $36 today. It's $36 an hour today in silver. Yeah, so it can't keep up with it being what it's actually backed by. But we do have to find other ways to still improve society, but also maintain freedoms and traditions that have kept it the way that we can enjoy our society as well. A lot of that is just getting watered down. Israeli fighter jets are over the western part of the West Bank. What's this? Intel on Twitter. Let me have a look at this. Oh, okay. Let me show you this. Give me 1 second. I just got to find this page. I've got people like sending me stuff to show you. Oh, it's X now, isn't it? X.com. What's this? Open. Oh, Ozint 63. 1 sec. I've got something to show you. Okay, here we go. So this is footage emerging from the area near the nuclear facility at Tabriz in Iran. So this is the Tabriz nuclear facility, and more footage coming of this right now. And Daniel Devine, thank you for the donation on PayPal. While you keep trucking, simply I have no excuse to maintain at least some intensity. Thank you, brother. Check in every day on the channel. Thank you, mate. I really appreciate it. So I stopped watching the latest season of You to watch this, mate. The latest season of You sucks. Really wanted to watch it, and it's shit. Compared to like the first one. So you can see, yeah, these nuclear facilities then burning up here. And then this is what I was speaking of previously, that Israel has bombed the entrance shafts to the IRGC missile bases in Tabriz to prevent missiles from being launched at Israel. So where the missiles come out, they've allegedly then struck these. So again, wait and see. The New York Police Department is tracking the situation in the Middle East. There's a caution. We're deploying measures and resources to protect Jewish and Israeli sites throughout New York City from backlash. So, yeah, police departments in New York. Old School Monarch, again, with a donation. Thank you, brother. He says, I wonder if they'd fake a war in the Middle East to raise oil prices. Greed tends to triumph over wrath. And this is the thing, is oil prices, boys, are going to go ballistic in the next couple of days. And Christopher Sepala, thank you for the donation as well. No message, mate, but thank you. I really, really appreciate that. How often does oil price actually get updated? If we can see, like the tracking up. Here we go. JP Morgan says oil could hit 130. That's not going to go well for the promised sanctions against the Russian oil. So let's have a squiz at this. This is from Mint Markets. Israel-Iran conflict, crude oil prices jump over 5%. Brent crude oil above $73 a barrel. Brent crude oil spiked at $73 a barrel, while West Texas WTI raised about 6% here at $72.03. Israel struck dozens of targets. So, yeah, I'd like to see something on, let me look this up. I want to see what the Urals crude would be if, remember, it's not as easy to see Urals as it is Brent. So Urals is at a discount. So if Brent is 73, realistic would be $60 for Urals crude. Okay, the reason that is important is that's where Russia's budget is budgeted. It was originally budgeted at 69 a barrel, then it sunk down to around 60 or 62, I believe. And to have impact on in the Russian economy, they're saying we really want it at 30. And with Brent going up, this will trade Urals up as well. So, you know, it has an effect, and this is where things flow on. Okay. Eric secretly says Israel did what they had to do. So Eric is saying Israel did what they had to do to stop then Iranian develop of nuclear systems that we've been hearing about these for a long time. Crispy Priest says I expect 100 barrel a week in a week or less, 200 or more if they go block the Oman Strait and Bel Ad Madab. So yeah, the thing is that barrel can just go up and money flows in everywhere too. Sturmy, thank you for your donation. Right, would you be interested in me sending an email to our economist and we'll do a podcast breaking down the economics of this? Should I do that? Should I go to Dr. Connolly and ask, hey mate, let's have a look. So large fire in Tehran after airstrikes. Let me know if it'd be interested in a podcast with Connolly giving the situation on oil and economics and effect. Which massively benefits Russia. Old School Monarch says, do you see European country getting involved against Israel? Macron seemed to have leverage over Israel, but I'm not sure what type of leverage. If France makes sense economically, for France it makes sense economically. Look, it really does. There's a lot of friction between Israel and everyone but the US at the moment, especially when we saw that in Australia with our Foreign Minister Penny Wong through the past week. What was I going to say? And this of what has occurred, America may have known about this, but they may not have wanted these attacks. Israel friction with the US could be catastrophic also. So it seems like we have unanimous yes to talk to Connolly. Let's send him an email right now to Richard. Let me Google this. Search it, Google it. Is this his email? Oh, yeah, I'll email him right now. Oh, just wait. I'll get to your message in a second, Lance. I'm just writing an email. is bombing Iran. Okay, quick email sent, and then we hopefully, if he's free, we will get a podcast done with Doctor of Economics just regarding the whole situation. Lancer says, if the West supports this, do you think it'll lose all moral credibility within BRICS? How can they condemn Russia for protecting its perceived security, but probably extend that privilege to Israel? And this is the problem, is a lot of what's going on, and this is why you've often heard me say the largest danger to the West is hypocrisy, is people going, hang on, so if you're condemning this because of what you see as a security concern, but you are completely supporting other security concerns of your states and seeing that as legitimate and illegitimate due to the liberal idea of right and wrong, well, where's that? And this is the thing, is BRICS is getting pushed away as much as they're getting pushed away faster than they are moving away. Safe the Knife says, shitty news, but great coverage. Thank you, brother. I appreciate that. Eden's Mind says, need oil up 500% to make Trump grow balls and finally stop the blackmail. Mate, oil could go up massively. Any war declared yet? No. Tay 101, I haven't seen war declared yet, but I am keeping an eye on it in case we do see anything like that. So just wait out. So then this is Western Iran currently. So things are getting wild, and there's been secondary strikes go on at the moment. And I'm just trying to keep up with it because the news sort of comes in waves. Okay, so the head of Iran has issued a statement. Just wait out. It is coming. I'll get it as soon as I can. Yeah, I'll get that as soon as it comes through. You'll hear it here. You'll hear it first, gentlemen, ladies and gentlemen. I presume there's no ladies here, but you never know. You never know. Maybe. Well, what a start to the weekend, eh? My God. No ladies confirmed. Yeah. Ladies in here. Okay, we've got at least one. Right. Possible ballistic missile launches from Iran to Israel. Still clarifying. Okay, so possible launches. We are expecting to see some level of retaliation. We don't know when, but Iran will retaliate. We're not sure. I don't know how large a retaliation, but this is a pretty large escalation, so you'd think the retaliation will have to meet that. Old School Monarch says, does France have the military power to place an embargo on Israel? They're the only country in Europe with independent weapons. Not as long as the US is still supporting. It would have effect, but not massive. To be fair, a lot of this is going to trigger a lot of people. Europe need to understand that their level of independent sanctions, embargoes, whatever, has a lot less effect around the world now due to the rise of Asia and then other coalitions too. It's like if sanctions get applied without the US from Europe, it's minimal. Kat is one of the ladies here. G'day, Kate. Kat, I hope that you are doing well. And France, Macron's not going to do shit without Trump. Something's flying over Iraq from Iran, apparently. Right, okay, we do have a statement from the Iran Supreme Commander. Let me find it so you guys can read through it as I go. This has just been released here. Give me 1 second. I think he has Twitter, doesn't it? Yeah, he does. Let me find the statement. People just releasing complete misinformation currently. No, okay, I can't find it. I'll just read it, and then if I find it later, I'll show it. So, statement from Iran's supreme leader. In the name of Allah, the most gracious, the most merciful, great nation of Iran, today at dawn, the Zionist regime used its dirty and bloody hands to commit a crime in our beloved country and revealed its evil nature by striking residential centres more than ever before. The regime must expect severe punishment. The powerful hand of Islamic Republic's armed forces will not abandon it. God willing, several commanders and scientists were martyred in enemy attacks. Their successors and colleagues will immediately resume their duties, God willing. Within this crime, the Zionist regime prepared a bitter and painful fate for itself and will definitely receive it. So he's talking about that retaliation will take place, but also confirming that several commanders and scientists were killed during these attacks, but confirming that there will be large retaliation from Iran also. And as that has come out, as that statement from the Supreme Commander has come out, we have getting a lot of footage that there are more attacks going on. Israeli cruise missiles could be going over Iraq as we speak as well. Right, I am going to put this up here, and then I am busting to go and do a leak. So give me a minute, I'll be back. They've got him. G'day, I'm back. I was busting to go to the bathroom. Right. So in a couple of minutes, let's see what has or has not then shifted. Let's do a quick update. I'll have a scroll and see. Right, so it doesn't, maybe missiles weren't fired at Israel. Israeli Channel 13 is saying that no missiles have been fired. Again, don't know. It's hard to know exactly what is ever going on in this. All right, so Israeli Air Force striking here at Revolutionary Guard sites in Avaz. So we will see. I doubt this is going to just go away. This is going to get way, way worse. It'd be interesting to see what lessons that Iran has learnt with its drones from the Russian analogues in the war in Ukraine as well, to see if there can be more success getting those through. Peter Zach, thank you for the donation, brother, says, do you think about the possibility of the protests in the USA funded by China-based organisations New York Post and House hearings have brought up? I wouldn't be surprised at all to see a nation like China funding some hybrid warfare sort of or protests and organizations like this too. It would make sense. There's definitely a lot that goes on in grey zone style war like that. Absolutely there is. And Fent is probably one of the big ones that could be a part of this. Right, so I'm still just looking for information as we go. And thank you, Peter, for the donation. Yeah, another leading scientist was killed, a nuclear scientist, at the Natanz nuclear facility. Ray says, do you think the strike... Oh, sorry, I can't see it. Someone post something so I can come up the chat because my thing's in the way. Do you think the strike was justified, Willie? No. I understand the strike, but as far as the justification for strikes against nuclear facilities while the US is trying to work out negotiations, no. This is worldwide escalation for fear of nuclear activity reaching the surface, which the US and Russia are trying to work on together to reduce as well. So I don't know. It's hard to justify anything like this that could affect everyone. Especially when it seems like no one's actually putting in real effort to try and like actually fix problems that are ongoing. So people are saying it is true that a lot of the time some of these responses can be weeks, like retaliation. We may not see it for a week or more. So don't be surprised if we don't see any retaliation like today. Okay, fourth wave of missiles has hit drone production facilities in Tabriz and Kermanshah. So this is more strikes of Israeli missiles against areas. It's only been 3 hours since this started. We came live within 10 or 15 minutes of this actually starting. That's why we had a spelling mistake in the title. I panicked to try and get this up. Been good. What's going to end us first? Nuclear war or AI? What do you think? I'm 50-50 at the moment. Yeah, so multiple strikes. So it seems like the fourth wave of strikes is occurring. We've had the Supreme Commander, of course, say that there will be massive retaliation, but also confirming that several leading people were killed also. So I'm just trying to find if there's any new footage going on at the moment. Not that I can see as of yet. What's this? The IDF is now revealing information that Iran's working towards a nuclear weapon. So, of course, we release all this information when you have things like this happen. So people go this. But the thing is, too, like I said, it's been decades that it seems that it's been Iran on the eve of making a nuclear system. How many clone stations do I need to report on everything? At least like 4. Right, someone says whales are moving into oil, gold, and defense stocks. Oh, absolutely. You'll have massive amounts of money just pouring into these shares because we might see a double or triple in the price of oil. I just woke up. What happened? Well, as per the title, Israel is striking Iran. So it's a huge thing, and a number of Iranian nuclear facilities have then been struck. Is the nuclear weapons a little bit like Iraqis' WMDs? Mate, there's potential of that, honestly. I saw someone I was reading last night who just said, look, a lot of this is just trying to get cheaper electricity, and it's the Iraqi WMD situation again. Any reports of radiation? No reports of any radiation. It's being recorded that the underground structure at the enrichment facilities have not been damaged, at least from the initial assessments. That's what's being reported. You'd report that if it was, but there's been no leaks as of now. But again, you never know, do you? So more attacks on Tabriz. We'll see if there's a fifth wave or not coming through. No, people say Iraq had no nuclear power plant. That's not what we're talking about. We're talking about the fabrication of the WMD in Iraq, and dirty bombs and all of this. A lot of the fabrication of that could be a very similar operation here for further justifications of actions too. Did Israel just save the Russian fiscal year? Yes, probably. Very, very, it's highly likely they just did. It actually ends up Israel, who's Russia's biggest ally and helper for their oil price. Right, some things are moving a fair bit slower now than they were previously, now that it is morning. But Israel is promising attacks over several days. There are some people saying in the next few hours we'll see Iranian response. The United States is relocating key assets out of the area. If you guys see anything, let me know. We will see. I'm just going through like a number of both Israeli and Arab pages, trying to figure out if there's anything new going on, seeing where that information then has overlap, because that's the best way to do it. You see where there's overlap and go from there. Right, so from like official, what I just call it official, like these journalists who just like work within the like Ministry of Defense, like it's official. That's how I put it basically. Is Iran has been secretly advancing a plan for technological advancement of parts of the development of nuclear weapons from the Israeli military after launching strikes in recent months. Intelligence has provided evidence the Iranian regime is approaching the point of no return. So the convergence of Iranian regime's effort to produce thousands of kilograms of enriched uranium along with decentralized and fortified enrichment compounds the underground facilities, enables the Iranian regime to enrich uranium to military-grade levels, enabling the regime to obtain a nuclear weapon within a short period of time. It says, in the framework of this plan, senior nuclear scientists in Iran have been working to secretly develop all components needed for developing a nuclear weapon. In recent months, the program has accelerated significantly, bringing the regime significantly closer to obtaining a nuclear weapon. There's clear evidence the Iranian regime is operating to obtain nuclear weapons. The state of Israel has been left with no choice. The IDF has the obligation to act in defense of civilians of Israel and continue to do so. So saying that we have no other choice due to Iran working on nuclear systems, no other choice but to strike these scientists and then nuclear facilities. which we don't know. Like the whole thing about Iran is, the point of no return, nuclear weapons, this, that. It's hard to know because it's like, well, we've been told that for decades. How far is it? Maybe it was, but maybe it's not. And as people point out, which is correct, is the nuclear, the warhead is only part of it. You also need delivery system too. Right, so it doesn't appear we've had any more recent strikes, or at least no more recent footage. So this is another thing this is what the IDF is releasing a lot of, is things like this. The IDF reveals in official announcement, the Iranian regime is promoting a secret program of technological progress in all areas of nuclear weapons development. As part of the program, senior nuclear scientists in Iran have worked in secret to secretly advance all parts required to build a nuclear weapon. That they've moved significantly closer, and we were left with no choice. The IDF has a duty to protect Israeli citizens and will continue to do so. So everything from enrichment to strikes to delivery as well. Right, so there's been a lot of misidentification of certain systems in the air too. It's because it's just misidentifying what may be a missile for what's a drone or whatever else. So apparently Major General Mohammad Bagheri, Chief of Staff, has been eliminated as well. Israeli official preparing for Iranian response in hours. So I guess, what do you guys think? Do you think that we're going to get an actual response in hours? Because a lot of the time it has taken Iran days or weeks to actually then launch a response. And we have seen that Israel has attacked a number of Iranian facilities that would then have the missiles be able to be launched from. Fars News now reports, that Mohammed's been killed. Israeli Defense Forces have made a new tweet. About about apparently the imminent Iranian nuclear weapons. God, I hate when people write everything in caps. It's bloody hard to actually read. Sturmy says, more importantly, how will Zelensky react? Well, Zelensky's a big supporter of Israel, of course. So, he will say we can see why this has happened. Retaliation will come, but it will come as a shock. It probably won't be in the next hours. I have no idea. And we have from Robert Hauser. Thank you, brother, for the PayPal donation. Sorry, that wasn't a knock on the door. I thought it was. So citing legitimate security concern of why then the attack against nuclear facilities has been launched, but don't try and do that in any other way. Right, I'm just trying to scroll through everything and seeing if we get any more updates. Israel has sent warnings to Iraq and Lebanon that if attacks on Israel are carried out from their territory in the event of military escalation from Iran, these countries and governments will be held responsible. The US State Department urges citizens in the Middle East and North Africa to exercise increased caution. US citizens are encouraged to enroll in smart traveler, blah, 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 to receive important information. Yes, things are probably about to go to shit real quick. So we have more air defences in Iran getting struck as well. What we do know is Iran had major issues, it sounds like, with their air defences. Some people are saying hacked. Some people are saying that they were overwhelmed. Again, it's unclear at this point in time what has exactly happened, but you can see here some of these air defences, claimed air defence here has been struck also. Remember, air defense, defensive systems like this are always behind the state-of-the-art offensive systems. Suit with pants or wearing the shorts. I have tracksuit pants on today because it is absolutely freezing cold where I am. So apparently, that Brigadier General Mohammad Bagheri, the Chief of Staff of the Iranian Armed Forces, he was killed in the General Staff headquarters. And there's a lot of pages asking, how could our military officials still be present in the staff headquarters amidst ongoing attack? Israeli Air Force has carried out 5 strikes. 5 waves of strikes. Hundreds of strikes have been carried out in total. So I'd expect too, you're going to see a lot of protesting around the world against this also. Sasa Christo said, I had to pause your video I was watching after you declared massive ordnance penetrator, also what I call myself, because I was to continue telling me there's a new war. Oof. Thank you for the donation, Sasa. I appreciate that. And yeah, it looks like, well, it's not a new war, just another war. So Hamas pages are saying, talking about more attacks going out, blah, 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 as well. Someone says, didn't Putin deliver S-400s? It was. I don't think it would have ever confirmed S-400s. I think it was talk about it, but I'm not sure if it was ever confirmed. So Israeli forces are heavily targeting missile launch sites near Tabriz in northwestern Iran. So you can see massive amounts of ordnance has been dropped here. And what they're trying to do is they're trying to stop these launch sites because they know that there's going to be a lot of strikes coming back. Aid and the Associates just joined. What do you think we're looking at? We're looking at Israel striking Iranian nuclear sites. So yeah, as Adam says, this was inevitable, and I agree. I believe this was inevitable, and maybe Israel saw with the US negotiations, they've seen this is our final shot. If we don't do it now, we're not going to get the shot, and has gone for it. And someone, correct, Frog Hale points out the S-400 deal never closed. That's what I heard as well. Is it real or AI? Well, this is going to become the problem. Like, I believe that this is real. Like that image we're seeing, not the strike, of course, that's real. But this is going to be the problem. AI is becoming indistinguishable, absolutely indistinguishable from real life. So, how do we actually, in the future, mitigate just massive amounts of misinformation and, of course, then decisions made on that due to AI? It's going to be an absolute nightmare. Knight Rider says, Willie, you're the best. Thank you, Knight Rider. Appreciate that, brother. Really appreciate the PayPal, the super chat donation. Thank you, mate. So yeah, a lot of the senior staff have been taken out in these strikes too. This is confirmed. Like, it's not just this page reporting it, from pages as well supporting Iran. They are confirming chief of staff, deputy chief, head of the Revolutionary Guard have been eliminated as well. A lot of that tends to be at the HQ as well that was hit. So there has been, a lot of senior members and scientists killed in these strikes so far. Well, not a lot, but it's been 3 very important, if that makes sense. All right, just trying to see if there's anything. It's going to be awful awkward when Trump tries to step into negotiations with the Supreme Commander of Iran in a couple of days. Do I think this will stir some shit up in the Middle East? Yeah, mate, absolutely. It's already done it. No chance of it not stirring shit up. Did hit up that AIP. Yeah, maybe not, mate. I'm trying to see any more updates. I don't want to refresh the updates in case something comes up that I can't show you. So, Candace Owens said, the most predictable war plausibly ever. I'm so sick of Israel and those who pretend its actions are normal or even remotely justifiable. The country has a bloodlust like no other. I have an issue with this tweet. I literally do not care. Think defending Israel demonic actions is going to guarantee you a spot in heaven. Double your indulgence and sign your offspring up to die for Netanyahu. Leave the rest of us the hell alone. And we see huge, huge changes currently going on in the Middle East, and that this will change everything for many, many years to come. Mr. Rayner says, most young people in the US don't support Israel. If they're buying on the declining support, I guess that makes sense. Thank you for the donation, mate. And that is, you see a lot of this. You do see that Israel's support around the world is plummeting and has been plummeting. The past 3 weeks has been absolute. Someone asked me this. Someone said, have you noticed a huge shift in support? And I said, yeah, absolutely. Andreas Magnolidis has said, Willie, I wish you all the best for your health. Thank you. Good morning to people from sunny, warm, this in Greece. Mate, Greece, beautiful. I'm very jealous. And it's not sunny and warm here. But thank you for the donation, mate, as well as Knight Rider. Agree. Let's have a beer on me, brother. Thank you, Knight Rider, mate. Cheers for the beer. Betty Cases, cheers for the unbiased view on this, Willie. Always the first person I took for a live when shit goes down. Grab a keto coffee on me. Black coffee, mate. Absolutely. Thank you. Since being really strict keto, I've been smashing just decaf and caffeinated black coffee just for something to taste. So what do we think? Do we think we're going to get more today, or do you think it's dying down? Shit. What page did I just see that on? So massive fires from ballistic missiles being targeted by the IDF. Let me download these videos and then I will show you straight away. I just got to download them, transfer them to my Google Drive so I can show you. Does Australia decaf cone Australia do good coffee? Okay, I'll have a look. I'm actually not much like of a. I don't really care for the taste that much. Like my partner, she will only drink like good coffee, and I'm like, I'll drink anything. I can't really even notice. My taste buds can't notice between like really good and bad coffee. And thank you, Thomas Boch. Get well. Thank you, brother. Appreciate that, man. Right, they are uploading. New explosions reported in Tehran. Yes, I'm about to show you this now. Give me a second. I just need to download. I'll be back in 1 second. I need to download these. Wait, I clicked on the wrong thing. Drive. Wrong drive. Right. Let's watch the fireworks together. Night Rider. Thank you, bro. Right. Let's download that. Download that. Right, so you can see this is some of the footage of some of the strikes as well here. Just let me tell you where these are from. This is in the Kermanshah province in Iran. You can see massive amount of cooking off. Apparently this was striking of ballistic missile facilities. That's at least what I'm hearing. And I think I've got another one for you. Same area, apparently. So this is more areas that have been struck by Israeli munitions. So massive amounts. Let me find, see if we've got anything new news-wise, but there is a lot more reports and more strikes. So it does seem like 6 attacks have come through at the moment, like 6 Israeli missile attacks. So there's high alert for possible Iranian retaliation. Rescue services are calling on Israelis across the country to donate blood. So Israeli rescue services are calling on Israelis to donate blood. So people are saying, at least this page is saying here, that Iran's top nuclear chief has admitted the Natanz facilities, one of the most vital nuclear sites, has been completely destroyed. That's what is being said. Let me see if I can have any level of confirmation of that. No, I can't see any. I don't know where that's actually from either, but we do know Natanz has been hit very, very hard recently in these strikes. And this is Tabriz, where Israel is continuing strikes as well. So these strikes are ongoing, and there's going to be a lot more footage come out in the coming hours. Yeah, so these are who we know has been killed at the moment, and this is confirmed. It's confirmed through then Iranian pages too, Armed Forces Chief, Guard Commander, and then HQ Commander as well. So we do know that Salami is dead. You can see some huge strikes continuing here also. Let's see if AMK is updating anything. So I believe, at least from what I'm seeing, the 6th strike is really coming right now. So we'll see what else has been hit. Okay. A statement by the Iranian armed forces. The bloodthirsty and vicious Zionist regime has begun aerial aggression against the territory of the Islamic Republic of Iran and has attacked several locations in our country. We had not wanted to open a path to war until now, but the Islamic Republic's army, along with the Revolutionary Guard Corps, will not tolerate the aggression of these filthy child murderers and the shedding of innocent blood of our compatriots. And we will teach Netanyahu a bitter lessons. Our dear people must maintain their composure and calm, deny any rumours that may be spread by agents of this regime. Do not approach military barracks and await a moment of fulfilling the general responsibility that will be assigned by the supreme leader. Currently, combat forces of the army and the IRGC are busy fighting in the sky. So saying that busy fighting in the sky trying to repel this, but that there will be mass retaliation at some point, which is no shock to anyone at all. Possible video in the future. I can't hang, so headed to bed. Yeah, mate, heavy. Absolutely, mate. You go to bed, get some rest. There's going to be plenty more of this to go. Recap video. Yeah, absolutely. Right. Huge explosions. Yep, that's the one we're seeing at the moment. What's that smoke? It doesn't look normal. It's just smoke. You never know what's burning as well. You'd burn fuel, munitions, chemicals, all sorts of stuff. Right. TikTokers in Iran are getting millions of views. Yeah, I bet. Imagine filming something like that and how wild it would get. If you're not used to getting like large amounts, it'd be hectic. Right, let me see if there's anything more on these pages. These pages, I found these tend to be some of the better ones. So then this was Tehran this morning. Strikes against these residential areas for then trying to target those officials, like maybe the nuclear scientists. Mr. Rayner says, so that it come through, I wonder if this is a false flag. The narrative isn't coherent, at least at a domestic level. No, it's definitely not a false flag because we see like exactly what's going on too being reported. It doesn't look like, it doesn't have this signs of false flag that I would see, but again, we are unsure. It may be a justification for more, but it doesn't seem that way with like Israel. They know they're doing the attack. So there's been over 240 airstrikes so far in 5 waves, but I believe we're seeing the 6th wave right now. So what will likely happen is all of these, a lot of these strikes are the entries to these facilities, to the missile facilities. So a lot of the retaliation may be delayed a couple of weeks so they can then excavate that back out to then fire the missiles out. Maybe Iran retaliates by mining the Strait of Hormuz, potentially. We'll see. There's going to be massive retaliation, and Iran is saying that their retaliation is not just seen at Israel, it's also seen at the US as well. Be interesting to see where like the UAE and Saudi and everyone is sitting on this at the moment. Even the Yemenis. A lot of people saying I haven't seen any footage of actual missiles then coming in. Like we've got a lot of footage of explosions, but we haven't seen any of the actual like impact of the footage, at least from what I've seen, and that is true. So it's hard to get an idea of what it's actually being used at this point. Okay, so the reports about Natanz, they haven't issued a statement yet about the nuclear enrichment site. So this is being released by the IDF about Iran's nuclear plant. So yeah, everyone's saying at the moment there's another wave of missiles going. Jordan has said they will not allow violation of their airspace. James says, will Russia do? Will they assist? No, I don't believe Russia will assist, but they will get a lot of assistance out of the oil price from this. So IDF saying within a split second, the Iranian regime can decide to obtain nuclear weapon. They would have enough enriched uranium for 9 nuclear bombs. So they're saying within a split second, they could do this. So they're saying by Feb 25, they have enough for 15 nuclear weapons. Remember, Israel has 90, and saying that Israel has no other choice. So they're saying that Israel has no other choice but to conduct strikes on Iranian nuclear facilities. Again, for those who haven't been here since the start, there's been basically a media stop on the White House, so nothing will come out for the day. And we are very unsure on what Trump actually thinks about this. Israel is saying that Trump knew. Iran is saying that the American administration knew. But whether that means that they backed the strikes, well, we don't know. Just wait a second. I'm going to turn this light on to see if I'm a bit dark. Is that better? Is that worse? Should be right. We will manage. That's better. Suddenly we can see again. So what do you think? Do you think that Israel was justified in its strikes? I don't know if I can ask a question. Oh, uh-oh. Wait a sec. That was my bad. Okay, I should be back. Engage with your audience. Start a poll. Right. Yes. No. Let's give that a crack. As Ruslan Volcan says, thanks for the live. Any chance you'll travel to Israel if things evolve into something else? Miss the good old days. Thank you, Ruslan, for the donation. Maybe, maybe not. I'll see. It's getting far more difficult to work in states like that. But maybe. Thank you for the donation, Ruslan. Donut Guard says, there's no way there isn't radioactive dust. I trust Iranian state TV as much as I did the USSR's. We know how they handled Chernobyl. Buy a beer for you and your mates. Cheers from America. Thank you, Donut Guard. Thank you, mate. I really appreciate the donation. And yes, that's the thing, is I don't trust this state TV. And if they say there's no nuclear dust, well, we do not know. Wait to see if other countries surrounding start picking up on counters, on Geiger counters, if there is radiation. And, well, what happens then? Like, what happens if these other states are like, due to your strikes, there is a radiated earth or the fucking sea? Because there was someone bringing up that you could have whole areas of sea be absolutely radiated as well from this. So we'll see. And then what we have here, what is this? We have Tabriz receiving, as they say, non-stop strikes as well. So Israeli airstrikes are still continuing. Oh, everyone's retracting messages. So yeah, a lot of people saying anything about Natanz reactor being destroyed are fake, but again, we won't know till we know. There's a lot of warnings from Israel to the public saying, like, make sure you use then hardened facilities, and as well as calling for donations of blood and stuff too. So there is absolutely expectation of very large retaliation as well. So Reuters report that Iran's supreme leader is alive and is being briefed after initial reports that he was killed. So Iranian Foreign Ministry, they have said Israel's aggressive actions against Iran could not have been carried out without the coordination and approval of the US. The United States government, as the main supporter of the Zionist entity, will also bear responsibility for the results of its adventures. So I'd say that the negotiating teams for Iran's nuclear systems may as well throw out all the work that they have put in. This is some of the areas we're seeing, like in Tabriz. I showed you this footage just before. And as someone said, yeah, what we saw Zelensky complain the other day saying those 20,000 missiles that were meant to go to Ukraine then went to the Middle East instead. And this was only in the past week, as T. Ford correctly points out. And, well, that tells us a lot about the US may have known this was coming. But it doesn't mean the US support it, but I would struggle to believe Israel would do this without the US backing. So, sorry, I'm still just collecting a lot of information, having a look. Josh Miller said, I went online hoping you'd be covering this. I was not disappointed, as always. Thank you for putting in the time and effort to collate all the avenues of information, providing us with the most unbiased and current news you can. We appreciate you, mate. Thank you, Joshy, mate. I appreciate that, and appreciate your donation too. That goes a very long way. So, yes, I appreciate that, and I'm trying to do my best to just locate as much information from Israeli pages, Iranian pages, other pages, and just give an overview of, okay, this is like what is happening currently. Bring back Bearded Willie, maybe one day. Trump said, yeah, they were close to a deal, and if there was a strike, it would then completely destroy the deal. It seems like that, but the deal, any deal now is gone. Which means, like, that's the thing, is if this attack then means that those deals are gone, then the attacks have to succeed. Because if these attacks don't succeed and don't destroy Iran's potential nuclear capability, like if these are unsuccessful, well, this is absolutely given blood in the water for Iran to then say, well, then we need nuclear weapons and potentially use them too. So that's the thing with doing something kinetic like this, is if you go kinetic, you have to know it's going to be kinetic retaliation. And if they're that close to the system, well, strap in. So, yeah, the negotiations are gone. So this needs to actually succeed in destroying all that potential military potential target too. So from my question, are the Israeli strikes justified? You've got 28% yes and 72% no, which is very interesting to actually see. So what you'll hear a lot of people talking about, you'll hear people talk about Hormuz. What is that? So I just wanted to give you a quick display, I guess, of this. Is in here, this is the Strait of Hormuz in here, which is then beneath Iran and then really sits where these oil giants of Iraq, Saudi, UAE, Oman sit. And what people are saying is, well, a lot of this is exported by ship. Could we see Iran really close off this strait, this gap in here? And if this is closed off in here, this creates instant worldwide economic impact straight away for oil. And that skyrockets prices, supply and demand. Of course, that's fantastic for Russia's fiscal economy. But yeah, in this is what a lot of people are worried about, is right between this sector in here to the south of Iran. They start bloody not playing ball in this sector. Tiger Dad, thank you for the donation, brother. I really appreciate that. So once again, we see oil come as a factor of war. What a shock. So another missile depot has gone up. There's a lot of smoke pouring out of that. So Knight Rider says, boys, send our homie Willie some beer money for a job well done. Keep up the good work, mate. Have a brewski on me. Thank you, Knight Rider, mate. I appreciate that. Remember, yeah, if you want to support me or buy me a brewski, PayPal's the best way, or there's buy me a coffee or the super chat or any of that. So I'm just still trying to see if there's anything really new that's coming through. There's a lot of smoke. Yeah, absolutely. So this guy here, Ahmed Reza Zolgahadi, nuclear engineering professor, has been assassinated in apparently a Mossad operation. Again, unsure on that, but that's what we've said, is it would need to, like, strategic strikes themselves need to actually go in line with other tactical intelligence, political actions as well. So we will see a lot of political actions occurring. There's a lot coming out about what Trump has said, but I don't know. It's hard with what Trump has come out with or not, and what is official or just fabricated at the moment. Sean Hoffmeyer says boomers are the ones who still support Israel, and that is a big change we have seen, I think, very recently. And I spoke of this maybe an hour ago. As I said, there seems to be that a closing of the support of Israel. It seems like a lot less. I think 3 weeks or maybe 4 weeks ago was when I noticed significantly online, as observing online, a lot less people supporting Israel. And it tends to be now, there's this, as Sean says, Mr. Hoffmeyer says, it seems to be the ones who are supporting Israel is a pretty slim line on the conservative side of politics, probably where a lot of boomers sit like he is, but the far right, they don't support Israel. And the far left don't support Israel. The funny thing is, the far right and far left, they don't support Israel for very different reasons, but the outcome is the same. So it's very interesting to see that shift in the informational space. And Vic Z with a donation says, thanks for great coverage commentary of today's shitfest. Thank you, mate. Yeah, it is a shitfest. Trying to see if there's anything from any of the major outlets of what Trump has actually said so far. And actually go on to that of what I spoke about with Mr. Hoffmeyer about the support for Israel dropping dramatically in the past, say, month from a lot of people. I think that is a very dangerous trend that is happening, that a lot of people who did support are starting to not. And you see this especially in the US right wing, or the US Republican conservative side. And I think that is something that, you know, at the end of the day, Israel need to take into consideration also. Can you do a follow-up poll? Is it acceptable for Iran to have nukes? Yeah, let's do that right now. So let's do, so the finishing of the poll was 28 said no, and 27 said yes, they're justified, and 72 said no with 1,000 votes. Let's do another poll. And while you fight over that poll, let me have a look and see if there's anything new as far as information-wise, or anything burning up as well. David, thank you, brother, for the PayPal donation. It would be wild if Trump came out and was like, we had nothing to do with this and we don't support it. That would be wild. So again, we're hearing this, that Trump saying Iran can't have a nuclear weapon, but we're not involved militarily. I don't know. We won't know till tomorrow, really. We won't know till we actually see like a statement from Trump regarding exactly how he feels. And then even depending what he says, we still need to go on exactly to then what he does, because he says a lot, and then what does he actually do? Ed Eden's Mind, thank you for the donation, and points out only a percentage of what he says are that word. So I wonder if we will see more strikes. Dread Maximus says, are you surprised at what appears to be a weak showing from Iran's Air Force and air defense? Not really. These are massive, highly advanced strikes that are taking place. I am surprised, I guess, somewhat for the lack of air defense that we have seen, but we have seen very little footage of any actual strikes. We're seeing a lot of aftermath. We're seeing nothing of the actual hits, so we don't know exactly what's being used either. But not exactly surprised by it. Especially when we did hear that a lot of pages are saying that there has been a level of like hacking on so that AD as well, which that may just be an excuse, but it may be true also. So AMK hasn't posted anything for actually a while now, almost an hour, which is interesting as far as he was tracking that unbelievably closely. Open source int. Let's have a look and see what they're chatting about. US officials say Washington still seeks to hold talks with Iran on Sunday. Good luck. If Washington still wants to have talks with Iran on Sunday, yeah, that might not be that successful. See, Ikiezia makes a good point here, saying the ultimate deterrence is being armed to the teeth. That includes having nuclear weapons. Do you think Israel would strike if it knew Iran had nukes? Well, that's why Israel's striking, though. You touch on that you're saying that what they're saying is we had to strike before they had nuclear weapons, and this makes sense of why Israel would strike. Is they know once Iran has nuclear weapons, that it's instantly leveled there and there's ultimate deterrence. That's why they want to prevent at all cost them getting those systems. But there's also the danger. There is the danger of an intelligence failure and that they have actually obtained a system or the massive amounts of retaliation too. It'll be interesting to see. What I'm very interested in seeing both Trump and Putin's reactions to this too. Televisio, good night, mate. I'll see you later on. Would Iran have a delivery method if they had a warhead? Well, a lot of missiles can be dual use. Like Iskanders can have, as far as I'm aware, a nuclear warhead on it. So we're not going to be talking ICBM, but a lot of the ballistics that we see have made it into Israel before. You'd think that could be a swappable item. again, I don't know, but I do know that China, of course, has a lot of hot swappable items. Matthew Z, thank you for the donation, mate. Israeli's nuclear research center targeted. I have not seen that. We've seen a lot of targets on Iranian centers. I haven't seen any targets back the other way yet. So like we said, and I'm on the side that I don't agree with Iran having nuclear weapons. But if these strikes aren't completely successful in taking out those facilities, we have guaranteed that Iran will then develop nuclear weapons. Absolutely. Not My Name says, been watching coverage on Fox and CNN before finding this. Could stomach the propaganda for 5 minutes each. I'll have a beer. Thank you, Not My Name. Are they opposing sides of propaganda or pushing the same type of propaganda on Fox and CNN? I don't watch either of them, to be honest. One of the main questions that's on social media is, where are the air defense systems? Yeah, that is one of the big questions that has been going on, and there's been speculation about both targeting, overwhelming, and as well as, of course, hacking. But again, at this point in time, we don't know. We also don't know how many systems have been shot down either. We're only really seeing a very, very small amount of footage. So at the end of the day, we've got 15 bits of footage of 250 strikes. So we may see more. So Iranian foreign minister has said the Islamic Republic of Iran reserves its undeniable right under Article 51 of the UN Charter to defend itself against armed aggression. And our armed forces will stand prepared to safeguard the sovereignty, dignity, and people of the Islamic nation with unyielding resolve all available means. So, again, we're going to see retaliation at some point. Someone says, do you think Russia will sign a mutual defense pact with Iran? No, because I don't think Russia want to get overextended and dragged into another conflict. This gentleman here says, thank you for the donation, says the American politicians are creaming their pants. Yeah, a lot of them would be, especially those that are insider trading on defense stocks. Pelosi just made $50 million today, I'd say. Lindsey Graham, the evil bastard, him too. Right, tends like a lot of the information has slowed up. Night Rider says, wouldn't it be fair to assume that if Iran had nukes, that the Middle East would be a lot safer? No strikes like this and less proxy wars based on the consequences. See, that is one of the things that gets brought up again and again and again with nuclear weapons, is the evidence of states having them is that it has actually had more peace into the globe. So when you have a single state with them is more dangerous than multiple states with them, as per mutually assured destruction of the Americans and the Soviets and the Russians and the Chinese and the Indians, the Pakistanis, etc., etc. I think the difference in a lot of people see with Iran is Iran will constantly be talking about the non-existence of the state of Israel, and as well is a lot more of an extreme regime than the other states who have these nuclear systems, and there's a lot more unstable than the other states with them as well. So that's my take on it. But there is real argument to be said that that the more nuclear weapon states have and guns pointed at all of each other's heads can make everyone safer. Knight Rider says, last beer on me, brother, enjoy. Thank you, Knight Rider. Mate, I really appreciate that. Cheers. You've been a gem tonight. So Israeli Broadcasting Corporation, they are saying that we've targeted 10 Israeli nuclear scientists. Did I say? What did I say? Iranian nuclear scientists, or did I say Israeli? Sorry, Israeli media is saying that they targeted 10 Iranian nuclear scientists. What stocks we buying, lads? That's from Moonlight Films. As I said, Moonlight Films. I said I think all the donations I get in this might just go into Lockheed Martin. Fox News saying Trump knew of the strikes, and again, reiterating what Trump said about that Iran cannot have a nuclear weapon. It's funny because it's a Friday. The stock market's going to close over the weekend and will open likely just in a bloodbath on Monday. And then I looked at a ETF that I follow, Global Defense, which like invests in defense technology from global companies. It's up fucking 5% over the day, which is a lot for an ETF like that. Scotty Griffin says, love what you're doing, brother. Thank you, Scotty, mate. I appreciate that. That's awesome. Cheers, bro. Right. Are many other YouTubers live streaming this at the moment? Like I haven't looked at all. What are the three spines of the book stacked behind my right side? Oh, that side. It's a Mearsheimer book. Fuck knows. The other one? I'll have a look in a sec. I just have books randomly stacked fucking everywhere at the moment. Just trying to work through all this crap to get as far ahead as I can in at least my knowledge base. So when more stuff breaks out, I know what I'm on about. Derek said is offline. You lost power in North Carolina. Did you miss anything? You haven't missed anything like overly major, mate. We know nuclear scientists are being killed. We know a number of leaders are being, military commanders are being killed. But as far as like what we're sort of waiting on is like major retaliation, no. The fucking like the Americans are still pretty pushing on that they want to have this like negotiation with Iran over nukes. That'll be surprising if anything gets done there. So Israel is bracing for more than a one-time response from Iran, anticipating sustained wave of missile and drone attacks that could unfold over several days, even weeks. Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised to see that at all, that we will see response of like several big responses. And this we see Israel saying, to take the air raid alerts seriously, and also Israel asking people to give blood. So they know that there's going to be a huge response to this. Joseph Florentino says, cheers from America. Hope you're doing well, brother. Thank you, mate. Appreciate that. What does John Wolfe say? What would happen if Iran said, yes, we have a nuclear weapon. If you hit us again, we'll use it. Even if they don't really have one. Well, look, it could be a tactic, mate, absolutely. Just to save a rattle like that. It absolutely could be. But that's, as I said, like in the beginning of this, is the biggest threat in this is that they actually have obtained a system and then use it. And that if Israel is not successful in these complete strikes to take out this capability, that absolutely Iran will then develop it. Is this attack a distraction from bad news in Ukraine? No. Or else this attack would have happened 2 years ago. The distraction from bad news in Ukraine is just people ignoring it. It's just people ignoring it and creating pseudo environments where everything is fantastic, even if the maps and NATO chief and everything tell a completely different story. How's your chemo going? Your chemo's going all right. I've got another week off and then I start in Monday week. So, we've almost been going for 4 hours. Just wait, I'll get to your message in a sec. So Knight Rider says, Willie, I tried to say something about the people that did the strikes and it's not letting me send it. That's F. Cheers again. Try to say something about the people that did the strikes. It's not like, I don't know, man. Maybe YouTube, whatever you've said, try like taking out spelling or something. I don't know. Because there are, like YouTube has, like, I don't have any restrictions on the chat, but I know YouTube has some automatic one. Fuentes, whatever his name is, Fuentes, is that how you pronounce it? I see him over like everything. I've never actually watched any of it. I need to ring someone too, for God's sake. $50,000 views live would be insane. That's crazy. Good on him. I don't watch any of his stuff. I don't really know him, but doing live is not as easy as people would maybe like to think that it is. So Night Rider says, I was trying to say I in the last country. I'd have N because desperate. Use them first and let me send it. I have no idea, Night Rider, but fair enough. Sorry, it's just me on my phone trying to find updates for you guys if we have any. I hope you're well too, Grey Eminence. Right. So Iran has appointed Brigadier General Ahmad Vahidi as the temporary commander-in-chief of the IRGC after the head has been then taken out. And Chief of Staff of the Iranian Armed Forces is now Admiral Hibibullah or something. And he, because we've seen those heads were taken out in strikes today. So they're saying that there's been 300 strikes against Iran so far. Mauser, welcome to level 1 Mini Willy. Yeah, so this is what we're talking about of then replacing commanders as well. So footage of the opening strikes. Yeah, this was the first bit of footage that I showed you guys when we went live, which was crazy, 4 hours ago. This was like the first footage we started seeing. Crazy. How much of a response do you guys think that there's actually going to be? And what time frame do you think it's going to take? Like, do you think we'll see a response in the next day or in the next hours, next day, or further down the line? Next 2 hours? I don't know. You'd think they'd have to dig out the tunnel to do it. 2 to 4 days, 2 weeks. Yeah, people are saying a couple of days. Well, should I choke the chicken one last time? Mate, you do you. It's up to you. If you feel like doing it, I'm not you go for your life. People saying World War III just started. Not really. Wait for like mass retaliation. And at the end of the day, you're not talking about 2 great state powers. World War III, in my opinion, is 2 or more great state powers at war. So you're talking US, China, India, Russia, China, something. It's multiple mix-up, but these great states, there's hundreds of millions of people, massive economies, tens of nuclear weapons, million-man armies sort of size. That's World War III to me, not then smaller states then fighting like this. Frank Fortina says, hope you're doing well. Been a few years since I've seen you. Well, Frank Fortina, I hope that you're doing really, really well. Thanks for remaining a member, actually. I really appreciate that. God bless Willie. Thank you, Roy. Appreciate that, man. I'm still trying to think if I try and do a bloody video tonight on Ukraine or not. I don't know if I'll have the time to. Next 6 hours, 600 missiles, just rumor. Yeah, there's so many rumors. But it'll start at some point and it will go. I've messaged a few friends who are in different time zones than I, and I've said, look, because you're and I in different time zones, if stuff happens, can you give me a call so I can go live, like in case I'm sleeping? But yeah, I do think it'll be a couple of days. I still think, personally, I think that the negotiation with the US will still take place. Like, I don't think it will come to anything meaningful, but I think it will likely still take place. And then we'll see reaction after that if we're going to see it. because maybe after this they may have actually increased their negotiating position also. Scotty Griffin, thank you for becoming a Mega Willy. Legend. Biggest thing I want to see, the biggest thing is going to be oil price. Night Rider says, not letting me say anything bad against Israel. I don't know. I don't know how the YouTube automatic thing works, but try and like change up some words or something. Like if you can't, I don't know. Frank Fatina, yeah, it is a major hit on that facility. Sorry, I've got like a million messages coming in. Let me look at the... Can you see Brent futures? Brent oil futures. Here we go. Last day financials, 6.6% up today. Trade oil, Brent oil price. John Wolf's kind of like good cop, bad cop. It always is. That's how it plays with America. As in we shouldn't have, as in why they shouldn't have the wonder weapon. Oh, right, okay. The wonder weapon of nuclear weapons is the only thing that is a wonder weapon. So Brent by investing.com, futures is up 9.04%. No surprise at all. I think we'll continue to see that rise. But as I spoke about, the effect of that is that will increase then Ural's crude price, therefore Russia's ability to fund wars also. So Israeli officials to Israeli media through official channels have said this is only the beginning. We have very long lists of terror targets in Iran and we will hit them. The Iranians will not sit idly as well. We're ready to defend the home front. So saying there's going to be significantly more and they're expecting then return strikes too. I'm actually surprised how little footage is coming out. Like I expect to see significantly more. So Sheepherder has talked about how to beat the censorship on this. Tomorrow's Friday the 13th. Well, today in Australia is Friday the 13th. Yeah, so US official told Reuters that Washington still intends to meet with Iranian representatives on Sunday. So 2 days, which, may happen. It still could happen. Do you make more from a daily video or live? Way more by live. I make significantly more money on live streaming than on a daily video, but I can't do a live stream every day. Oh, someone finally made it onto the live. Eric Covington. G'day, mate. environmentally friendly bombs are being used. Yeah, exactly. Willie's got Mad Max's car garage waiting for things to pop off. I really don't. Although I have a Mitsubishi Pajero, which are incredibly reliable. Polish Drunk says Iran's response will be paper planes. They got the Hebrew hammer today. Praying for your health, brother. Take care from Florida. Thank you, mate, for the wishes on my health. And we will see. We will see, because Iran has had limited success with its strikes back against Israel over the past years. But again, 2,000 missiles is 2,000 missiles. Even if you're talking 5%, it's still a large amount. Eden's Mind, thank you for the donation, has said, pro-Ukrainians don't make sense. People like me who are neutral now dislike Ukraine because they won't stop kissing the country I can't's name's ass, especially Mr. Davidov. Even though Palestine has taken all coverage and US aid away from its side conflict. So, take it, and that is something that I've seen a lot. Is I've seen, due to a lot of like the extreme opinions and, you know, even down to doxing and all of this, a lot of people who are neutral are now being pushed into other sectors. And I think there's actually a point, probably 12 to 18 months ago, where like the NAFO type like online activity actually pushed a lot of people away from supporting Ukraine. It actually did the opposite effect. Oh, okay. So he's saying the point that Knight Rider's trying to make is that he doesn't want that country to have the wonder weapon because they'll use it other than to just deterrence. Israel Channel 14 reports Israel's now at the maximum state of alert. Can you recap what's happened? Yeah, pretty simply. Iran was having discussions with the US about nuclear systems and, you know, pulling those apart. They were meant to meet on Sunday for further negotiations. And Israel, they have said that it was imminent that Iran was going to gain nuclear capability and has struck several targets, both hard facilities as well as soft targets such as military commanders and nuclear scientists to try and stop that and sort of cut the head off the snake. And now we're waiting on, we've seen 5 or 6 complete strikes, waves of Israeli strikes, approximately 250 to 300 systems used against Iran. And then we're waiting to see if there's going to be some level of retaliation from Iran. A lot of the Israeli pages are releasing like the places for the best bomb shelters, like which ones are the strongest, and because they are expecting a massive retaliation, so they go to the better bomb shelters as well as asking for donations of blood because they expect a very large strike back. By the way, an oil price topic, if you can't find data on Urals blend, might try work your luck with the Sokol blend from the Far East, lighter than Urals, but still Russian or another Russian type. Yeah, so you'll hear me talk about oil and say it's easy to get a Brent price, but harder to get Urals, which is like Russian price of the oil. Typically what I do is I just look at, I'll either ask a guy I know who does it, or then have a look at like the Brent price and sort of take like 10 or 15% off that. So Saudi Arabia has condemned Israel's strikes on Iran. That is pretty big. 12-hour Power says, what's your take on USS Liberty? Well, the one that was struck by the Israelis, it's a dirty, dirty move for war back in the day. So Saudi Arabia, the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia expresses its strong condemnation and denunciation of blatant Israeli aggressions against its brotherly Islamic Republic of Iran, which undermined its sovereignty and security in a clear violation of international laws and norms. While the kingdom condemns these heinous attacks, it affirms the international community and the Security Council bear a great responsibility to immediately halt this aggression. So Saudi Arabia, not happy about it. We know Saudi is, of course, massive oil giant, been building a lot of trust with the US, and we will see. So, not right, it says the Jewish lightning. So I'm reporting people for spam, just for bullshit, just the same posts again and again and again that does nothing. People do realise just posting a flag doesn't actually increase your nation's lethality. If it did, nations would be like the most lethal on earth. Right. Well, Legends, we might give it a little bit more, but it does look like a fair bit of this is, finishing up at the moment. Well, not finishing up, sorry, but it's gone. It'll be a bit of a lull. And then we'll see. Remember, if you'd like to support me in this 4.25 hour live stream, feel free for the super chats, the PayPal, however you'd like. That helps me unbelievably. I think people don't actually understand how much that does actually help. Don't you dare go cover this in person. No, I can't. Not with my thing. I wonder if that Yar bloke who just posts flags all the time has ever actually signed up a day in his life. It's always like the most outspoken who do the fucking actually like the least. Like a lot of the manpower issues and stuff that happen in war would be solved by just those on Twitter talking shit. Riots everywhere tomorrow. Yeah, I'd say there's going to be a huge amount of unrest after this. Willie, did you end up getting a PS? I did buy a PS5, yes. Headcrab has become a member for 7 months. Thank you for covering this, mate. No worries at all. It is my pleasure to cover this. Or pleasure. I don't like covering war, but it's you're more than welcome me to actually cover this and give you guys this. Vladimir Milenko, thanks for the coverage. Thank you, mate. Cody says, what do you think the odds are that Israel conducted these strikes, derail ongoing negotiations with the US, and the tail wags the dog? Look, there could be a degree of that if they don't do it now, they may never be able to do it and weapons still be able to be produced. So it does seem that it is at a very convenient time to then derail negotiations that are happening in 36 hours. Maddie Z says, download and play Hell Let Loose. I have been playing Hell Let Loose, but I suck so much, man. It's not fun for me. Mr. Cream Pie says, go rest the tumor. I need to just rest my head. I still need to figure out if I'm making a Ukrainian video tonight or not. So the countries with closed airspaces are Israel, Jordan, Syria, Iraq, and Iran. So everyone's closed their airspace. So someone said a few different places are showing Brent crude at 75, 76 a barrel. Can it be assumed the oil's price will be pushing somewhere between 63 and 65? Yeah, probably close to that 60-ish number, but that number is in line with Russia's budget too. Justin Tracy correctly points out, as we spoke about before, Trump gave Iran a 60-day ultimatum to negotiate a deal, and I believe today was day 61. Yes, you're correct. It's 1 day over that deal, and it has been struck. And then Iran has been struck by Israel. We got a kicker, brother. Add me up. Okay, no worries, man. We'll do it another time. Tanks let loose. I've never even played as tanks. Your voice sounds so much better. My wife just reminded me. Yeah, Hillbilly 905. Remember when I completely ruined my voice? I had that polyop, it like burst a vocal cord and I couldn't speak. That was crazy. Yeah. And the doctor asked me, what do you do for a job? I'm like, I'm a YouTuber. And he's like, yeah, that's not great. You speak for a living and you can't actually speak. It's no good. When do I think Iran will retaliate? Look, I agree with most people on here that it will be a couple of days before they have any large retaliation. But I've messaged a couple of people and said, look, because you're in a different time zone to me, please let me know if it starts going down so I can actually just go live. And I'll leave my live stream thing set up, like, because I had to connect a couple of things and whatever, so I can just go live straight away if things do start going down. Willie, you should check out Flight Radar 24. Yeah, I know a lot of the US planes are getting out of the area, and no one's flying over those areas. Realistically, what could retaliation look like? Well, we don't really know, but we're talking potentially hundreds or thousands of drones, and it's estimated Iran had around 2,000 ballistic missiles. We're not sure what just went up in flames, but still, could be. Donate to the Legend Boys, let's go, says Night Rider. Thank you, mate. Trick Home says, get some rest, don't push yourself. I'm always happy to push myself, mate. It's fine. Iranian authorities report they will soon launch retaliatory strikes against Israel and the US. Yeah. Again, we will see. Yeah, Trump promised to end the war in Ukraine in 24 hours and promised peace in the Middle East. Yeah, it's not looking like that at the moment, is it? Yeah, I'm just trying to look at some footage now. We're finally getting like the first video I've seen of actually bunker busters hitting nuclear sites. So let me just save this and then I will upload it to my drive and then I'll actually show you it. Because what we haven't got is we've got no footage of the actual strikes impacting what is difficult to then get an idea of what's exactly happening. Someone says, you look fantastic, much healthier than you did. I tell you, keto is a bit of a life hack. I feel pretty good. I feel like I look a lot healthier than I used to. Right, so that's uploaded to my drive. Give me 1 second. Why did that not upload? Wait a sec. Something hasn't uploaded for me. I'll show you this in a second. Right, it's the only footage I've actually seen of strikes. Mauser says, Ripper broadcast really transparent, unbiased, and apolitical. Thank you, Mauser. It's what I try to do. So thank you very much, as well as Bondi Beach. Thank you, Mr. Bondi, for the Australian donation, mate. I appreciate that. I appreciate all of you guys being here, especially then those who have donated. That's unbelievable. It helps me out a lot. Trying to be, not just propaganda to make people comfortable. You don't get the rewards that a lot get. Willie, I'm drunk. Just want to say, keep your gem. Thank you, Knight Rider. Thank you, Knight Rider. You've definitely made the most donations tonight. So thank you very, very much for that also. I don't know why this video just will not download from my thing. Give me a sec. Right. Rid of that. Right, so this is Israeli bunker busting munitions against those nuclear facilities here. It's the only such video I've actually seen where you can actually see the munitions themselves targeting, and you can see multiple strikes in areas. That's exactly what would need to occur to try and punch through. That's at Nantaz, by the way. Scott Griffin, I'm absolutely glad to support timely and accurate information like this. Thank you, Scott, mate. I try my very, very best. Bring it as quickly as I can to you guys. I panicked trying to get the live stream up. But, yep, that's... I did it as quick as I could, and I'll try and... I've got some friends who are going to monitor the space for me, and if things kick off, I'll just go live again, and feel free for you guys to reach out too. You better be getting drunk after all this. No, I don't drink anymore, man. I don't drink. I'm trying to stay alive. Corey, welcome to Mega Willie, brother. As well as Turin Franks. Thank you for the donation also. You are incredible. I think tomorrow we might wake up in a very different situation to what we're seeing at the moment. Thank you, Mr. Former. Appreciate that, bro. You're a legend too. What will tomorrow bring? I don't know. I think it's going to take a couple of days before we see large response. Where did Israel get the weapons for this strike from? Come on, Ghost. Where do you think they got it from? Same place everyone buys their weapons from. Just join. Can we get a recap of what happened? Well, we can do that. Basically, Israel has struck a lot of Iranian nuclear facilities, as well as struck Iranian senior command of military, as well as senior nuclear physicists and scientists, as well, to try and decapitate the nuclear capability. Philip, thank you, mate, for the PayPal donation. Remember, guys, I'm about to log off, I think, and then I may come back if things pick up, maybe. But the best way to support this for the 4.5 hours, if you want to, the PayPal is the best way, which is the pinned comment. Otherwise, super chats are great. As I do think it does look like the waves of Israeli strikes are done, but I do believe that we will then see a Iranian retaliation probably in the next 48 hours, maybe longer. Amory says, how is it you were passionately condemning Russia for almost hitting uranium sites, but nothing towards the beggars given the consequences of fallout? I'm against any striking of nuclear facilities, whether it was Chernobyl or this. I've said that I think this is a very, very risky game that is getting played. And it's crazy. And especially the day before America was meant to have negotiations. But also, I struggle to believe that America didn't know specifically about this. And Saudi Jackson says, with Saudi condemning Israel, do you think American policymakers will have a change of mind towards them? I don't know. But absolutely that could change a lot because Saudi is very important. US and Saudi are trying to build relationships, and Saudi is not happy about what Israel has just done. Wendy, buy yourself a good steak. Thank you, Wendy, on the PayPal, as well as Michael Hicks, donation for hard work. Thank you, Michael. I really appreciate that. Oh, shit. Okay, it looks like we're probably going to be staying. We'll wait to see if this is correct or not, but the IDF reports Iran just launched 100 drones towards Israel. So let's wait on that. Okay, Sword Steel is saying Iranian regime terrorists, they launched 100 drones towards Israel. Okay, yeah, so it looks like a lot of pages now reporting, like Israeli pages, are saying there's 100 drones en route from Iran to Israel currently. Kyle Beckman said this was a massive strike, took out a lot of Iranian leaders. On a scale of 1 to 10, how successful was the Israeli strike? Fairly successful. Again, the battle damage assessment, Kyle, is impossible to do at the moment. It's impossible. So at this point, I'm not really prepared to give a 1 to 10 because we just don't know. The leaders, very successful. As far as damage to the facilities, I don't know. I couldn't tell you at this point in time. A lot probably can't tell you. Again, like I say about any battle damage assessment is give it time to see the effect of it, because the real effect is going to be what the outcome of this is. So IDF spokesman, in recent hours, Iran has launched more than 100 drones towards Israeli territory. We're working to intercept threats. So there's 100 drones going from Iran to Israel currently. So I'm actually surprised it's just 100. I thought it may have been significantly more. Actually, we may, because it's going to be 6 hours before they get there, isn't it? So it's still probably going to be a couple of hours because it's late reporting. But I guess we will see. So, yeah, we've got drones en route, and Israel saying that there's going to be major strikes and giving people ideas of where the best areas are to go. Doesn't seem like many. It's probably just the first wave of strikes, soak up a bit of AD, and then go through. We also don't know how many drones Iran can actually get away at the moment after these strikes too. Thank you, Josh, for steak, Avo, and Lockheed Martin. Thank you, Josh. Yeah, that's the way to be a real man. Steak, avocado, and Lockheed Martin stocks. I see you've got Rudd's on Xi Jinping book. Is it worth a read? I actually haven't read it yet. I've got a couple lined up before I read that book over my left shoulder for Kevin Rudd, X-Ray and PM. So no, I will read that, but I've got a couple lined up before it. But it is a big read. I'm a bit like starting it, but it should be good. But apparently it's pretty academic also. Eden Mine said, I was going to log off with you, but grab a beer and watch I Cannot Be Named burn up. But yeah. Thanks for being here at this time, Willie. Your non-biased views are appreciated. Thank you, Jason, mate. Appreciate that too. Yeah, things are getting wild. Generally, those drones are used to cover for bigger missiles. Yes. That will be what I'd presume it will be, is that it is cover for then much larger strikes maybe occurring in the hours following. So what AMK mapping says is we can expect ballistic missiles to be launched at a time the drones are approaching or entering Israeli airspace in order to overwhelm the Iron Dome, which is, I believe AMK is correct on that, as some people here have pointed out also, is that the drones will go, they'll take a few hours to get there. Once they're entered and the air defense is busy on those drones, we'll see the ballistic missiles come, because they'll come much, much faster, and then that'll start striking, they'll start getting intercepted and having strikes as well. So it's probably going to be a couple more hours. So let's say the drones are, say, 3 or 4 hours away, and then say 2 hours, when they're half hour off from hitting, that's when the ballistics will go. Could Iran possess a dirty bomb? Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely they could. Dirty bomb is very easy, realistically. So we spoke about this with just if you have medical facilities, you can have dirty bombs. So yeah, absolutely they could have something like that. Hey guys, oh hey from New Zealand. Hey, I hope you are doing well. And thank you, Corey. I've been watching since Ukraine early days. Appreciate you keeping informed. Thank you, Corey, mate. I really appreciate that. As well as Michael Gerkel. I have no idea what sort of money that is, what currency. I know a number of people who, when they heard Israel bombed Iran, didn't turn on the BBC. They turned on Willie. Great reporting. Thank you, Michael. Yeah, mate, don't turn on the BBC. But no, thanks, Mike. I really appreciate that, man. They're saying 100 plus. Yeah, 100 on the way. Vietnamese. Big love Kiwis. So, yeah, maybe. So, Shaheed. So, there's footage of Shaheed 136s heading towards Israel now. Which, if you're unfamiliar with, Shaheed and Quran are very, very similar. They're basically an analog. So, yeah. People saying, yeah, that there's going to be major attacks. This is a radar site in Iran has been struck as well. Israel wave still happening? No, I don't believe so. So they're flying over Iraq. A number of these will be hit too before they even get close to Israel. Remember, there's everything from US air defense, Jordanian, whatever, will be striking a lot of these. Wonder what the stock market will be at open. Red. Do you ever moderate bots in your comments? Basically, no. No, unless I say it like again and again and again. It's a pretty free for all in my comments. So yeah, drones are on the way. Well, I was thinking about, let me know what you think. So like this JFK guy, he's about to get like hidden because he keeps posting that shit. What I was thinking is logging off, ending the stream, and then just monitoring the situation. So in like 3 or 4 hours, if those drones or when those drones enter airspace, that I'll be ready to rock and roll again. Because Israeli sources, they're saying there's 200 now Shaheeds going towards. I think that might be better. I haven't eaten today yet. I'll go get another coffee. I'll eat and go from there. So yeah, there are a lot of pages saying that there are 200 drones going towards. So we'll see. Yeah, I think that's the way. I'll go help my mate because I need to actually help him move something in his office. There's piers on fire. There's all sorts of shit on fire. So yeah, the number of Iranian drones has reached 200. So 200 Shaheeds apparently on the way. Okay, drones will arrive in Israeli airspace in 30 or 40 minutes? Who's this from? That would make us stay online. Willie, I'm an oncology nurse. All the best. Thank you, Papa Chulo. And thank you for what you do. Yeah, someone said 30 minutes they'll enter Israeli airspace. Let me just have a quick look at that. There's a lot of confusing information on that as well. It'll be interesting to see. I don't follow the page anymore because I'm not there. The red alerts. Called red alert? I do follow the page. It'd be interesting to see what the red alert says for Israel in regards to when these attacks start occurring. Yeah, once the responses are there. Yeah, so some are saying it's a few hours, some are saying it's like 20 minutes, 20, 30 minutes. I call my drones the Greta. So yeah, I think it might be. I don't want to be out and then things get super spicy. Put a notification of the next live stream. No, I wouldn't know. Because that's the thing is you can't tell when the next when things are going to start happening. Yeah. So as we see here, which I believe this is basically what makes sense. Drones are expected to reach Israel within hours. Officials believe Tehran will coordinate their arrival with a barrage of ballistic launches. So as they get closer, they'll try and line it up with then ballistic launches, so they all hit at the same time and overwhelm. So yeah, if you don't want to miss it, when you subscribe, make sure you turn on notifications. So 200 drones. Let's look at what the IDF has said. Drones are halfway to the coast. Okay, here we go. What was this? Strikes across Iran by more than 200 fighter jets So they're saying that there was 200 fighter jets take place in this. That's from the IDF. Drones have entered Syrian airspace, apparently. So they are moving a lot faster. 2 waves of missiles, apparently. We'll just keep up to date with it just for a little bit and see. Because if these enter, we don't want to miss that. Night Rider says, donate to Legend, you peasants. Keep him cooking. So we'll keep an eye. Because, if those drones enter, it's going to get quick. It's going to get, it's going to pump up really quick. Yeah, we'll see. We'll see how. It'll be most interesting to see how the Israeli air defense actually deals with this, if it can. All planes that depart Tel Aviv. Yeah, I saw that. All Israeli planes are gone. They've gone west. So IAEA has said we have not observed any increased radiation at the Natanz nuclear site targeted by Israel. Apparently, that's from Clash Report, saying the IAEA said there's no increase in radiation. Well, yeah, so there's a number of Shaheeds going. They're over Iraq and Syria. We will see. Well, what I might do, lads, is I'm going to leave this up just on this screen here. But I'm going to go and make myself a coffee and then I'll be back in a minute. How's that sound? Okay. I'm going to make a coffee. I'll be back in a minute. Yo, yo, yo. Is the world still existing? Or is it all just ended? I'll put a sweater on, as well as get a really hot coffee. Stir that soy milk. No, black coffee only, man. None of that. Reports of missile launches? Right. Let's have a look and see. So that's one of the Shaheeds. Very, as you all know the noise of it. That's a Shaheed then flying across. Here comes the expected response. Right, let's have a look. Okay, so missile launches. Reports are from Iran to Israel. Drone launches from Iraq. Israeli fighter jets airborne to intercept missiles and drones. British fighter jets are departed from Cyprus. They'll be looking to intercept, as well as US fighter jets are airborne as well, so they'll be looking to intercept. So you've got the amount of air defense is not just Israel's, it's Britain's, Americans, everyone. But still, it's going to be a very, very busy day. So bombs and munitions that Israel can use in Iran. Yeah, of course, that's interesting to go through, but we'll look over in a second what Iran could use too. So let me have a look and see if I can find many other pages reporting that there are missile launches on the way. So Fox News he said that he was aware Israel was going to conduct strikes. Apparently Trump had said Iran, kind of blah, 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 the usual. So look, we knew that. We knew that Trump would somewhat know. Jordan has opened its airspace to Israeli fighter jets. So after Jordan had this false spiel about the airspace will not be open to anyone, blah, 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 it's open because there's drones coming through. American, Israeli, British fighter jets active above Syria and Iraq, intercepting drones, well, looking to intercept drones. I don't know, Night Radar, how you tag people. Yeah, the missiles is the big concern. It'd be interesting to see exactly what occurs with those. I'd say there'll be a lot of interceptions of those drones. Everyone has learnt a lot of lessons about intercepting Shaheed Quran drones the past couple of years. They are still a very, very deadly system. And ta-ta, thank you for the donation. You played my willy. No, but fair enough. Oh. Why is this so complicated? It's always complicated, mate. What do you think? Do you think that Iran will have a more successful attack this time or less successful? What's the chances Iran hits the Saudi oil installations? No, I don't believe so. I don't think they will. Are you going to fill up your gas tanks? Yeah, I haven't filled up my gas tank yet, with petrol, but it's going to be wild. I think it's going to be very, very expensive. So apparently US and British fighter jets are intercepting Shahed 136 over Iraq. So that's coming out now. So yeah, allegedly that British and American jets are intercepting those. Someone did make a good point too, that, you know, Iran trusting the states of, like, we're going to do negotiations, even if they were negotiating in bad faith. There is a lot of concern around how the US looks internationally with, you know, forgoing support to Ukraine, forgoing support, or at least easing up on support, as well as now like Iran with at least having like differing outcomes versus what was being spoken about, that other states looking to, you know, have security from the US might look and go, how like reliable is this really going to be? So wait and see. What's that guy? You said his name. His name's like Fuentes or something on his Rumble. I want to look at what he's doing. Fuentes. Oh yeah. 26, young. Boston University. What did it say? It's on Rumble. Let me have a look. Oh, 40,000 live viewers. Boys, we only have 2,000. Just taking the piss out of everyone. Good on him. Tagging you because you're a legend. Thanks, mate. Yeah, Mr. Knight, he's donated about 50 times. The Willy 1%ers are here. Yeah, exactly. Does Rumble pay? I don't know. Rumble asked me to come across at one time, and I was like, look, your website sucks. Like, I literally said, I was like, look, your website, like, I do this for a living, and it is, like, unnavigatable. I don't know how to use it. Like, fix that, and maybe. But, nah. So we are awaiting strikes. Also, legends, if you want to help out the channel a little bit, pump the chat for a bit, and that of course brings us up the list in the algorithm. So pump the chat, like the typical stuff. YouTube has a far better interface. Oh, absolutely. Qatari fighter jets are now airborne, apparently. Be interesting to see what footage starts coming out. Video Storg says, "Thank you for your professional and spin-free coverage. You're a true reporter, and here's to another 20 years of coverage, sir. Note, Nick F, the dude, is very weird. His takes can be interesting, but I wouldn't collab. I've never really watched him in my life other than click on that because someone else said he was doing it. I've seen a couple of shorts. Thanks, man. No, I appreciate that, man. And hopefully, yeah, another 20 years. Hopefully. We've missed you, Willie. How's the fox? Oh, the Starot Israeli fox. Yeah, I miss the fox. And the cat that scared the absolute hell out of me. Remember that? That was insane. Yeah, so all the jets are up. intercepting. And this is the thing. This is why it's so hard for Iran to get any of that through, because there's multiple countries' air defenses going up. Willie Desert Fox, Willie Merch. Paul, I've completely forgot to ever do it, man, and then the time has passed. It is a pity. It is a pity. I should have done it back in the day. Yeah, I should have done it. Yeah, someone said if Iran was to plan, if their plan was to go down swinging, they'd just target oil infrastructure across the Middle East. And that is a real danger. Like, that is a real danger. Is imagine if they were just like, look, this isn't going well for us. Hey, let's, instead of targeting Tel Aviv or this airport or blah, 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 we just target oil infrastructure. That would be crazy. Donate to the legend, let's get him drunk, boys. Night Rider, I'm not getting drunk. Barback, you are back. Good to see you, Barback. Every time is a pleasure. G'day, I hope that you are well. But no, I don't drink anymore. I used to drink a lot, but now not anymore at all. I haven't had a sip of anything, not even a sip of wine, for 4 months or more. That's the thing. Is if Iran was like, you know, given up and like we're going out swinging, like the Shahed drones would have a huge effect against oil refineries and industry, unlike these heavily fortified and air defense covered zones. That's a real danger. Gordy, mate. Thanks for becoming a Mini Willy member. Thanks, Barback. I'm happy to be covering it. Unhappy that the world is more of a mess than it was yesterday, and it was already a mess, but at least we can report on it and try and give some perspective. Iranian government has said necessary measures to deter the Zionist entity have begun. We do not start the war, but we'll determine how it ends. So we'll see. Massive lines in Iran for gas, like for fuel for your car. Thank you for the pump chat. That is what we're after. The pump chat is good. Pump chat brings us up the algorithm. That's what we're after. So let's see anything new on some of these pages that are monitoring this going on. Oh, the coffee's making my nose run like a tap. Drunk, bro. Coffee or water on me. Night Rider. Yep, the coffee can be on you, bro. And Fuzzwa says Willy Pump. Hell yeah, brother. Okay, open source intel. Anything new on here? Not really. Yeah, Saudi is not happy about this. But let's bring this across. Just wait. Harry Lyon says, would Iran trying to take Iraq and Syria be in play as a good strategy? Issue seems to be they aren't close enough to Israel. They have Basra and Fallujah support in Iraq. This is the thing about like any military action is taking those countries. It's incredibly difficult, especially with the US there and then strikes. And the thing is, for ground attacks, Israel and Iran are just so far apart. I don't know how that would ever really, really work, but you never know. The Middle East is a mess, and sorry, it's going to continue to be an absolute mess. We see this on open source intel here. Of course, it's of course biased, but this is from Saudi Foreign Ministry. That aggression against Iran's sovereignty and security and constitutes a flagrant violation of international agreements. But I'm sure a different tone is behind closed doors. And I will say, Saudi Arabia does tend to have a very, very different public and private tone. Like the tone you see take on issues like this, as well as like in America with Trump and all this. Like Saudi, like if I was in the Arab world and I was an Arab state, I'd be pretty like aren't we all together in this sort of thing towards Saudi? Right, I just got sent something from a guy. Iranian state media announces commander killed. Oh, fuck. I accidentally copy and paste the wrong thing. Night Rider, you're going to wake up hungover and with no money, brother. As well, you've got to remember that propaganda and bots, this is part of warfare now, and it's a part that's going to get better and better. And when we see attacks like this, we will see an increase in propaganda and bots to use to not only justify but also create, like, as we refer to as pseudo environments, or change information as needed, or even just promote information. Gordy, brother, thanks, man. That's a fantastic donation. A long time watcher. About time I showed a little support. We all got Netflix subscriptions. We never watch while watching your top quality content for free. Good work. Thank you, Gordy, mate. I really appreciate that. Yeah, Netflix subscription or Willy sub. Trying to tax deduct a Willy sub might look a bit more suspicious though. But thank you, Gordy, brother. I really appreciate that. I'm just going to open my phone and keep scrolling through any of these chats that have any updates as it goes. Okay, so some pages and ones I don't use much, but they're saying there's now 800 Iranian projectiles, cruise missiles, drones, ballistic missiles have now been launched against Israel. That's what some pages are saying. Iran announces it will not attend the 6th round of talks in Oman, of talks with the US after this. So these talks have then upended any discussions with the US regarding nuclear negotiation. And this is what we said, is if this doesn't work in decapitating Iran's nuclear dreams capacities, this will absolutely put a foot up their ass to then want to reach that. So it sort of needs to work, or it's going to be a bit of strife. I'll wake up knowing I had a good time with my boy Willie and gang. Thank you, Night Rider. Dave Hinds, no matter the state of the world right now, we could all be traced back to the UK in the course of time. Makes me feel proud. Thank you, Alexei Stolbushkin on PayPal, brother. Thank you very much. Yeah, like how Jordan will not permit any violations of its air, and then like every country's fighter jets are just like up we go, and they're like, it's now open again. Again, that 800 number of projectiles towards Iran, towards Israel is popping up again and again. As if you're unaware what I'm talking of, they're saying that it is 800 projectiles, missiles, drones, ballistics, all going towards Israel at the moment, which, again, is unconfirmed numbers. Joshy says, I'm worried about you. Don't be worried about me, mate. Fly down from Brizzy. Well, next time I'm up in Brizzy, I'll let you know and we'll go out for a brew. What's going on? It's silent and paused. Oh, well, we can play this, but we're just waiting because at the moment we're just literally in a waiting game, waiting for the Iranian drones to then enter. Then Israel will get close to attack. And this is the top brass of then the Iranian military and science community that has been eliminated as well through these strikes. So I can't give you an idea on the assessment against the facilities, but against high rank officers, it has been very, very large. How many drones do you think actually make it to strike Israel? I have no idea. It depends massively on how many Israeli and allied jets are in the air. Willie, if I need gas money tomorrow, have you got me? Mate, I think I have to have you. In today's drone-controlled warfare, what role does infantrymen still have? Even in the most drone-controlled warfare, infantrymen are still the only ones that can seize and hold terrain. Until you have robots with a gun, to seize and hold terrain has to be done by the infantry. And although drones are incredibly deadly and efficient, they are still going to be used at this point just like targeted artillery, and will be used as such to support military operations. And this is where I say you can't just have all your focus on something that's a drone or a tank. You still need to have major focus on infantry to seize, hold terrain, and repel. They are propeller drones by what I've seen so far, but we only have like videos of like 2 of them. Headcrab, thank you for streaming. No, thank you, Headcrab. Thank you for being here, brother. Yeah, it's going to be very difficult. It is going to be very difficult for Iran to save face. I don't know if they have the capacity to do it, especially the decap strikes that have occurred. Could this be a way out of Ukraine for the US? Not really. The US, they want that to end, but it will mean there's less support going. Because the US, whether you like it or not, the US will prioritise weapons, arms, munitions, AD, whatever, to Israel before Ukraine. Absolutely it will. Do you have the TZ for red alert system running well? No, I don't, but I used to have the app. I think I've got it on Telegram still. So a lot of the attacks were done with JDAMs from F-35, F-15 and F-16 fighters from the Israeli Air Force. IDF is starting to post some footage of that. Let me see if I can actually find that on their page and I'll show you it. It's funny now that like you just get military videos from like Twitter. Isn't that wild? Let me see if I can find. What is the IDF's official page? Oh yeah, it is just IDF, not Israeli Defense Force. Oh, I can't find the bloody video. Maybe it's IAF. No, their official video didn't come up. They did release an official video showing these the planes, the 35s, 16s, and 15s with JDAMs. Someone asked, did Israeli jets open across into Iranian airspace? I presume so, but again, we have very little footage of the actual strikes. Oh, shit. Just waiting on more and see what is going to come. I'll see if the Russian ministry has made any announcement either. Teferi Uwu has said, cheers, mate. Too poor to give a big dono. Would if I could. By far the best war commenter on the platform. Lack of bias is critical. Thank you, Teferi, mate. I really do appreciate that. A big, small donation doesn't matter. You just being here matters a lot. Knight Rider says 1 + 1 = 22, 2 + 2 = 4. Why isn't everyone pump the floor? Pump my fellow peasants gang. You are my favourite fan. Knight Rider. I think you're my biggest fan. So Israeli media is reporting that 13 fighter jets of Iranian regime were taken out. Again, with any jets, you know me, we ask for a lot of evidence, but there will be a lot of satellite imagery come out of this. So we'll get a better idea of battle damage assessment, any planes over the next, say, 24, 48 hours. Guess your mate's not getting your hand tonight. I'll give him a message and I messaged him yesterday just so he knows what I do for work. He's like, because of those who are aware, at 3 o'clock, which is 20 minutes ago, I was meant to go help my mate move something at his house and I was going to have dinner with him. I was going to have lunch with another mate, so different again. And I said, hey, look, Israel just attacked Iran. May not be coming. I might come later. So we have a statement from the Secretary of State, Marco Rubio. Right, let me actually just find this. I'll bring it up so I can show you guys. Marco Rubio is going to have a busy weekend. How do I find live news? How the fuck do I find the press statements on the White House website? Articles, briefing statements. Oh yeah, statement Secretary Marco Rubio. Here we go. Okay, tonight Israel took unilateral action against Iran. We are not involved in strikes against Iran, and our top priority is protecting American forces in the region. Israel advised us that they believe this action was necessary for its self-defense. President Trump and the administration have taken all necessary steps to protect our forces and remain in close contact with our regional partners. Let me be clear, Iran should not target US interests or personnel. So, again, they advised us that this action was necessary. We didn't participate in this, although the American aircraft will be up taking down Iranian drones and missiles as well. They said they're coordinated with the Americans. Yeah, I do think there's a lot more coordination here. There's a coordination anyway. Andrew Lawrence, I enjoy your content. Thank you for the PayPal, Andrew. Appreciate that, brother. We have no new updates yet on any missiles or drones. They are in the direction though, and they will be arriving on station soon. B says, love your videos, matey. Apparently ivermectin, and that helps with the big C. Might be bullshit, but worth looking into. All the best. Thank you, B. Mate, I really do appreciate the support, man. But one of my mates, does say it'll be funny to see how they can save face, how Iran can save face after the scope of successful Israeli decapitation strikes, and how that could lead to political turmoil in Iran, possible protests or uprisings. It will be interesting to see if people in Iran do uprise against the government now that it is weakened. Sorry, I thought I saw something. Get back, we'll see what is new. I've got like every chat open on my phone. Just trying to wait and see what's happening. Israel's ambassador to France, parts of Iran's nuclear program have already been destroyed. Iran says it's pulling out from the Sunday meeting, but why? That's from Rubio. So, look, to be fair, the battle damage assessment on this, probably even the American satellites are still waiting on dust and stuff to clear to actually assess it. Like, you can't just assess this straight away also. Someone says, what's this strobe light effect in the video doing the rounds? It's not munitions cooking off. It looks like a electrical substation, I believe. That one you see going off that just looks like a massively rapid fire cook-off is probably a substation. I just want to post something on my Telegram. If you're not part of the Telegram, guys, come and join. Willie OAM Real. It's good. I enjoy it. We have a lot of bullshit conversations there, but it is good. I just want to post that statement from Rubio in the in my Telegram. Well, at least I'll have a lot to talk about in my video tomorrow. So, guys, I will apologise, but I do not have time to do a Ukraine update today. There's not going to be time for me. I've been live for, 5.5 hours? So there's not going to be time. But I will do an update tomorrow. Yeah, oil prices up over 9%. As much as Iran is a friend of Russia, that oil price helps them a lot. Thank you for your time. No worries at all. This is my job at the end of the day. But I do have some very, very long days. So I sat at because I was meant to be out all afternoon, I got at my desk. Like I was working at my desk before 8 a.m. this morning, working on my video for Ukraine. So I was up early and ready, and then this hell happened. So it's been a long day for Willie. How much is it to join the Telegram? The Telegram is completely free. Completely free. Just go, it is Willie, like WILLY _OAM _real. That is the Telegram. So we will be seeing to see what these strikes do, because they cannot be too far off. Well, you should do a stream like this more often. Have people join and ask questions. You answer, me and the peasants donate. Good times, gang. Mate, I'll live stream whenever. I enjoy live streaming. It's pretty easy to be fair compared to my usual stuff. So it's just not interesting. I just don't, because I don't play games or anything. I just don't really have much like interesting content to live stream. Yeah. Military summary. Those guys will all have updates if you want to see like map movements and whatever going on. Are live streams archived? Yes, I believe they are. At least I think I post them afterwards. So yeah, if you've missed the beginning of this live stream, you will be able to go back and find it. I honestly wonder how, after these strikes, because we don't know the real effect on Iran, just how many resources they can actually get away to send in the direction of Israel. Like we've seen 200-ish, we've heard 200 drones on the way. And that just seems like very, very few. But we can just see, remember, you could just see simultaneous successive attacks of them too, to try and wear down AD. How long before the drones reach Tel Aviv? I have no idea. We've heard 200 drones. We've heard 800, pieces of equipment in the air. But again, we still don't know. Netanyahu here said the war with Iran will be long. And it will be longer than we're used to. So he said that there is going to be a long war with Iran. So strap in, I guess. Okay, so just wait, because Trump did apparently release something on Truth Social. We did hear that there was going to be nothing, but I don't know. I reported something and said, look, I think that was fabricated. But then I got sent and said, hey, it actually turns out this was right. Right, so Trump on Truth Social has said, we remain committed to a diplomatic resolution on the Iran nuclear issue. My entire administration has been directed to negotiate with Iran. They could be a great country, but first must completely give up hopes of obtaining nuclear weapons. Thank you for your attention to this matter. So that is from Trump Truth Social official. He still wants to push on that negotiation. We've seen that Iran has basically said that's out the window. That's not happening. As we see Knight Rider have another donation. Brother, I know you're drunk, but still. Let me just find that as well on my... I don't have Truth Social, but I need to get onto Truth Social for a minute. Alan M. I just got home from the club. Met a nice Belarusian. Thanks for pushing me towards the straight and narrow. Alan M. Mate, I would watch out. Might be troubles. But, mate, I hope that you have a fantastic day. And I'm guessing you're home from the club. I'm guessing you're drunk. Have a good time, bro. Have fun. My Truth Social, well, I don't have an account, but like to get onto it, it never works if I have a VPN running. Sometimes even if I pause the VPN, it just doesn't work. $800 missiles and drones just launched. Yeah, I've heard that figure. I've heard that for a while now, but I'm still not positive that is. I'm not seeing anyone like that I typically would like watch who's actually reporting that figure. But it does make sense. What we are expecting is that Iran will launch drones, and as they approach then the position which will take them an amount of time to enter Israel, the ballistics will come and catch them, and so it all hits very close as air defense is tied up. Again, Iran Supreme Commander is saying there's going to be punishment for this, talking about long war. Alan M says we are very drunk. Alan M, mate, you have fun, but if you've heard a club, please use some protection. Last thing you want. Do you think to what extent do you think that Iran can actually respond to? Do you think that there will be major response here? Scotty Griffin asks, ETR the drones. Mate, we have no idea. The reason we don't have any idea is that Israel said in the past hours drones have been launched. So we do not really know when that was. Past hours, that could be 1 hour ago, 3 hours ago. It takes 5-6 hours from Iran to Israel, but that's pretty rough numbers for those drones. So again, we don't know at this point in time. But we know that they are on the way, and we have heard that there are Britain and American fighter jets that are intercepting drones. But again, we don't know. It's not off any official accounts. Iran military troops posted a pic of a hypersonic missile getting loaded up. Let me have a squeeze. I'll have a look and see. Again, how wild is it that like all of our information from governments launching missiles at each other just literally is from like their official Twitter pages or X pages, whatever it is. Iran military. I think that's the official one. 8 minutes ago. Channels have replaced the black ribbon with a national flag. Blah, blah, blah. Watch the moment Iranian... Actually, here we go. We actually have video of Iranian air defense. Apparently, Iranian air defense actually exists. So this is off their page. Moment of Iranian air defense intercepts and destroys an enemy missile over the western region. Here. So again, what I did say was we don't have a good idea. Like I know everyone, and I myself included, is like the air defense, was useless. But we don't really have much footage yet to go off. Like we have say 20 different videos. We have very few videos of actual impacts. We've only got the aftermath of those impacts. More will come out and we'll be able to further assess if the air defense was effective or not. I can't find the one about the hypersonic or the ballistics on their page. I might be wrong. I don't know if I'm on the right page or not. Thanks for going live. I'll catch up in 8 hours, mate. No worries at all. Did I show you that? Did I show you this? Maybe I was clicked off. You never know how many rockets had to intercept yet. We never know. You do not have good numbers on, we saw maybe, I don't know, say we saw 50 get through. Well, if there was 300 fired, that's intercepting a lot. We don't know. We don't know. The problem is, and I know this annoys me and it would annoy you, we'll never truly know either. Especially, say like Ukraine, Russia with the interception of missiles. We never truly know the figures too. James killing back. Keep up the good work, Willie. Thank you, James. Appreciate that, man. What page was it? Someone said that there was ones of loading up ballistics. I can't find that page. I'll keep looking. Foreign Minister of Israel, of Iran. The most recent was the Quran, or the Shaheeds. Shit, now I'm confused on them. Look on the Foreign Ministry. No, nothing new on the Foreign Ministry. What did Israel target? Targeted basically Iranian leadership, scientists, like nuclear scientists, physicists, and nuclear facilities. Trey Yinks is there at the moment, friend of mine, so it'd be interesting to see. What occurs. Political analyst from the United Arab Emirates, passionate about youth and affairs. So this is from this guy here, who is political analyst from the United Arab Emirates, passionate about youth cultural affairs. What unfolded in Tehran tonight is not just an airstrike. It's an inflection point. A sovereign capital was penetrated. Strategic nodes, not symbols, were hit. Command centres, not outposts. The targets were not chosen for optics, but for consequences. This is the collapse of ambiguity. For years, the Iranian regime thrived in a grey zone, projecting power through proxies, cloaking escalation behind diplomacy, exporting ideology beneath a veil of resistance. That model just took a direct hit. The moment is not about Israel or Iran alone. It's about the architecture of deterrence in a world where lines blurred too long. What was once warned is now real. Deterrence isn't declared, it's demonstrated. Legitimacy isn't inherited, it's earned through responsibility. And so the strategic question isn't what happens now, but what paradigm died with it. The question, the illusion that rogue ideologies could indefinitely hold nuclear ambition without provoking their own reckoning. This isn't about regional drama. It's about a global system confronting the price of delayed clarity. Clarity has arrived, not a speech, but in precision. Not through negotiation, but through demonstration. So that what's unfolded here is that we are taking back the legitimacy is not inherited of the government there, and that these rogue ideologies, as he says, will not have then nuclear ambition. What I'll say is that a lot of this is, not that I disagree, but a lot of it is subjective, and that's the thing that annoys me, is people won't apply this across other states either. Mr. Rayner says, starting a war, having flags of foreign nations in your second biggest city looks bad. It's going to divide the US even further. This will divide America. Oh, yeah. The riots and stuff in America are going to get wild. Division in America, I'm telling you, China's best friend is division in America. Alan says, Iran sends cheap munitions. Israel spends high-value countermeasures to block. Iran will drain the Israeli coffers. And this is one of the things Alan touches on here, and thank you for your donation, Alan. This is one of the things I see as the problem for Ukraine is tonight, like just tonight, a absolute shitload of air defense is about to be used, and that will be restocked and taken away from Ukraine, and Russia is going to have more success on targeting just due to lack of air defense. G. Kozak, thank you for the donation. No message, brother, but I hope that you are doing really, really well. We are climbing that ladder of escalation. Space lasers have infinite ammo, infinite power too. Now let me check. I haven't checked for a little bit. There's a lot of people just making up just bullshit at the moment too. So now Middle East Spectator is saying Israeli strikes damaged some of Iran's nuclear capabilities, but failed to damage the Fordo nuclear enrichment facility near Isfahan, located 90 meters underground. And if you watched my video yesterday, I spoke about that facility that is 90 meters minimum underground. It could be a lot more than that. That is a long, long way. There's not much penetrating into that. Nothing's penetrating into it without multiple repeated, and the only ones that multiple repeat was really B2. So they will be hitting it, but you need larger strikes again before having real damage there, other than entry and exit points. So wait out on what the actual event was here. But that is the thing, is if they don't destroy them, if Israel is correct, if they're correct in saying that Iran has the capability very quickly to make nuclear weapons, if this strike hasn't reduced that capability and they can do it very quickly, I would say watch out because if they've got the capability and it hasn't been destroyed tonight, if they've got the capability, which I question, but if they've got that, then they will use it. Where can I get SBF 300 million plus? Yeah, exactly. Would Moab reach 90 meters? No. The GBU 5.7 or whatever, goes about 60 meters. So we need multiple repeated hits, but the only aircraft that can drop those, I believe, is B2s. Maybe we'll see the states do that. Why would you question that they have the capability? Iranians are saying themselves they have the capability. Plenty of people claim they've got the capability that don't. But if they do have the capability, well, we will see it, which is the dangerous part of this, because escalation always comes with risk. How cooked is Europe if Iran closes the Strait of Hormuz? A scale of 1 to 10. Oh, look, Zachary, I'm not the one to answer that question. For those knowing that the Strait of Hormuz is basically blocking off the Arab oil giants, but I would say cooked. I can't give you a 1 to 10 answer, but I would say bad way. Now that Russian oil isn't, well, it is being bought, but it's not the same. Strait of Hormuz being cut, energy with Europe reliant on that and trying to then reindustrialize. Yeah, this is the problem. This is what if there is complete like turmoil in Iran, is they just have like a Hail Mary of we're taking the ship down with us. You know, if that sort of attitude comes in. I wanted to show you on the map. So this in here is the Strait of Hormuz in here. So you have the oil giants, of course. You've got countries like Saudi, you've got Bahrain, Qatar, the UAE, Oman, Iraq. So these are, you know, in here, these are your absolute oil giants. Now, of course, Saudi, you know, you've got other areas on the western side and the Red Sea, but Persian Gulf, and then you've got the Strait of Hormuz in here. And this is the problem in here. This is relatively very narrow. From here to here, we're talking 80 Ks. That is not far. And that's probably a max. If this gets cut, UAE, these areas in here, this is a big, big problem for oil. And now that this state up in here, it's Federation, oil's getting cut off, big issue. And we're already seeing oil absolutely skyrocket. It's 10% and it will probably end up a lot more. I'd say, yeah, this, if Iran really try and if they go, you know, Hail Mary, that'll be a bigger problem than what we've got. So, yeah, we will see. About 15 minutes after the announce, maybe blah, blah, blah. Saudi wins big though. Oh, yeah, Saudi can win big in that too. But it's going to be hard. You've got Kuwait in here too. The biggest winners in this, the biggest winners are the other oil states. US, Saudi, Russia. They will win in that case. Like if Iran here goes, our drones are going to do nothing over here. You know, they're going to do very limited, okay? They may go, right, well, we will target oil areas around here, which are unprotected, basically. Big issue. Big issue. Again, we will see. Andrew Nelson, here's some beer money for the USA. You plan to catch up with Speak the Truth, lad. Love your back and forth discussion with other YouTubers. Thank you, mate. Yeah, for those unaware, I'm going to the USA in, like 2 weeks. I'm going to America. 2 weeks, maybe just over 2 weeks. I'm going for 3 weeks. I'm not catching up with Speak the Truth, but I am flying through Dallas, and I'm interviewing at least one guy down in Austin, and then we'll see. But I'm trying to get a lot more interviews. I'm trying my best. If those unaware, I did post on my Telegram saying, who would you like to see me interview? And I've contacted every single person which you guys recommended. But again, we'll never ever know. So, yeah. What was I looking at? Laurie Dutton. You're looking well. Enjoy another cup of coffee. The east coast of San Francisco. Thank you, Laurie. I really appreciate that. I think that I'd actually look, like a lot of people who haven't seen for a couple of months, they're like, man, you look really well. And I feel like I look better. I feel like my skin's better. I feel like I just feel better overall. And I tell you, losing any sort of refined foods, carbohydrates, whatever, has done miracles for my health. Willie, how the fuck are you looking so good with the terminal illness? 26, my skin looks much worse than yours. Just don't eat anything processed, bro. I'm eating nothing processed, no sugar, no alcohol, nothing. Like, it's boring, but yeah. Scotty Griffin says, been a blast, boy. He's got to head to bed. See you, Scotty, mate. Have a great day. Does anyone know how on like these live streams where like say Scott's message there, you can get it to like read that like a computer voice would like read that out? I don't know. Not something I'm going to set up now, but so yeah, this area in here. Watch this space. Watch that space. I want to see if the IAEA has released anything. Do you use OBS? Yes, I do use OBS. IAEA, Fusion Prize, latest. Zaporizhia nuclear power plant, no. No, they've got nothing new. Text-to-speech. If people donate dirty words, yeah, true. So, okay, this is Iran, is that official? Doesn't look like it, but their Promise 3 is underway, they're saying, in like messages like this. Promise 3 is underway for retaliation for the strikes. Davo's adventure, live UA showing drones over Syria right now. Okay, let me have a look at that. Thank you, Davo, as well as Nick Hardy. Thank you, bro. Lad, just tuned in. What's happened? No, nothing happened, dude. I don't know. There's been attacks on then the nuclear facilities in Iran. Keith Knight says, keto's hard work, but well worth it. I'm glad it's working for you. Thank Keith. Yeah, mate, I think it's working for me. The tumour hasn't grown. I feel better. I've lost a heap of weight. Like you may see, like this white shirt doesn't fit me at all. And I've had to buy a whole new bunch of shirts because I've lost so much weight, which is not a bad thing. So yeah, I'm just going with it and eating as well as I can because that has to have an effect on my health, like towards the tumor. Will you look at oil price charts? Yeah, I'll bring that up right now. I did that earlier in the, what's it called? In the stream. I'll look at it again. Austin, yes, thank you, Willie. All the best. Thanks, Nick Hardy, and thanks, Chris Inham as well. Brent crude. Right, okay, this is what we want. So, just wait, let me show you this first. Now, I don't really use this map, so excuse my ignorance on this. So, live UA map is saying Iranian drones over Syria. So, we have then this drone symbol here. They're flying over Syria, so you can get an idea of where Iran is, where Israel is, where Iraq is. So, you can see they're getting closer and closer. There's also ones over Iraq. I don't know how close these are to actually where the drone is. You can see the number of strikes as well over Iran. So you can see this Natanz. This is the nuclear enrichment in here. We have also down in the Avres under attack, as well as in the north near Azerbaijan as well as there was apparently attacks on some of the Iraq and Iran border at one of the checkpoints. So watch out on that. So we can see those drones coming. And then Brent crude price. Let's have a look at this. So this is what we're seeing in trading economics. We can see this then rocketing up here some 7% in the day. The futures are more like 9%. And what we're coming to is we're coming to end of April somewhat levels here. So we're right up around April level. So let's just call it $74 per barrel. That is really rising a lot. And what we talk about that this for other oil, so you're talking this is crude, and then if you were talking then at Urals price, that is lifted the Urals too, what has a huge effect. It has a huge effect on Russia's ability to wage war as well, because what we're talking about is Russia's budget, their war budget, that's based on their oil, the fiscal economy like that. And this is the thing, is when this was down in here, you know, and say it's 60, therefore the Urals would be, say, in the 50, say it's 50, 45, 50. When it's back up here, that's at or above where Russia's budget was. So this is helping that. Alan M., do you think that you're smarter than the boys you served with, or are all Aussies well read or spoken? No, I definitely wasn't. I might have been the guys, the infantry boys in Australia that I served with. I would have been mid-pack of, I guess, intelligence or reading and writing ability, if that. I actually think the Australian infantry is, compared to other infantries, is actually very well read and spoken. I'd say now that I'd be, closer, like higher in that because of just the nature of my work. But no, it's not easy to get into the Australian infantry. It's really not easy. We have a small army and it needs to be very professional. Christian says, dude will outlive us all. Hell of a fighter. Some of my mates tell me that. Some of my mates are like, mate, you're going to actually outlive me, and I'm going to feel ripped off. So you can get an idea of, if we go back, what are we at? Where's this? October 24. So we're above that price. So we're end of last year's prices on oil now. Yeah. Urals oil. Oh, here we go. $64 for Ural price. So let me just look something up. Russian budget, Urals price. I believe the original budget was on 60. Okay. So let's look on we'll just take Kyiv independence numbers here. So the forecast for Russia's Ural cut from 69.70 to 56 a barrel. Sorry, that was my, I said 62. So apologies. Reuters reported earlier this month, so May 29, that it dropped to 49 a barrel. Okay, so 49 a barrel. Their original was 69, so they're wanting about $56 a barrel to meet their current budget, which is obviously to meet the industrialization for the war in Ukraine. So this is back in May when it was 48, 56 a barrel. Now we're looking 64 a barrel. So it is closer. It's closer to their original budget of that 69, was it? Yes, closer to that original than it is to now. So I know this is only a spike in this, and this can fall off a cliff the other way, but I'd say that it's not going to do that. That is where this is a bonus for cash flow there too. And it's supply and demand, even oil. It's all supply and demand, OPEC playing ball, OPEC plus playing ball, all of this. So the idea that all of this is going to then collapse Russia, and Zelensky came out the past couple of days and he said we need oil down around $30 a barrel with the uncertainty in the Arab state, in the Middle East. There's no way anyone's going to try and cap this out at this point in time. It's too dangerous. RL, thank you for the donation. Listening to you during my long morning walk in the Dutch countryside. A lot of things going on. Really doing great work, Willie. Great inspiration. RL, mate, thank you very much. And I hope in the Dutch countryside it is beautiful this morning, and I hope it's warm enough. So thank you very much, mate. Really, really appreciate it. I'm doing the best I can. Sometimes I get a bit down on it. The biggest thing that I've been a bit down on recently is I don't know if I'm improving. Since my reporting in 22, 23, am I a better reporter in 25 than I am in 22, 23? I want to keep growing. I don't want to stagnate, and I just don't know if I am or I'm stagnant. I don't know. Even though I'm putting in a massive amount of work publicly, like what the video you see, and privately reading 1,000-page books on geopolitics that I somewhat understand or takes me a long time to pick through. Studio Runner says, in terms of strategy, does this attack embolden other states to attack Israel? Egypt, Turkey have been preparing for a war with Israel for a while. I don't think at this point in time it's big enough to do that. Turkey, still a NATO state. Egypt, well, you never know, but I don't think so. So you think I'm improving? I hope I'm improving. I don't know. So yeah, hopefully I'm improving and getting better in the next couple of years, that I'll be at the standard that I sort of want to be. Okay, let's see. Is there any pages reporting on where these drones are at the minute. US Embassy in Israel has ordered all US government employees and their families to take shelter at the nearest location until further notice. Iran said it begun retaliatory measures. Yeah, we know that. There's drones in the air, boys. What does this official Israeli page say? 10 million people are standing up for the whole globe in Israel. That's their tweet. 100% improving, mate. Following you since 2022. Thank you, Terrace. Yeah, mate, I hope I am. I just get a bit concerned that I am getting worse sometimes at reporting, not better. I'm like, oh shit. That I hope in a couple of years it'll be a lot better, a lot more academic on the topics that I talk about, because I want to talk about more topics and even down to into some more political stuff too. So according to the Israeli Defense Force, 200 aircraft participated in 5 waves of strikes, dropping 330 munitions. So we'll have a look. I'm just trying to see if there's anything that's new that I haven't yet seen. Let me know too if Cashew the Kitten, hope you're doing okay. Hope you're doing well too. So Keir Starmer, the gigacuck of the political sphere at the moment, precision of language and persuasion has way improved. Thank you, Alan. I appreciate that. But yeah, I'm trying to improve my language. I feel like my vocabulary holds me back more than actually my brain. I forgot there was a quote. I think it's Nietzsche maybe said that most men are held back by their vocabulary, not their ideas. I could be wrong on that, but I hope that has improved. That's something I'm really trying. Anyway, to Mr. Look at this fucking idiot. Anyway, I don't think anyone would take offense to that. He said, the reports of these strikes are concerning, and we urge all parties to step back and reduce tensions urgently. Escalation serves no one in the region. Stability in the Middle East must be a priority, and we are engaging in partners to de-escalate. Now it's time for restraint, calm, and return to diplomacy. Well, diplomacy was going to happen in 24 hours and negotiations that maybe got physically blown up. Pakistan apparently has said Iran has the right to defend itself. Macron has said it's time to have more respect for Israel. So, a lot's happening. IAEA says that confirms the Isfahan nuclear site was not hit, but people are saying that it soon will be. I wonder what would happen if these oil giants, and I know people are much more concerned with money than ethics, but I wonder what would happen if the oil giants, your UAE, your Qatar, your Saudis, whatever these states, if these states just said we're not selling oil to Western states, like outside of BRICS or OPEC, we're just not doing it because we don't like where this is heading. I wonder how that would actually go. RS says, I've been watching you for years, mate. You're a real one. Know this. You are one of us. We love you. But thank you, RS. I really appreciate that. And thank you for the unbelievable donation too. I really, really appreciate that. That's a huge win. Thank you, man. Appreciate that. And someone asked any word on Iranian drones. No, not yet. Let me keep looking to see. Embassies in Israel have been instructed to shelter in place. Iranian media, 850 missiles and drones launched towards Israel. Take that with a grain of salt. More. Iranian media confirmed the death. Oh, sorry. confirmed the death of nuclear scientist Ahmed Hossein. That's how I'd say it's pronounced. Many of these scientists are irreplaceable, gone for good. This is what we spoke about yesterday, about the soft targets. The knowledge of the nuclear thing is much more difficult to cut off than the hard knowledge, but you'd have no idea how many guys like this may be behind the scenes too. But also, guys like this, you don't really know, are they doing it in ideology? Are they doing it under pressure? They are still physicists, but working on potential weapons too makes them a target. I actually should ask Glenn, the lawyer we have, the military lawyer we have on the podcast all the time? Should ask him if then these scientists would actually be I'm going to message him right now. Jacob Sebastian sent me a message and said, beard oil. Thank you, mother. Thank you for the donation too. I'll message Glenn right now and ask, are the nuclear scientists a legitimate target? I think they would be, but I'm going to ask. So my eyes are red. I'm like, got something in this eye. Glenn. Hey, brother. Just quickly, the scientists working on Iranian nukes legit? Okay. I asked them if they're going to be legitimate targets. I'm guessing that they are, but we'll see. And then me and Dr. Connolly, the economist, we will do an update in the next week on economies too. It'll probably settle a little bit. Blake Shake, thank you for the donation. Says, keep up the good work, big nuts. Definitely improving reporting. Great understanding of different relationships, causes and effects, i.e. oil futures. Thank you, Blake. No, I really appreciate that, man. Cheers. Alan M, thank you for the donation, but you retracted the message, so we'll see. So, yeah, thank you guys for those donations. Donations keep me running. Right. Well, I have no update on those drones, but they could not be far away now that we're at 6 hours of live. Let me have a look, see if anything else is updated on this live UA map. I don't think anything is updated. Yeah, okay. According to live UA map, sorry, let me bring this up. According to this, Israeli Air Force began intercepting drones over the skies of Saudi Arabia. So the Israeli Air Force is flying aircraft over the sky of Saudi Arabia, intercepting drones, apparently. So this is what you get of this very different messaging of Saudi is, they talk about how bad this attack is and how they stand with Iran, blah, blah, blah. But then they've got Israeli Air Force fighters flying over these states. Same with Jordan, same with Syria, same with Iraq, Saudi. They're happily for these to use their airspace for that too. As you can see, yeah. So they are getting closer and closer, those drones. Remember the first time watching your stream, you were covering down near Gaza and those rockets coming. Yeah, crazy, hey? Yeah, Saudi may stand with Iran, but they're helping Israel. We'll continue looking to see if any of these drones, where they're at. Right, let's keep on this. We'll see what else updates. Okay, first Iranian drones have entered Jordanian airspace, apparently. Oh my God. I haven't seen this bloke in like 5 years. That Milo Yiannopoulos just popped up on Twitter. I haven't seen him in like a decade. I wonder what he's doing. Yeah, so like this, Israel is really expecting something big to come back because what we're hearing from some of these like official accounts, and I'm saying Manny's War Room is an official account, is said Israeli military, that's wrong. Israeli Air Force fighters have begun to shoot down drones from Iran. They're getting intercepted outside of the borders. And he's also said that some medical centres have been evacuated and the underground parking lot is repurposing for then for emergency too. So Israel is expecting big hits back. Remember, as I said a couple of hours ago, they're asking people to donate blood as well as, evacuating areas, giving locations of the best hardened facilities to go to. There is real threat that there is going to be very large retaliation against areas, and there's going to be casualties too. Alan M said, I've always thought your political insight kept me hooked, but deep down it's always those charming little nose hairs. I know, I get these hairs that come out at the bottom here because they've got like a pointy nose. Be Catholic. No. Not religious. Iran has requested an emergency UN Security Council meeting over the Israeli strike, according to Tasnim News. So wait out on that. Alessandro sounds like a Lady Gaga song. The comparisons I see with World War One are insane. US, Germany, Israel, Austria, Hungary, Serbia, Iran, Balkan, Middle East, and tons. Russia, China. So of course, military. What am I talking about? Military sort of coalitions, allies being made. Yeah. I think it's very similar. I think I said this in a video the other day. I think I did. Is what we are seeing now, especially in Europe, is I have very limited knowledge on pre-World War One, but reasonable from Bismarck to World War One. Like I'll say better than average, but the average is 0. Anyway, it seems to be very, very similar. A lot of the markers seem to be the same, trying to stop from having a regional power, creating a power vacuum, all of this, that all you need is one cannon event and everything goes to shit quick. How do you think the war with Iran will affect USA's Cold War with China? This almost feels geopolitical suicidal at this point. Look, I don't know the flow-on effect. China can rely a lot on, of course, Russia, but for like oil, whatever else, but the US gets extended. They get caught up in all this other stuff, looking outside rather than just their own trajectory, and China's doing none of that. It absolutely is, moving along. So, yeah, China just staying on that, like, their trajectory while the US loses a lot of international support due to especially the conflict in Israel, absolutely has effect on China. And you see when the US tried to ban TikTok and everyone was more pro-China than US, like a lot of Americans. Jared Codling, thank you for the donations. They've been hitting civilian buildings. My brother-in-law is there, obviously targeted, but probably a horrible civilian casualty ratio. I'm not sure where you were are you talking about in Iran? But we have seen definitely residential buildings hit. That the claim was those scientists were there. If you had front stage at the UN, what would you say and do? I'd be like, can you guys pull your finger out of your ass and maybe get people who are actually competent at what they do, who have actually some sort of ethics, who do care about human life? Like, can you get some people with some actual sympathy that there's not a hierarchy of human suffering? Yeah, so Trump knew about the Israel's plan to conduct strikes in Iran. He knew that, and he also didn't. Like, people saying that doesn't mean he supported it, but it also he didn't stop it either. And by not stopping it, in turn, can mean he supported it, especially when they're all American fighter aircraft and all American weapons too. Okay, so there's air raid sirens in the Jordanian capital at the moment, so we know that they are getting closer and closer. Oh, sorry, I can't read Alan's message for a sec. Someone posted a thing and it will come up. Like Ed Jordan said, our airspace will not be a battleground for any conflict, but opens up straight away to other fighters. Wrong, you'd shit on the pocket. Yeah, maybe. So what we're seeing is, this is Jordan here, the capital sitting right here. So there's air raid sirens currently on here. So we're talking very, very close to then Israel. So wait out, these drones we've been tracking them. I know they're slow, but they are slow drones. Seeing these move closer and closer. Geostone says the biggest winner will be pricks. China, Russia, weapon sales, all the best, really great coverage. Thank you, Geostone. Yeah, well, there's going to be a lot of that you're going to start seeing a China export of weapons massively. And the limited conflict between India and Pakistan showed a lot of that you had a J-10 potentially shoot down a Rafael. It goes against what everyone says about that just being a piece of shit. And for way cheaper. So, yeah, this is really, this war here, the war with Israel, with states around, has absolutely drawn dividing lines in the sand that I think in a decade or more time will go, shit, that was actually a huge beginning point that solidified things like BRICS and many others. I thought the drones would take 7 hours. They can take 4 to 6 hours depending on the location. But the thing is, the Israelis said they were launched in the previous hours. So we have no idea. But apparently they're very close to here, and this is very close. You'd think that those ballistics will not be far away from being fired if they're around this area. So wait out on that. Okay, my mate, I can go help my mate tomorrow morning, so that's no problem. Air raid alerts in Jordan capital. Sorry, I'm just trying to find some information for you as we go. Right, so AMK mapping just said, back at my computer soon, drones should reach Israel soon. So yeah, if you see me looking down, I'm not just bloody texting. I'm actually trying to find as much intel as I can. And I think we have been very up to date on this so far. Like we have really, really kept up to date. We see this air raid sirens across Jordan. It's the capital here too. Drones are getting intercepted. Well, we know there's drones there. We don't know about the interception yet, but Israeli Air Force is intercepting these drones too. So we know that they are creeping closer and closer. So remember, zoom out a little bit. Of course, they've come all the way from Iran, wherever, across either Iraq or sometimes through Syria and down through Jordan. So they're right up around here. And of course, Saudi, we're hearing, at least from this, and it's not the only time I've seen it, that there are Israeli jets working over Saudi Arabia intercepting these drones. I can't believe that all of these Arab states just turn an absolute blind eye to Israel operating fighter aircraft in their airspace. I can't believe that they actually do. Again, what is said and the actions tend to be very, very different, especially of like Saudi. Maddie says, what are the chances that the US, would veto any Security Council resolution? High. Likely very high, yeah. Breaking, apparently. Okay, apparently the Times has reported the UK says it will not take part in defence of drone interceptions or any interceptions like it did in the past. So we were told before that the UK had jets in the air intercepting Iranian drones, and now from the Times, it is saying that the UK won't. Let me see if I can find the original article of this, because that's very interesting. I shared with you what Keir Starmer said before. Jewish News. Can't find the original. See, drone regulations. I can't really find shit stuff about Ukraine drones. Yeah. But Keir Starmer, his thing was very much they want to back down from this. Alan M. Trace ISR 2 proper and put it over Ukraine point of reference. Sorry, I don't know what does that mean? What do you want me to trace? I have no idea. So, yeah, we are waiting on. These drones will be close. But they also may not make it there too.
אזרחי ישראל, אלו ימים של
Jordanian Air Force has apparently intercepted multiple missiles and drones heading to Israel. Have any have arrived yet? No, I haven't seen any actually arrive yet. Middle East Spectator says drones are still on their way. Jordanian army announced it intercepted several drones that entered Jordanian airspace. 200, yeah, we've heard 200, 100, 200 drones. We've heard 850 aerial targets. There's been a whole bunch. Wait out until we actually start seeing things. If there are ballistic missiles, we'll definitely get footage of them, as we did last time. I wouldn't be surprised if now, as those drones get closer and closer, and as there is interceptions from fighter aircraft and air defence or whatever, that we see ballistic missiles start getting fired. Hey, also, thank you guys for sticking around in this chat too. I know a lot of you have been here. The average view duration is 14 minutes and 55 seconds, which is a long time. We've averaged 2,500 people the entire time, so that's fantastic. Remember, just you guys sitting around watching too, that does support me because of the ads and everything on YouTube, so thank you very much. Assuming the silo doors aren't stuck. Yeah, there's some guy with a crank handle. Yep, so drones are getting intercepted, at least coming through channels. See what else we can find. I'm not far off actually going to get my lunch. It's bloody 4:30 and I haven't eaten yet. I do always intermittent fast and then eat keto, so I don't eat till like 2 o'clock. So I'm not starving, but I'm not far off going to go get some food. See if there's been any update to the map. Ooh, what's that symbol? Yep, air defense active. Jordan Air Force air defense is active. Yep, so yeah, Jordan is intercepting with planes and air defense systems. So then they fire those off and then everyone has to buy missiles off Lockheed Martin again. Remember, all the money you donate in this channel is going straight into Lockheed Martin stock. It's not, I'm joking. But you never know, maybe it should. Nick Fuentes. Is it Fuentes? I don't know if I'm pronouncing it right. He has tweeted this. This has nothing to do with Iran's nuclear program. This is the final battle in Israel's 50-year reign of terror to destabilize and destroy every country that resists their rule. Iran's nuclear program is a regime change insurance policy. That's why Israel won't let them have it. And that is the thing with nuclear weapons, is it is an insurance policy and it's an ultimate deterrence insurance policy. And it is correct that is why other countries don't want surrounding countries with nuclear weapons. And that's exactly why I said if I was the Australian dictator, which I should be, that is why I've said that I would look at nuclear weapons for Australia. I just want to take a photo of that because that's an interesting post. This is a very interesting post here. So this is from a Chinese page, Zhao Dengshay. The F-35I, which is the Israeli variant, used by Israel, only have a combat radius of about 1,200 kilometres on internal fuel only. When carrying heavy air-to-surface missiles, JDAMs, Israel to Tehran is 1,500 kilometres, which means they must have been carrying external fuel tanks, which basically destroys their stealth profile. Yet, the F-35I still penetrated deep inside Iran, and on top of that, they had ample warning. The F-35 could have dropped their external fuel tanks outside of Iran, so they dropped them off, but the pylons would still be attached. So it would improve their stealth, but not be as good as it should have been. They form a 90-degree angle with the wings, which should have been a hotspot for radar reflections. Iran has serious issues with their defence systems relating to training and equipment. So they may have flown out to here, dropped tanks, and then gone in. But as well, this isn't taking into account of air-to-air potential refueling as well over then some states too that we know the Americans may have taken part in. Again, don't know, because we know F-15s and 16s, which is not a stealth fighter at all, were participating in these too. I bet Ben Shapiro is having a wet dream right now. Zachary Seed says, is Australia cooked energy-wise? Might flee there. Australia is completely self-reliant on energy. Like, we have abundant gas and everything too. So, yeah. Willie, greetings from Belgium, from DPA, Defence Policy Asia, Open Mic Speaker. Hey, Mr. Lambo, I hope you are doing really, really well, man. Looking after yourself. So this is from a page here. Let's have a look over this. Next level. Israeli Security Service, behind the scenes of the Israeli strike in Iran, the Mossad secretly built capabilities inside Iran aimed at damaging Iran's strategic missile array and AD systems. Mossad's agents smuggled large quantities of specialised weaponry into Iran, deployed them across the country, and launched them at targets with precision and effectiveness. Disclosed operations include commando units, Mossad commando teams deployed precision-guided weapons systems in open areas near Iranian surface-to-air missiles to disrupt Iranian attempts to down Israeli aircraft. So there was on the ground as well. Vehicle-based technology, sophisticated technologies were installed on vehicles at the start and surprise attack. The weapons were launched and completely destroyed targeted Iranian defense systems. So it wasn't just, this gives us a better idea of why there might have been so much problem with air defense. Drone base, Mossad established an explosive drone base inside Iran, which launched attacks on surface-to-air missile launches at the Asfar base near Tehran. Launch is considered a strategic and civilian threat to Israel. So those launches aren't going to be considered surface-to-surface missile launches. I thought it meant air defense launches, sorry. But yeah, it hit the AD. This is some of the reasons maybe why we saw so much of that AD fail. Well, appeared to fail. At least we don't have good numbers yet. Alan M, going to bed. Love you, Pep. Get well soon. Kisses. Thank you, Alan. Thank you for being in the conversation and your donations as well, Al. You've been all time, brother. Thank you. So Iranian drones over the Bekaa Valley in northeastern Lebanon. So they are getting closer. So there's drones coming over Lebanon too. So there are drones coming a bit of everywhere at the moment towards Israel. So they're coming from Jordan, from Lebanon, from Saudi Arabia. So wait out on that. Dave Smith has tweeted, Israel has launched a dangerous preemptive war of aggression. It should be condemned by the US governments and US citizens alike. It's not going to happen by the government, Dave. But again, you can see what we mean about more and more division within the US. Right, let me check my signal chat. Middle East airspace responding. Yeah, there's just no one in the Middle Eastern airspace. Just every plane has left immediately. Iran's a ballistic and cruise missiles that we may see. The problem for Iran isn't going to be what they've got. It's going to be the amounts that they can actually get off as well. So actually get and fire towards Israel. Because a lot of those exit points for the missiles apparently have been targeted on those strikes overnight. So it'll be interesting to see. I'm very surprised that there's very surprised that we haven't seen reports of missiles being launched yet, like confirmed ones. Does Iran have any allies that concern the US? Russia and working within China too? Well, doing trade at least with China. Timothy Dixon, another chance. Oh, good. Another once-in-a-generation event. Yeah, exactly. Seems like we have a once-in-a-generation threat level attack every bloody couple of months. Is it the start of World War III? No. Like I've said, World War III realistically is when great states battle. So if it was China and America, you know, something like that. But as far as like proxies, yeah, we've been in World War III proxy since several years, really. So this is what I was going to talk about, these military presence and claimed range of some of the Iranian missiles and what they can actually hit and where they can hit out to. So, of course, into Europe, into Northern Africa as well. But, of course, we have Israel that sits down here, what these missiles range actually is. And then I've got another slide somewhere too. So then you can see like this here, the ballistic and cruise missiles. So you're talking down in here of Israel, and then where some of these can and can't hit in different locations too. So you got to remember that a lot of them like, aren't actually making it, but we have seen they've displayed multiple times that these can absolutely have impact all the way out into Israel. So it's also Nick Fuentes predicting it. What exactly did he predict? Because it's realistically, it's pretty obvious that this was going to be fairly inevitable of strikes like this. Thanks you, Andrew Nelson. Let me see if there's any further updates on what is occurring. So Israeli officials, by Israel's Channel 12, has said the military attack targeting Iran would continue for 2 weeks. So that's what we might see. So the next 2 weeks, we could see continued Israeli attacks. Will Yemen launch a missile or two? I don't know. They've only just really, made peace, if you will, with the US. So I don't know their appetite for more of this, but we'll see. Live UA map. They're reporting here that Israeli Army radio, the US is not currently involved in intercepting Iranian drones. So wait on that. Again, these drones, they cannot be far away at this point in time. 2-week-long streaming coming. Yeah, imagine that. But I guess we'll wait and see. Yeah, we'll see. Like, the biggest thing is once the lid is lifted on Washington to see what response that Trump and Vance actually have, because of course this is making Trump look like an idiot. Which is the last thing he wants. Is the way he's driven. Is his whole promise was less war, and well, it isn't less war whatsoever. So it will be interesting to see what exactly we'll do. Get ready for $2 a litre of petrol. Yeah, minimum, I would say. So still waiting to see if there's more confirmation on these drones. I'm surprised that there isn't any official stuff on missiles. Maybe the Israeli attacks had more of an effect on those launch sites than at least we had seen. You did so a lot of those up in flame, but still it was only a few of them that were actually up. I voted. If people saying I voted for Trump on that. Maybe Trump can get a mineral deal with Iran. Maybe Iran can ask for a 30-day ceasefire, unconditional ceasefire. Let's have a look and see if we have any further updates. So Miles Davis's brother, Miles from Phoenix, have you looked into the modified polio treatment for Duke University to treat glioblastoma? No, I haven't actually looked into that at all. But thank you, brother, for letting me know. Thank you for the donation as well. Really, really appreciate that, man. Right, so still waiting to see if there's any further updates. Those drones should be there any minute now. Russia just reported, fighter bomber just reported that a Su-25 crashed, but the pilot has been recovered. Don Zuga says, who the hell is Willie O.M.? Mate, I have no idea. And he says it again. Mate, still, no clue. So people are saying, like, things like this, like, you see, there's no evidence for this. Like this person here, Iranian Jew advocate, blah, 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 anti-woke, most wanted regime in Iran, okay. And Natanz is gone, all of it gone. But like the thing is, this this is what annoys me, is you're like, okay, it may be, it may not be. This is just made up though. Like this, at this point in time, the battle damage assessment from satellites will not know that yet. It'll still be a mess to know. It's just fabricated lie. Like it may end up true, but you don't know this. Like you have posted this with no other knowledge than seeing a strike from the outside of something going bang, and you have no idea of what is actually collapsed underground or anything, and how it won't just be one room, it'll be multiple connected by shafts and all of this too. But it's things like that that people just believe. Well, obviously it's reached 153,000 people, it's reshared hundreds of times, that you're like, it may be, but you have no evidence that is true at the moment. David Rose says, thanks for unbiased professional live stream. Keep well. Thank you, Davo. Appreciate that, man. How likely is the US to get dragged into this? 100%. Like if it continues escalating, yeah, there'll be fair bit. There'll be a lot more. If there was any like further operation, well, the US isn't like, the US is shooting down drones in the air, and you know, absolutely, there's involvement. Mauser, thank you for the donation too. I appreciate that. Mav says it's bizarre watching all these conflicts in real time. Yeah, absolutely it is. It is a bizarre thing. Miles David, I'm the one who was trying to send you that 60 Minutes video via Instagram a while back, and you couldn't get it to play. Talks about that treatment. Oh, right. Thank you. Yes. Thank you, Miles. Yes, I remember that. I actually did look it up on 60 Minutes. I appreciate that, man. You're a legend. Little crystal balls to predict the future. I know. Nothing annoys me more than just statements now like that are taken as truth at face value. That there's no evidence either way. Like, I don't have evidence that it wasn't destroyed, but it's not on me to prove that if you're making the claim that it was destroyed, if that makes sense. They live on emotion, not claims of fact. Yeah, exactly. They are activists, not analysts, but it's taken as fact. Andrew Nelson, thank you for the donation, brother. Silent Watch since 22. I've appreciated your authenticity, rooting for you and praying for peace. Thank you, Andrew, mate. I really appreciate that, and thanks for reaching out, man. Stay in touch. So, look, we must be getting very close to seeing these enter. If they were in near Jordan here, I know those air raids are going to have a lot of pre-notice, but we will see. Well, it depends if any get through, to be honest, as well. But these are an en masse weapon. Shahed drones like this, it's used 100 or 200, whatever it is. It's not that many considering. Willie, what's the ultimate outcome of this? I have no idea. Further division in the world, oil prices skyrocketing, BRICS further cementing themselves, a lot more anti-Western rhetoric. even within the West. I guess potential overthrow in Iran domestically. I don't know how likely that is, but yeah, further division is definitely a big one. Likely the first wave. Yeah, I'm surprised that there aren't other waves on the way. That's one thing that I think, if only that first wave is gone, how many facilities did these drones take down? Zachary says it's absolutely crazy. Trump is possibly compromising America's geostrategic position for Israel's petty security interests. Is Trump high as? And a lot of people share your vision, Mr. Seed. A lot of people saying America's overall geostrategic picture is really being compromised. It's being compromised for Israel. A lot of people share that. There's a lot of people very concerned about that also. A lot of people. You're not alone in thinking that. And a lot of the promises that Trump has brought in around peace and this and that and whatever, and lower prices, well, this is going to skyrocket oil. It's got more war. And there's so many countries that just don't see eye to eye on this. Just look at the UN votes on anything to do with Israel, and you're like US, they'll either abstain or veto. They're standing alone on that. Hopefully Trump isn't blackmailed by Israel and Mossad. Not out of the realm possibility. Elon Musk seems to know more than we do. I don't know, Maddie. I have no idea, man. Maybe one day. How long till they arrive, mate? Any minute. Well, we don't know what's been intercepted. That's something too. Is we don't actually know the interception rate of these drones either. Right, I am going to go to the bathroom, and I'll leave you on this one. I'm going to go take a wee, and I might actually warm up some. It's going to be lunch for me, but some dinner. I might actually eat while I'm here. I'll be back. I'll be back in a couple of minutes. You can watch this and see if anything changes. Right, I'm back. Oh, how do I? Sorry, I lost my mouse. Right, let me see. Is there anything new? Let's have a look. The Turkish Foreign Ministry has condemned the actions. Also, you're going to have to deal with me eating my lunch/dinner. Mark Rutte, the chief of NATO, regarding strikes on Iran, de-escalation is now a top priority for many NATO allies, including the US. France has said Israel has the right to defend itself. David Lammy, he's an idiot. Let's not listen to him. He's an absolute fool. I don't know how people like him end up in those positions. Sucked off the right person, I'd imagine. Turkish Foreign Ministry calling Israel to end aggressive actions which lead to greater conflicts. Typical sort of stuff. Yeah, remember, if you want to help out, just comment pump or something in the chat, and that helps us boost up the algorithm while I'm taking a minute off to eat my lunch/dinner, my meat. It's just like 500 grams of ground beef with cheese and a little bit of Greek yogurt, and that's it. I'm trying to find any more information, but I've got nothing on the drone strike. So a lot of them may have been taken down. Which you've got all these nations trying to intercept them. It's only 200. Like, it's a lot, but it's not that many considering. I left for 2.5 hours and you're still here. I'm still here. Remember, pump up the chat. And I'll keep open my apps this end and I'll be looking for what is going on. It's my first time I've eaten in, it's almost 24 hours. It's actually 23 hours since I ate. I had dinner at 6 o'clock last night. So, very hungry. Well, I've done a fair bit of my video for tomorrow. Oh, sorry, for tonight. Well, what was meant to be tonight for Ukraine, but I'll just add it tomorrow. I'll just have a longer video than usual tomorrow. That'll be right. Doesn't mean it goes to waste, all the maps and everything. Do you think that Israel would use nuclear weapons if they were backed up to the sea? Absolutely. The whole point of nuclear weapons, if there's a threat to the existence of your state, you'll use nuclear weapons. Absolutely. Cybane says, I had no idea you started a stream. Hi from Arizona. Hey, mate. Do you eat a lot of avocado in your diet? I should eat more avocado than I do. They're just so expensive. I'd like try not to. They're so expensive. Can Israel get away with using nukes in a real scenario? Like, that'd be a experiment for everyone. But I'd get away with it from America if that happened. It's confirmed Netanyahu has fled Israel escorted by F-16s. I haven't heard that. Defense Minister of Israel said anyone who seeks to destroy Israel will be eliminated. How many ballistic missiles do you think Iran will fire? Mate, I have no idea. They had about 2,000. A lot of them just went bang. And I'm very surprised, incredibly surprised, we haven't seen any fired yet, at least reported that any have been fired. We know those drones are, well, potentially in route unless they got taken down. So I'm surprised that we haven't heard anything about cruise or ballistic missiles. UN vote for two-state. Do you think that was a motive? Mate, potentially. John Giles, thank you for the PayPal donation, mate. I really appreciate that. Ian's mine or left Israel, the same thing though. He started a war and left, most likely to visit Trump or something. So I haven't seen, yeah, has Netanyahu left Israel? Let me have a look. I don't know. People saying he's left. He may have. I'd say Trump may want to see him as soon as possible. You never know what was agreed upon and what has actually occurred either. Like the US knew, but what did they actually know? What was actually told? I can't believe there's not actually more information than flowing through. Yeah, there is no mods in the chat. People are like, oh, I'm going to roast the mods. You've got no one to roast. Let's see, just give it a minute. I'll tell you what the French foreign minister said. Right. My 5 p.m. lunch is now done. Right. Let's have a look. That's written in fucking French. French Foreign Ministry, they've expressed concern about the program. We support Israel's right to defend itself. They call for tensions to be diffused. Right. That's like the most fucking copy and paste message of all time. I guess we'll see. Yeah, there's no rockets yet. But that doesn't surprise me either. We did say that it may be a couple of days before we do see a real Iranian response as well. They might need to excavate to get even into where some of the missiles are. Very bit the Mossad operation. Yeah, we reported on the Mossad operation maybe 20 minutes back. I'll have a bit more of a look and see. How long have we been going? 7 hours and 6 minutes. That's a lot longer than I thought we were. So, it says here, in recent hours, Israeli... Oh my God, why is my thing so big? Israeli Air Force jets guided by precise intelligence carried out major strike on Iran's air defense systems in the western part of the country. Dozens of radars, surface-to-air missiles launches were destroyed. Since the war began, IDF has systematically targeted the air defences of Iran and proxies across the region, clearing the skies for continued aerial operations. So, Israel has targeted massive amounts of air-to-air. So then over the next couple of weeks, which Israel's saying this is a few-week operation, that it will be safer for the aircraft to then fly in on sorties and then further strike targets. It will be interesting to see what effort, if at all, the other states put into actually trying to diffuse this tension. So if they're saying we need to diffuse the tension now, and Israel's saying it's going to go on for a number of weeks, it'll be very interesting to see if they actually put any pressure on or not. Remember, there was pressure on for the initial ground movement into Gaza to not happen and it to be wrapped up by Christmas, and it's still going. So good luck on that. So we have some videos released by Israel here too. These are then the air defense systems that were led operation apparently by intelligence services and then by aerial targets too in the west to then be taken out. Which again has shown, it does look like it has been very, very efficient too, those strikes on that air defense. By what we've seen so far, remember, you never know, you never truly know until we really know exactly what the systems were, what outcomes have happened as well. Just having a look to see if there's anything that's further updating. The flag of revenge has been raised over the mosque in in Iran after Israeli attack. So I'm just trying to see if there's any up-to-date information. Miles David, you're headed stateside soon. We should connect to the range. We can swap Kansas stories and some carnival beers together. Maybe, Miles. Whereabouts do you live, Miles? I'm pretty flat out while I'm there, but I'm in the States for a couple of weeks. Things, at least what I'm looking at, tend to be fairly quiet. It looks like those drones may have been intercepted. Bro, so many people just cheering on more war. That's just saddening, isn't it? Anything happened? Nah, not really. Not after the initial bits and pieces. We know the drones were gone, but we don't actually know. Again, a lot of people just fabricating confirmed information that not even those with satellites would be able to confirm at this point in time. Sorry, I'm completely reading everything else at this time, trying to get an idea of if anything else is happening or not. Right. Tracy said, I'm comfy in bed right now. That's awesome. getting some willy, eh? Right, anything... No, nothing new. We're waiting, though. The last update we've had is Turkish Foreign Ministry. That was actually something, and they're not really happy about it, but Turkey will fall into line. Ridiculous. Really, you're great. Thanks for keeping us informed. Wishing you the best for your health. Thank you, Ridiculous. Thank you for the donation, bro. Appreciate that, man. As well as another dono from Max Nikolenko. Just wait, it's hidden behind my microphone at the moment. Israel never does anything without US approval. The whole world's at war. Why not, right? More money to be made. And yeah, like at the end of the day, the US knew about this. They didn't stop it. So that is as good as supporting it to go forward. Well, it's US weapons, US jets, US training, all of that. So yeah, it is what it is. And we've said this is inevitable. We have said it is inevitable that there will be a war at some point with Iran. Alessandro says, what's the worst case scenario for the US here? Well, how long's a piece of string? But the worst case scenario, very long term, is that this shit like this just solidifies BRICS more and more and more, pushes countries much closer towards like countries like China, and eventually end up with the USD being sort of shadowed by some level of like BRICS currency, and people just don't trust in America. That's like an absolute, worst case for the States. Actually, yeah, we're waiting to see back, weren't we? We're waiting to see if there was any declaration of war by Iran. We haven't seen any of that yet. As per usual, propaganda machine is in absolute overdrive. trying to either reduce the effect of these attacks or make it seem like nothing at all has been left. Thank you for Elder Banana becoming an average Willy member. Thank you. Thanks for trying to put my name in your gram. Thank you, Miles. Appreciate that, Ben. Barback, thank you for stopping by and joining the chat once again. Right, let's have a look and see. Remember, after strikes like this, just take a break from Twitter or whatever. Just let it settle, because of course you've got a lot of propaganda, a lot of bots, a lot of claims, whatever. Just give it a couple of days, be the easiest way. Have the drones arrived yet? No. We haven't seen any updates on the drones. From what we were hearing about them getting intercepted by multiple nations' fighter aircraft and being 200 of them, I think it's likely that the drones have been intercepted. Maybe they're still on their way. I haven't heard anything else on them since that. So we'll see. Oh, shit, I clicked out of something that looked important. What time is it? Sorry, what time is it in America? Someone let me know, because then I'm interested to know what time is it in America and what time we should expect the stock market to open. I believe 0150. Right, I was going to say I think it's about 11 p.m. my time when the US the Nasdaq opens. Because I'll be very interested to see exactly how that actually how that goes. Probably deeply red. Well, our markets close in Australia. Let me have a look. What did we close down at? So not super bad, really. Okay, Israeli Home Front Command. How do I change my thing? This. So Israeli Home Front Command says civilians no longer need to remain close by bomb shelters. So, have a look. Yep, IDF Home Command says civilians no longer remain close to bomb shelters around 3, 4, 5 a.m. Israeli citizens are instructed to remain close to bomb shelters until further notice. So it looks like that has then been lifted. So that may tell us that the threat of ballistics and drones no longer exists, but it's no longer imminent, if that makes sense. Jamie Henry, member for 19 months at a mini Willy. Keep up the good work. Praying for you, brother. Thank you, Jamie, and thank you for being a member for almost 2 years. That's the longest member I think I've ever seen in the chat. So thank you very, very much. I do really, really appreciate that. People saying that not a single Iranian Air Force plane managed to take off, that all were destroyed or incapacitated. Dr. Eli David. Again, you're not going to have access to that information. This is the problem. This is one of the problems with being like Twitter monetized, that people get paid off just interaction with posts, is they'll just make up shit because they know it'll trend well of people calling it out and everything, and just it'll trend well, and then they'll get paid more money. Grey Squirrel, thank you for the donation. So how hard did Israel punch Iran? A little love tap or pretty good slap? It was a pretty good slap, but again, it was a very good slap on the senior command, but we don't know in regards to the actual facilities. You know, these people on Twitter will say the Natanz facility was completely destroyed and not a single airplane is all destroyed at the moment. We don't have evidence of this. And as I said, like those underground facilities, do you have any idea how hard it would be to actually get an assessment of an underground facility to the destruction of it? Like at the end of the day, bunker busting penetrators push and then it all collapses the earth back in on itself. So even from the sky, you can't assess that. So the Americans and Israeli fucking top secret teams at the moment are still probably assessing what was the actual battle damage assessment of that. And I guarantee these mouth breathers on Twitter don't actually know, but they'll confirm that it is. Someone said Mossad put banana peels on the runway and the jet slipped and crashed. So, remember Legends, we've been live for 7 hours and 25 minutes. If you'd like to support my effort today, feel free. The super chat, the PayPal is actually the best way. The PayPal is a significantly better way. But if you'd like to support me, there's that, and I really appreciate all those that have so far. And the fog hails, kind of like the train with 100 pieces of armor. Oh my fucking God, fog hail. You just triggered me. Yeah, the confirmed Southern Defense Forces of Ukraine have destroyed a Russian train with 20 tanks and 100 pieces of armor, confirmed, blah, 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 thumbnails, this, that, and the rest. Zero footage ever came out. And then they were also the same group that said Russia never entered Dnipropetrovsk Oblast. And you're like, well, the boy who cries wolf at this point, yeah, that train with 100 pieces of armor, the post is still up. They didn't even delete the post. So, yeah, tracking. Yeah, civilians no longer need to meet near bomb shelters. I think a lot of that threat has then reduced. Mate, it feels like a stroke at the time. It gets brought up. Yeah, Fog Hail, you've given me a stroke, brother. You're still streaming. I missed the last 4 hours. Yeah, mate, we've been streaming for 7.5 hours. It's been a long stream. Keeping the conversation, trying to roll just the one-way conversation of me going crazy. Remember as well, you can jump across onto the Telegram, and that is where I post videos. You can have more of a conversation after, like once the live stream is down. I guess you guys can still chat in the conversation here in the comments. But if you'd like to, I'll just give me a sec. I'll actually post the link. I'll post the link in the chat here. So if you want to, you can click onto that. You can come and join the Telegram, interact with everyone else as well as myself, and we get more day to day. Remember, typically I'm a daily uploader, so you've got to wait a maximum of 24 hours before a post on YouTube. But on the Telegram, as things are happening, I can more quickly then actually get it out there. And of course, I can share footage of which I can't show on YouTube as well. So yeah, feel free to use that link. Oh shit. The link I just posted up twice. Feel free to use that link to go and have a look. You're getting ready for a new record. Close to 11 hours you did when I was in Israel. Yeah, I think when I was in Israel, I did an 11-hour stream. But no, I'm not going to go that far. We'll give it a couple more, a little bit, get through 7.5 hours, and then I'll probably look at just monitoring the situation overnight, and then going live if I need to, and then we'll go live again if we need. But Israel is again warning everywhere that the war is going to be long. It's going to be over a number of weeks. And, there's certain bits and pieces. Like, remember back in 24th of Feb 2022, probably the biggest indicator we had that Russia was about to invade was that they were bringing blood to the front line. They were storing blood. What we have seen is that Israel was asking for blood. So, that tells us a lot about they are expecting that it's going to be long and it's going to have a lot of casualties as well, following then what is occurring now. So, yeah, there's a lot to go. There's a lot to go. Let me show you this. Max Nikolenko, thank you for the donation, man. Obama gave Iran millions in cash knowing they will enrich uranium. Now the US is bombing enrichment centers. Lol. You act like it's the first time America has given money to someone they've ended up having to then fight back against, mate. Like, ever heard of the Mujahideen? Fuck. Right. Let's have a quick look at... Sorry, I keep forgetting of how to bring this up. Different scene. IAEA, their pinned thing on their Twitter is closely monitoring the deeply concerning situation in Iran. Agency confirmed the Natanz site among targets. The agency is in contact with Iranian authorities regarding radiation levels. We're also in contact with our inspectors in the country. So this is from the Director General, Rafael Grossi, who we've spoken about before. Of course, he's the one we get the updates about the Zaporizhia nuclear power plant from as well. They say as well, as of now, I'd say this is going to change. The Fordow fuel enrichment plant has not been impacted after then contacts with Iranian authorities. Stu says, chin up soldiers. Thank you, Stu. Further contacts with Iranian authorities confirm the Isfahan nuclear site has not been impacted. So Fordow and Isfahan as well. Informed that the Bashwa nuclear power plant has not been targeted and that no increase in radiation levels. Again, this is from Iranian authorities too, so strap in on this. But notice how there's so much different just language used when there's strikes against targets like this versus just anything to do with like ZNPP. Jamie Henry, thank you for gifting the memberships, brother. Thank you. Appreciate that. So, yeah, the IAEA, again, it's with contact from Iranian authorities. So take that with a grain of salt, I would suggest. So, yeah, with that lifting of the requirement for civilians in shelters, I'd say you'd give it a bit of time until, we'll probably be a couple of days until we see actual retaliatory strikes and that those drones may have been taken down. But again, you've got a couple of $1,000 drone taken down by tens of thousands of dollars worth of missile. At the end of the day, this is still soaking up a lot of air-to-air. Mr. Rona says the internet is being flooded with this. I wonder what public opinion in the US will be if we have another oil shock. Boomers don't care until it hits the wallets. Well, I can tell you there's likely going to be an oil shock. It's probably not long enough to really shock oil because it's still, 1 or 2 a.m. in America. But if we look up Brent crude, So it's dropped from the all-time, the high we saw earlier today, but only a tiny bit. It's down to $73, but you can still see this spike, and I would imagine this may continue rising over the next coming days as well. And at the end of the day, when people go to the Bowser and they'll promise cheaper fuel and this and that, they're not going to be super happy about it. This is changing rapidly too, like this. So you can see it does reload rapidly. You can see it changing in the prices pretty quickly here as well. But it's up 6%, which is it's a big jump in a day. Yeah, and as you rightfully point out, people care when it starts hitting their back pocket. $4 a.m. and you're still watching me, brother. Have some sleep. Or at least I hope it's the weekend for you. Mark Leadingham, thank you, brother, for the PayPal donation, man. I really appreciate that. The PayPal donations are magical. Thank you. At least YouTube's not taking a cut like they do in everything else, whether from ads or anything. YouTube they're like, oh, thank you for this. I want to screenshot that so I can remember to talk about that tomorrow. Mark Root called for de-escalation of the conflict in the Middle East. Obviously, the situation is evolving rapidly. This unilateral action by Israel, it is now imperative that allies, including the US, begin de-escalation efforts immediately. As far as I know, such steps are already being taken, and this should be a priority at this point. So maybe we'll see de-escalation, maybe we'll see escalation. Wait, I'm going to do I keep forgetting how to do a poll. Oh, I can't type. Why can't I type? Oh. Realistically, I have zero faith we're going to see de-escalation. Okay, new poll is up that you can vote in. Right, so what AMK has said, it seems every single drone shot by Iran has been shot down by Israeli, French, US, and Jordanian fighters. And that seems to be the case because, well, we haven't seen any any come into the airspace, and the air raid sirens have been lifted. So that makes sense. That is what we presume. Have you been up all night? No, I've been up. It's only daytime for me. It's 5:40, but I've been working I've had a long day today. Which YouTubers should never complain about the length of their day, should they? Studio Renard, our most donated person, has said, I hope a European country does something for once, since it's in their direct interest to do so. It would be an opportunity to secure an oil deal and diversify their reliance on Russia. Well, Europe, more than anyone, should be scared about the oil price absolutely skyrocketing energy prices. Yeah. 30% to get message out is okay. True, Stu. But I also read messages from the PayPal too. If we see ballistic missiles in the next hour, realistically, we saw Iranian retaliation once 2 weeks after initial strikes, so I wouldn't be surprised to see that at all. Well, did you get sleep? I'll get sleep later on. It's not even 6 o'clock here in Australia, guys. Trust me, we're all good. I remember, if you're here and you haven't liked the video, make sure you like the video too. So 80% of people think that we're going to see escalation over de-escalation, which, yeah, I think is very, very correct. what's happening? Not much. It's pretty slow at the moment, realistically. What type of escalation do you think will happen? Yeah. I think it's just going to be a mass ballistic cruise missile attack mixed in with drones. That's what I think is most likely. But yeah, I'll ask you guys, right in the comments, what do you believe will be the most likely response? And I'll read out some as we go. Thank you, Timothy Luke Whitaker. Thanks for being critical, thinking, and analysis. Thank you, Timothy, on the PayPal, mate. You're a legend. Hi from Adelaide, Willie. Cooking tea while watching. Thank you, mate. I just had my dinner before. I'm sure we'll get a lot more footage coming out in the next coming hours. We'll get a heap more footage. Thank you for providing Politics TV. Thank no worries at all, mate. It's fine to keep streaming. I'll be continue going. We will continue. We will march on. But I think one of the things with this is I do think that this has a lot of potential for unrest in Iran, of course, but it also has a lot of potential for further unrest in Israel too. Absolutely has that with, extending and increasing war after already years of war. It's not going to be popular. But if that is Iran's response, they are very crippled. But I think we'll still see a lot more. Right, remember, you can join the Telegram as per the link I just chucked up there. We'll end the poll. 79% believe in escalation, and then 20% believe in that there'd be de-escalation. I don't know. I don't think there's going to be any de-escalation. I think people might have just clicked on that for a bit of a laugh, hey? Josh Hannum, been here since the start of the stream this morning. Made my day on the dozer far more interesting. Thanks for all you do, Billy. Have a ripping night. Jay Hannon out. Brother, I hope you had a good day on the bulldozer. Cruising around, real man's job, unlike me. Me sitting here on my fucking ass. Mate, hope you had a great time. Drone factories destroyed. Does that help Ukraine, Russia at all? No. No. The Iran drones Russia is using were originally licensed off Iran, but they are not produced in Iran anymore. How does Iran respond when Netanyahu wants to attack? How does Iran respond when Netanyahu wants Iran to strike for his own personal power? How does the state retaliate to that? Well, this is the thing, Jack, is Iran may actually choose. There could be a way of not responding until you've had negotiations with the US, but look, they're going to have some level of attack. And this is the problem. This is the tit for tat of attacks that takes place. And this is one of the problems with power politics like this too. Yeah, it's a huge, huge problem. Yeah, every sword has two sides. Absolutely, it does. "24/7 news, one man Willie." Nah, definitely not 24/7 news at all, man. Just trying to keep up with one war, let alone bloody multiple. Just right. I'm just trying to find if there's anything else. As well as Gregory Choff. Few copies since you're temporarily off the booze. Thanks for your hard research. Thank you, Greg. Mate, I really appreciate that. Really appreciate that. And thank you, everyone who has supported the stream so far today. I just want to screenshot something so I can remember to talk about it tomorrow. Geostone, war is hell. We're looking down another one. Yeah, mate, absolutely. War is hell. And we're getting closer and closer. We're getting to that ledge. Like I always say, it's very easy to get to the ledge. It's pretty easy to step off it. Pretty hard to step back from it. Home from command's changed. Yeah, look, Legends, I think for tonight we've seen a good amount of what we're going to see so far, to be honest. First wave of attacks, yeah, that's about it. Look, what we're going to do is we're going to continue on. We'll hit that 8-hour mark, and then that will be it. So we will speed run the last 15 minutes of the stream. A little bit of a power session, hey. Get some rest from Skunk Freaker. Thank you, brother. I will be getting some rest very, very soon. We got 15 minutes. Go as crazy as you'd like. Pump the chat, pump the donos, however, and then we'll finish up the stream. Last little bits and pieces. Thank you for your time and professionality. Awesome job. Thank you very much, mate. I appreciate that. We're doing the best we can. Have a give a summary of what has happened. I just got here. Oh no, mate, you've missed out on 7 hours and 45 minutes. Basically, Israel launched a multi-pronged combined attack on Iran's nuclear facilities and those enablers of those facilities, from then the nuclear scientists through the commanders of the Iranian Revolutionary Guard Corps, as well as then the Iranian military. Multiple strikes decapitated a fair bit of that senior command structure, as well as impacting a lot of nuclear facilities. As far as Peter Osborne, thank you for the donation on PayPal, brother. Lucky work from South Australia, thank you. So a lot of that, and then it has impacted those facilities. Don't listen to the idiots on Twitter who believe they've already got battle damage assessments on these facilities. That is impossible to know at this point in time with the way that bunker busting munitions work, as soil backfills on itself, and the layout of facilities too. So wait out on that. IAEA, they have not said there's any major radiation issues, but that's off Iranian authorities. So again, hard to know. But we're waiting on retaliation from Iran. We know they sent 100 drones, maybe 200 drones towards Israel. At least that's what Israel had reported. Remember as well in that is Israel reported those drones are on the way, and the numbers, we know there was some drones, but you could also bump up the numbers a lot, as we would never see anyone lie about how many drones there were to make it look like you've intercepted more of them. So again, that wasn't, in my opinion, the response. It could be a week, it could be 2 weeks before we actually see a response. Geostone, thank you for your analysis. Thank you. Marcus Varbins, level 3 Mega Willie. Thank you. STU says $2.338. Great caliber. Mag Lapua. Great caliber. Super, super expensive. Jackie Stone says, good work. It's sad to see nations not acting in their own best interest. If France had a competent leader, they could implement an embargo. US primacy fatigue. It's one of the things that I think one of the biggest problems around the world is just incompetence, incompetency in leaders. And Kel Start is correct. We've seen Iran raise a red flag of revenge over the Jamakaran mosque in Iran. So, yeah, a lot going on. So, look, before we leave, let's get the chat going. Let's get everything for the last 10 minutes, and then we'll go from there. Iran's requesting an emergency meeting of the UN Security Council after the strike. Again, that can be vetoed very easily from permanent Security Council members. Iranian drones, it looks like they've all been shot down, whatever was sent. So Israeli media, they just reported, Israeli media report all UAVs that were launched from Iran in a rabid Iranian regime terrorist, by the rabid Iranian regime terrorist earlier today were successfully intercepted without reaching Israel. We know some were intercepted over Iraq, Jordan, Syria, Saudi Arabia. They're all up there as well. Everyone was intercepting all sorts of shit. And we know that we do know as well that Israel is saying that this is just the start of attacks, that it's going to go over a number of weeks, and they're expecting it to get very bloody as well in Israel. They're saying, make sure people really go to shelters, collecting blood, all of this, and not going to just any shelter, going to like the most reinforced shelters. Eagle says, thank you for the continued coverage of the madness around the world. Rest up. Thank you, Eagle, mate. Appreciate that. Willie is back. Mate, I never left. I'm still streaming as well. Thank you, Sean Kokorek. Thank you for the bonus late night Willie time. Please say a prayer for Pringles the Fox that will survive the counterattack. Yes, Pringles the Fox down in Sderot. Let's hope that he is going okay and hopefully getting some good food. As well as Dmitry Kyatkin. Thank you for all you do, Matt. Thank you, mate. Thank you, Kyatki, for seeing the effort that he's put in. Willie is my inspiration to finish grad school in international relations. Dude is an animal. Billy Newman, thank you, mate, very much. I appreciate that. I hope that you're doing really well in grad school for IR. Is there any specifics of which you are focusing on in your international relations at the moment? Like, I don't know, you looking through Bismarck or any of the Kissinger, any of that at the moment? Because that's been a lot of my research at the moment, has been really focusing Bismarckian German reunification sort of time. Long live Pringles. Yeah, absolutely. Sent you a PayPal from the US, but it's on hold. Dragon Wagon. Well, mate, thank you very much for that. I really, really appreciate that. Of course, we wait, a lot of people around the world holding their breath, from politicians to civilians, in what the next attacks is actually going to be. And sadly, in attacks like this, there are always civilians caught up. Those drones, those missiles hitting buildings, hitting facilities, it still does kill civilians. And we need to be very aware of that as well. That we need to also take into account, it doesn't matter the colour of the skin or the ethnicity of the civilians. Civilians are civilians. And we need to have sympathy and empathy for that too. Did you ever see Kissinger's comment saying Israel won't exist in 10 years? No, I didn't see that, Kel. That must have been fairly recent. I know he's dead, but no, I haven't. This will definitely escalate. I agree. It will escalate. I'm just waiting for the event of which escalates everything out of control. That is the thing. Like I said earlier, maybe an hour or so back, it feels like we are in World War I times. That's what it feels like. It feels like we're in this sort of out of control incompetence, somewhat power vacuum of World War or pre-World War One, and all that we need is a Archduke Franz Ferdinand sort of moment, and that doesn't mean someone killed, but it means a moment. It feels like we are that moment away from just everything breaking loose, and then and at that point we see major states into wars full Harry Peter Cook on the PayPal. Thank you, mate, very, very much. I really appreciate that also. It's World War One with nukes and drones. You see the casualty difference between the industrialization of World War One and Two. Imagine now, you just 10x losses. I just hope that we don't reach that moment, but I just feel like we're in that marking time pace at the moment, which is very, very scared. Will he become a silver fox before 30? No, it's not happening. My headphones are killing my scar. They sit like where my scar sits, and I've got that plate on my head, like here. You can sort of see it. It's actually still a bit scabby and peeling, but where it sits, it's like the headphone sits on it. Bloody kills me, man. Sucks. Maybe I need to get like new headphones. Mike Jens, hello from Germany. Sorry I'm late, mate. You're 8 hours late. We're about to kick off. Eros says, I'd argue it's more pre-World War II, Weimar Republic, Great Weak, being weak but completely up their own rear ends with incompetency, confusion and self-loathing. Eros, yeah, you could be right too. Weimar Republic time of feeling like you want some sort of retribution, sort of payback as well, that you've been wronged. And then, yeah, everyone's competent up their own building, getting into an arms race and everything, getting in and going to shit. There's a decent sized scar. Yeah, it's pretty big. It goes from back here. I don't know how well you can see it. It goes from back here somewhere where there's still like, I can feel like it's still like scabby back here all the way through to here somewhere. But it hurt because I have to put a plate. Oh, you can't even see it. I was bent down too much. It's in here. Because they put a plate back on that spot and it like sits above the rest of your skull. And then that just bloody hits on everything. I hit my head getting into the car a while back and almost bloody killed me. Kissinger's books reveal it. Yeah, anyone who, if you can get through Kissinger, it's worth reading, but it is a big read. Every time you start a Henry Kissinger book, you're like, oh my God. Will a magnet stick to it? No, because it's titanium. Right, we have approximately 4 minutes left, lads. So whatever else you need, whatever else you want to say, get out there. Get the chat going if you want. I don't even know if there's time frames on how much you can. I don't think I've got. Let me remove slow mode. There we go. So you're willing to get into the chat as much as you'd like for the last 4 minutes or 3 minutes and 30 seconds. Remember, if you want your Kissinger's book World Order. It's fantastic. I've got a copy of World Order there with bloody annotations all through. I've just ruined the book. It's fantastic though. Anyway, yeah, if there's anything else you want to write in the chat, go for it now. Slow mode is off, so you can just pump it as much as you want. Pump the chat, go for your life. Join the Telegram. If you want your message read out, this is your last opportunity on the PayPal or the Super Chat feature, and I'll go through your message. Otherwise, I may miss it. I can't see all of them. So yeah, thank you for sticking around for 7 hours and 57 minutes at this point in time. We've seen a lot. It backed away from how bad we thought it might have been on some escalation. It did look like those rockets may have been coming at one point. But again, we don't really know. We don't know till we know. Remember that. Absolutely. So land incursion possible, I think highly unlikely. You got to move through other states, and that's going to be a big problem. And land incursions get costly very, very quickly. But to actually break up the regime, it may need a land incursion. That's the thing. Like, look at even any strategic war has never been won by strategic airstrikes. It never gets won by strategic. Now, you may be able to dismantle. You may be able to intimidate through strategic strikes, yes, but you'll never win a war like that. which is something we're seeing. If it was going to be won through strategic strikes, Russia would have won the war years ago. Yet we're seeing locked in a battle of attrition at the front line. So yeah, wouldn't be surprised to see maybe intimidation further weakening. But if there was like a seize and hold change, it's trying to weaken. So then there's internal change, if that makes sense. Mearsheimer and Sachs are probably losing their minds. I'd say Mearsheimer and Sachs are losing their minds, but I'd love to hear, I wish I could actually discuss with those two about like, what do you think we're seeing? What do you believe is actually happening, et cetera, et cetera. That'd be really, really good. I'm trying to interview both of them. I'd love to, because there's bits that I think I really disagree on with them about, but I'd like to be like, well, this is my take of it, because it doesn't mean I disagree with what they say. It may mean I'm not understanding what they say. And this goes back into what I spoke about earlier, that I'm trying to become better at this, so I can actually interpret what is said by academics like those two better. I still can't believe that the India-Pakistan war walked back. I still can't believe that occurred. Now, Legends, we have, 40 seconds left. So if there's anything else, or forever hold your peace until we go live again, potentially later on when everything goes wild, I guess. Let me forward this in my chat. Right. Legends, we are about to tick over. Thank you. I know there's been people here since the beginning of 8 hours listening to me bang on. So massive thank you to all of those. Thanks for everyone sticking in. We really appreciate that on an 8-hour live stream. If there's anything else, go for your life. Otherwise, thanks for being here. Thank you all of those that made donations. We didn't quite reach our target, but we did very, very well. So, yeah, thank you. If you'd like to, you always know where you can support me through other means. So I appreciate that. I appreciate you guys being here. And this the video will remain up on my channel, I believe. So if you want to watch it back or see any of it or have a run through, it will still be there. Legends, it's a Friday evening in Australia, my time. Sorry, we just missed. He says, don't mention me. No worries. Enjoy your weekend. Have a fantastic weekend. No, no Ukraine update tonight, but I'll give you an update on this situation and Ukraine tomorrow over probably a lengthy video. Right. Stu is our final donor. Mate, thank you very much. Guys, I am going to end the stream and click off, and I'm going to go have a drink, a cup of tea, and some food. Anyway, Legends, I'll speak to you when I speak to you. And again, thank you for being here again. I really, really appreciate it. Okay, bye-bye.